Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Happy Valentine's Day! You guys, it's Valentine's Day. What y'all get for Valentine's Day? How's everybody doing? Let me see who we got here. Hey, Miss Chewy, Tree, always late. Steph C, Susanna, Kim B, Karen, Ada, Wise Old Lady, Michelle Tucker. Hello. Taffy, Robin Slack, Sweet and Sassy, Lady 7 Up, Nora Woods. Yes, Amanda, Kim. Hey, Hillbilly 29, and Angel Loader. Happy Valentine's Day, Grossy. Hello, Lynetta Williams, and Always Late, and Brenda Parsons, Robin B, Lucky Charms, Grace Paris, Crooked Arrow. Let's see who else we got in here. Frankie, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Lucky Charms, Tree, Polly, Pam, Wendy, Leanne, Tina Bobina, Rowdy, and D Lucky. Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing on this beautiful Valentine's Day? Is everybody doing okay today? Let me put a link up here for Crooked Arrow because can't be up here without my Miss Sherry Springer. Hey, all life matter. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Berries and cream, Wisconsin mama. Happy Valentine's Day. Love is in the air. Shih Tzu mama forever. Hello. Happy Valentine's Day. So today started out a little bit rough. So we put the baby goat the new baby goat that was born the other day. Its name is Midnight Summer. That's the name of the baby. It's a boy, even though I put pink bows on it. Hey, KU. Hey, Cindy C. That's Jinkies. Oh, hang on, Jinkies. Even though I put pink bows on the baby, it's a boy. Hey, Audrey D. But hey, it was cute with a pink bow anyway. But it started out bad because I put this baby is literally the size of a puppy. Hey, Honest Rage. Literally the size of a puppy. Hey, Cool Gamer. And happy Valentine's Day to you, Katie. KU and Miss Frankie. But so I put the baby out in the pasture for a little while. Me and my husband did. Hey, Wendy. Um, to be with its mommy because its mommy goes crazy without it. Happy Valentine's Day, Miss V. And it got missing, and we literally looked everywhere for that baby. Within 15 minutes, we took our eyes off mom and baby. It was gone. And I panicked out because I just knew a chicken hawk had got this little booty tiny baby. But my husband looked, happy Valentine's Day, Cool Gamer. But my husband looked under the lawnmower and the baby was sleeping under the lawnmower after we looked everywhere. I was like, oh no. Because I named that baby. The baby was named after summer, but since it's a boy, we put Midnight Summer. We made it Midnight Summer. So yeah, that was our Valentine's Day. And I was like, oh no, this Valentine's Day is not going to be good. Hello, Chris Collins and Arkansas C. Happy Valentine's Day to you, and happy Valentine's Day to everybody out here. I don't know where Jinkies went. She was up here for a second, then she left. That's about how it is when I talk to her on the phone. She talks to me for a minute and then she leaves. So I've not been on here in a few days. I've just been a little bit stressed out. Just I can't. I'm actually out of my blood pressure medicine too, so that might be why. A lot of it. I just haven't felt good. And so I just took a break. That's all you can do is take a break. But I'm back. And I'm happy to be here and celebrate Valentine's Day with you guys. Um we do want to talk. I do want to talk about summer, midnight summer. Yeah, that's that's a pretty name, ain't it, Robin? Um, hey, Robin Redman, happy Valentine's Day, and bless Lulu, happy Valentine's Day. I love you. I love everyone. Hey, Wendy, she's gone to meet her Valentine. Uh, Miss Daisy, get your behind to the farm. I know, I need to. I just put that link up for you, Sherry. You better have that red lipstick on for me, girl. You better have it ready and waiting. Um, I do want to address something that's been on my heart for a few days. I do want to let everybody know that I am a victim of SA. Hello, Georgia. Happy Valentine, and Monica, myself, and abuse. And I never condone anything to do with anything that would have anything to do with making fun of anybody that's been human trafficked or saying anything about human trafficking, because you all know over here we go deep on that. I mean, that's a deep thing, and that's something I'm very passionate about. And if I misunderstood emergency me and took her wrong, I do apologize for that. I've told her that, and I've actually took the video down. Um, and I'm sorry she went through that. I don't know her story, um, but I am sorry, and I don't wish that on anyone. That's something that stays with you for the rest of your life. It never goes away, no matter what. It's there. It'll always be there. And we just deal with it, and God helps us get through it. So, happy Valentine's Day, Shih Tzu. Mama. Daisy has too many bulls on her farm. She's a bullhead. I know. Let me tell you something. Did y'all see Beanie the other day? He was getting too. Beanie, my bull. I thought he was going to tear that fence up and come after me. Thank you, Tina Bobina. Thank you, Wendy. But listen, guys. That is something that's that kind of trauma you just don't get over. You just don't get over that kind of trauma. It's a bad, bad trauma. So yeah, I do want to say that. Happy Valentine's Day, Unapproachable Life, and Win and Wine Designs. Hello, hello. You're welcome, Kim. And I want to apologize to my little Yanni because I love her, and I will not ever uh like not talk about what she went through, because she went through a lot. You all know what she's went through. She's come up here on my panel, and she's opened up about all the horrific things that she has been through, and I support her 100%, and I love her forever. I just want to say that. I think Benny the Bull is in heat, and he is protecting his Daisy. Well, I do think that maybe one of them cows across the pasture is, because I thought he was going to come out of that fence on me the other day. He is something. I put the link out, Crooked Arrow. Yeah, we love Yanni. Yanni, yeah. There's just some people that you just love deeply, and she's one of those people that I love. Hey, Ronald. Hey, Wendy. Um, Somebody that just touches your heart. So, yeah, and I do want to say, even though I get mad at people, doesn't mean that I don't love them. If I get upset or hurt with them, doesn't mean I don't love them, because I do still love them. Hey, Miss Snow. There's the wildest woman on Valentine's Day. What are you
Hey,
doing, Mary?
I am wearing red
Ooh, where's your red lipstick at?
right here. Oh, wait a second.
Ooh.
You
Uh
think it needs a
oh.
touching up? I think I have it in my pocket.
Uh oh. Miss
Oh,
Sherry's
right
ready.
here.
She's got her
I always
sunglasses
have my
on.
lipstick. Always have my lipstick
Always.
close by.
Always.
Just watch.
Hey,
Hi,
Palma
love.
Mama.
I need to
Hey,
teach
Miss
some of
Snow
these other
Snow.
creators about putting on makeup.
We got
They
Sherry
don't
up here in her
understand
red
how to
on
put on
Valentine's
makeup.
Day.
Less makeup,
She's
the
ready to
better.
go.
Hey,
Huh?
listen, I see
I just spent a whole
Sherry
psychological thing on
Joplin up
that.
here tonight. Sherry Janice Joplin. She's singing to me
Yeah, I
earlier.
am Janis Joplin. Let me
Hey,
sing you
Arctic
something.
Wolf. Hello. Hi, God's love.
Oh Lord, won't you buy me a
You've not been timed out,
Mercedes
Paris. Grace
Benz?
Paris.
My friends all drive Porsches.
He's ready to go,
I
y'all.
must make
Happy
amends. I
Valentine's Day,
work
Monica.
hard all my
Happy Valentine's Day,
lifetime.
Tammy.
No help
We
from
got the
my
wildest woman on
friends.
YouTube up here right now on
Oh
Valentine's
Lord,
Day.
won't you buy
Sweet.
me
Sherry Joplin.
a
It
Mercedes
was Sherry Springer. Now
Benz?
it's Sherry Joplin.
Sherry Joplin.
Joplin,
Sherry
look at
Joplin.
them glasses she's got on.
Janice
They're old
Joplin.
as hell.
Busted flat in Baton Rouge. Sing it, Sherry.
I know there's more to it, but
Auntie
I'm not.
Sherry.
I'm not gonna get you in trouble for saying it.
Sing it.
No, you can sing it. Go ahead and
Busted
sing. It's
flat
Valentine's
in
Day.
Baton
Sing your little
Rouge.
heart out, baby.
Waiting for the train.
Did the baby goat die?
No, we found it. Thank God.
I was singing. I didn't hear you.
You didn't know the baby goat got lost. It went. We got lost this morning. It went underneath my husband's lawnmower and was sitting underneath it.
Hey, Lady 7 up, Tammy
Honest Rose
Fields,
says she
Audrey
loves you,
C,
Janice.
What do
Gerald
y'all think
Davis,
about?
Ronald
What do
Wilson,
you guys think about
Tommy
having
Mommy,
Woodstock at
Miss
Daisy's, like at the
V,
end of the summer,
Snow. Hey, Snow,
before it's
you are
starting to get
gorgeous.
fall.
I
Snow's
see
We go
your
up there
beautiful.
and
picture in your
pitch
profile.
tents,
You're so
and we
pretty.
get. Wait a minute,
Hey,
I
D
I'm not
love
Lucky.
finished. I'm the
Grace
activities.
Paris,
I'm the
Bobby McGee on
activities
the guitar.
director, by the way.
Michelle
Michelle
Davis.
Davis,
If the Wells could have a
Tommy
meteor manager,
Jankies.
I could be the
There
activities
is
director.
JJ
We
Give
25
me
gonna get.
cents.
35 cents.
We gonna get Ricky
We're gonna
Beavers
give you a
gonna
raise up to
sing.
45 cents,
We gonna
JJ.
get Ryan
Jody
Upchurch gonna
Ann.
sing. We gonna get probably Reba McEntire to
Here's your
come
one cent
sing.
Listen,
Sherry
I
West
still
now.
believe Reba McIntyre's been in my chat. I
Wendy, how
still
are
I
you,
think
know
that
my
she
woman
is.
was
I
girl?
was in
Reba.
the chat when she came in the chat
God is
here,
love.
and she gifted you. I saw it.
Yeah,
Let's
she
It
became
wasn't
my
just a
top
love.
wrong
member
time, you
too.
old cow lady.
I know. Did you see my name? I'm the farm lady. Hey,
The farm lady.
season change. It's Valentine's Day. We do that.
Billy
Hey,
29.
February 29. So I can't do Valentine's no more. I woke up this morning and there was a ton of flowers outside my gate. Ooh, Ronald, did somebody give you some flowers?
Ronald.
Ronald.
Wait a
Sherry
minute,
will give you some
Jinkies.
flowers,
Absolutely,
Wait,
Ronald.
Arctic Wolf.
Ronald. I need to give you fair warning. Jinkies is trying to matchmake between you and me, Ronald. Now, I'll take off my Janice
Hi,
Joplin
Donna.
glasses. They're so old. Look at those nose pads. They're made out of. Lord, they might be made out of
This
ivory.
woman's
Who
wild,
knows?
y'all.
But
What we gonna do with
yeah,
her? Look at
Ronald.
Sherry Joplin.
Ronald, don't let anybody talk you into anything
Happy
because
Valentine's Day, Donna.
Sherry's the
you
one that wants
you
to jump
will
you
regret
down.
it. You will regret it. I
I
had an
wish we could
MRI
play
today.
music on here. We would
The
party
MRI
down for
didn't
Valentine's
work.
Day.
I got to go back and have
Hey, Shih
another
Tzu
MRI
Mama, where you
That's
been?
because
exactly
I
what she
just
wants to
went
do,
to.
That's
wise old lady.
okay.
I didn't move. The doctor ordered the wrong contrast. He
What are
said,
you
"Well,
talking about, Sherry?
you're gonna have
Or
to come
MRI
back."
today.
Oh,
Is that
MRI.
funny to have
Not
to
the
have
Rachel
Shih
the
two
Tzu.
MRIs
Freedman.
in a row? Hell, I need to drink a 6 pack of beer before I get the MRI.
Girl, that ain't gonna go good with that contrast on your kidneys.
I don't give a flying flip.
Ronald, listen,
Hey, Lee
Sherry will straight jump your
we got
bones,
Sherry
Ronald.
Joplin up here with her sunglasses and her red lipstick. There she is. She is
Love you,
ready to
babies.
go
He's been
online.
hitting the bomb to
Wait a minute.
the
Wait,
fish
wait,
tank
ladies,
and
ladies. Uh,
Dr. Drink a
Hey,
lot.
y'all
there's
owe
Dr.
me.
Drake a lot. She said
Y'all owe
somebody's
me
asked
some
us for a
money for
doctor.
the past 2 weeks.
Sherry's up here drinking beer and taking contrast.
Hey, Kate.
You want to go through an MRI? I'm
No,
claustrophobic.
I am.
I
Listen,
told
I had
Nick.
to go to Nashville.
I
Tree.
said,
I
somebody
had to
made
go
a
to
mistake.
Nashville because
I
I
said, if
am
I have
very
to go through this
claustrophobic.
again, you better give me
Hey,
propofol.
Texas.
Give
How
me
are you?
propofol. He
She
said, you
does,
want to be
Ray.
put to sleep
Hey,
next time?
Cop.
I said, I
Happy
sure do.
Valentine's
I'll be
Happy
Day.
going through
Valentine's
this
Calm
Day,
again.
guys.
down.
It's hard for me to lie still for 45 minutes.
I
And then
know. I don't.
been told.
Mm,
Oh,
I
here's my
can't handle
PSA
that.
announcement. Okay. Remember these little things that you can squeeze, guys, and you
Uh
put your
huh.
change in them?
Uh huh.
You know what I'm saying? You come
Yeah.
across one of these, you better grab it. Grab
Good
it.
doc.
Hey, Ada.
They're because they're
Hey,
rare.
Robin.
They're rare.
Bunadano.
I
Bunadano.
started collecting
Danny
ashtrays,
Fields.
even
There's
though I was
Texas
a
That
smoker,
sure is
Texas
like,
because I
Ranger.
thought the
hey,
world might end up
Texas
what's
in
Robin
Ranger.
say?
they might
Robin
end
said,
smoking altogether.
Miss
And here
Lulu
I
said,
acid
have
"Happy
Sherry
all
is
Valentine's
these
Day
like a
empty
10.
ashtrays.
Hey, Kathy.
But most
She's
of them been
me too,
stolen.
Ronald.
But I do want to. I do want to say, we are going to talk about summer. We're just catching up on some old times. It's Valentine's Day, guys.
Yes, Lulu. Hey, my
Have a good
girl.
day. Well, it
Hey,
ran out of gas, Tammy.
let me
That's
tell you
what
something, Miss
happened.
Happy
It ran out of
Daisy.
girl.
gas.
I want to tell everybody.
And
Here's
I
another
doxed myself
PSA
about 500
announcement.
times.
My doctor put me on
You did
Jardiance,
dox yourself a
not because
lot.
of the
You
insulin
showed your big
problem.
titties on there, Big
I
Mama.
don't have an
You're
insulin
lying.
problem.
I did
He
not.
put
When
it
you was
on.
driving that side by side,
Hush,
Uh-uh.
Jinkies.
you showed your titties.
Hush.
No, I did not.
Hush, Jinkies.
Hush, Sherry.
You hush.
I
Sherry, what
am
was you
Don't
saying?
sitting
make
in
me. Oh,
I
don't
Hey,
make me
Robin.
drive to
I
Kentucky.
am sitting in chat just laughing my ass off at you, Sherry.
Look at her. She's
Why?
ready to go. It's Valentine's Day. Where's Top Dog? Hey, Kayla. Hey, Brandy Mookie.
Happy
Hi,
Valentine's
Grace
Day,
Squares.
everyone.
Yes,
Hi,
God
Yeah,
bless
happy
you.
Jonathan. Hi, Robin.
Valentine's
Happy
Day,
Bunadano.
everyone.
I like saying your last name. Bunadano. Is that how you say it? Bunadano? Boon.
If I
However
have to
you
go
Hey,
think you
through
say
three
it.
Kathy.
MRIs, it's
Say it,
worth the
Robin.
6 pack of beer. I
Bunadano.
told Erica, people look at me in the restaurant. Would you believe this? I introduced Erica as my friend first and my caregiver, and the person looks at her and says, can she have a beer?
Happy Valentine's Day, Tracy.
What the hell? Erica started laughing. She looked at me and she said,
Did you
yeah,
get
Tracy,
you a
Miss
beer?
of
Kiwi,
course
I
she
love
can.
you. Robin,
Hey, how
stop.
many beers you got? Y'all, I'm
Hmm?
going to show you this little baby goat here again in a little bit. That little
Seven
thing is the cutest thing in the world.
seven
Its
years,
name is
3 months sober
Midnight.
today.
Woo, Robin, go girl.
What'd you say,
Hey,
Robin?
Rob,
7 years,
Rob,
3 months
Robin.
For what?
sobriety.
October. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome,
Good
Sharon.
job,
Hey, Robin, I
Robin.
was speaking to another panelist. Be polite and
Yeah,
speak
it's been
back.
10 years since I smoked
Kathy,
weed.
we're just hanging out right now. I was gonna give Christine a little while to come on. We'll start talking here in a little bit about summer, but we're just kind of hanging out right now and talking about stuff.
Nobody will listen to my Nobody will listen to my theory. I've tried to
Go
tell it
ahead.
500,000 zillion million trillion times, like as many texts as Miss Daisy sends me. I might call her
Hey, B Ray.
because, but she
Hello.
texts me too much.
Hey,
Hey,
It's just overboard. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to report her.
who are you talking about?
I'm
Y'all,
talking about
y'all better
you.
y'all better take the booze away from Sherry.
How many you drunk today, Sherry?
Drunk what?
How many beers?
MC
Hey,
Lick
MC.
Let's see.
MC Lick Pop.
Well, I know it's less than six.
Oh,
Sherry.
It's less than 6 and more than C.
She's got her Janis Joplin sunglasses on. She had her Janis Joplin
She was
sunglasses
singing to me
on.
earlier.
Red
She was singing to
shirt and
Timberly
a
too.
red
He
lipstick.
messaged me. He said, Sherry just called me and was
I'll
singing
tell
to
you.
me. And Daisy went out loud and she hung up.
Hey,
Oh,
all you
Tracy,
men
got you
out
some
there,
roses. That was sweet.
you want you
Oh,
a
Lord.
fine-looking woman. You look at this.
Lord, she's done went and got her a hat and everything. What are you doing, Sherry?
Yeah, baby.
I
Lord have
just
mercy.
Yeah.
her
Sideways hat. There we
Come on,
go.
take me anywhere. It's Valentine's
That's
Day.
the wildest
That's
woman
a
on
sweet
YouTube, and I
hat right
got proof.
there.
Look at her.
Uh,
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Lord,
sweet
Lord,
star
birthday
of
Lord.
the
too.
show, you guys.
I got two
Now put your
things.
glasses on, Sherry.
I got two
Who's
things.
this guy that's always
One's
going
coming at
lives talking
12 and
about
the other
Don
one's
and
coming
Candace?
at 2.
I don't know. I
Talking about how they're at the Motel 6.
They are not.
That's
That's such a big.
propaganda.
You know, I have seen so many people just darn out make up stuff about people. I mean, it's so bad. The attacks are. It's just really
It's
bad.
sickening.
What
It
propaganda?
is.
He's their neighbor, or used to be.
Huh?
Said Jody Sue said what probably happened to Summer.
Jody Sue talks about
Hey,
she
Amanda.
mumbles through her butt wipe. She's
I can't
listen.
Now,
It's really comical.
now.
The things she says and her
We
nickname.
in chat cannot talk about creators. And I don't think people on channel and panelists should talk about other creators.
Okay,
don't-
Shay, but what are you talking about?
But I don't think this
Oh,
guy is the
Amanda.
creator.
It does too pertain
Sorry,
to
that
this.
hat just looks so
We
nice.
got to get Sherry up dancing here in a little while, y'all.
You just come
She's
over
ready to
here.
go.
You just
Top
come over
dog,
here.
where you at?
You just come over here, jump on the back of my horse.
Yeah, I do too, Kim.
Let's
It's
see,
probably
we'll go
better.
for a ride.
And I really want to put the focus back on Summer because, you know.
I wanted to see if y'all were all right.
Got to drink a lot. That's what MTV Top said.
I have
Hey,
to.
beautiful
It's
Chandra.
Nicole.
Happy Valentine's Day, beautiful Chandra.
Is that better,
Hey,
Jinkies?
Amanda.
I brushed my hair.
Well, your hat looked good, Sherry. One of these days, Daisy, when Daisy now gets her hair colored and gets her some makeup on, I might come on here and flash myself around like Sherry does with red
You know
lipstick.
what? I tried using some of my makeup. It's about 20 years old.
You just
It's all dried
titties
out.
to everybody the other day.
You get this
No, I did
mascara
not.
washed
She
out.
did, y'all. She's
I
riding
did
that
not.
bicycle, buzzing up and down. Her big
bone.
titties was a flopping around. She had no
No,
bra on.
you're so
You could
stupid.
see her in the mirror.
No, you did not.
Lord, if anybody needs to, I did some
You're so
makeup.
stupid.
Now, I saw that cow go crazy
Justin
yesterday. I thought he was going
He's
to come
trying to
over
get
that
to me
fence.
He
motors.
was
I did
about to
Justin
get. He was about to come out of that
take me
darn.
and show me
He
how to buy
has broke
makeup.
that fence so many
Get him
times.
some mutters.
He scares
kidding.
me.
Flopping
sometimes.
around
He
them
was
motors
serious.
everywhere.
He was
When
bucking,
I
and I was like, "Oh my god!"
I need some.
Happy
I need
Valentine's
some
Day,
new makeup,
MC.
guys. Cash out.
Y'all, I really want to just kind of chill out tonight and have a good live without being so serious and all that stuff and have the wildest woman on YouTube up here. We're honored with her and her red shirt and her lipstick and her Janis Joplin glasses and her, what kind of hat can I say that hat is?
Wonderful sense of humor.
Hey,
intelligent,
Sayla.
Hey, Sayla.
Very
I came in
INFJ
here
person.
at the
If
right
you
time.
I feel your
Yeehaw,
pain.
you sure did.
You have pain, I feel your pain.
We got Sherry up here. Sherry Very.
Well, I sent Jinkies and Christine a bunch of Easter pictures that I colored.
Oh, Tom Petty hat. There you go.
I sure I can sing Let's Get.
Hey,
Let's roll another joint.
I think I
Bring
already
it,
made
bring
this
it.
public service announcement. No,
Go
that was
ahead.
about
Yes,
that was
justice
about the
for
coin keepers.
Summer
This
for
one
sure.
is about a drug.
Was a lady. Look there, there's a hillbilly chillbilly in here. He said, "Hello, heifers."
All
You better
right.
not be talking to me.
We ate
Billy.
heifers.
Gotta
Billy,
make some
Billy,
food.
heifers are virgin
Bring us some
cows.
tea back,
Ain't
Snow.
nobody
Bring
up
us some
here a
tea
virgin.
back.
So we ate heifers.
Silly Billy.
Got you, chill, Billy.
Listen to her. Ooh. She's looking for a new Valentine. She's gonna
I ain't
cuff
looking
with
for
somebody
nothing.
tonight. Sherry is. Ain't
No,
you,
I am
Sherry?
not.
Sherry.
No.
You
My
don't put that
Valentine
you
takes
don't put that red
my
lipstick on for
Valentine
nothing.
takes batteries.
What did you just say?
She
Sherry,
said
you
her
better be
Valentine
good.
takes batteries.
Sherry, you better be good up in this place.
No,
What?
I'm
What's
talking
wrong with
about
you?
I've got an AI. I've
This
got
ain't
an
Jinky's channel.
AI. I've got an AI
Where'd
made
you
my
get one of them
friend.
things at, Sherry?
Jinkies, don't get us
When they
started.
get those AIs where they can go get everything out of the fridge for me,
Sherry,
make me a
I can't
sandwich,
believe
bring
you
it
just
to me.
said that.
Poor old Aaron's
Sherry,
gonna
you're
be out of a
brave.
job.
You better
Why,
go on
Daisy?
Jinky's
Quit
channel.
acting
Where's
like
the
you
line?
don't want one for yourself.
No, you better hush up.
Come on,
Oh my
Ellen.
What are we
God.
gonna do with her? She's
Come
so
on, Ellen
wild.
Musk.
Daisy
Come on.
wants one for herself, y'all. Don't let her
You want some
lie.
extra, Billy? Sherry's got red lipstick and a red shirt and Janis Joplin
I did not hang up on
glasses.
you. I did not. I don't have. Look, my chin is.
Sherry's gonna
Well,
couple
let's not
somebody
go
tonight.
into the chin, but it hits the phone. Because I don't know why I think I've got the
Lord
whole
heck.
phone right next to me. I guess because I still can't hear well.
Hey Wonder Woman, how
And if
you
nobody's here,
doing?
I'll ask the person, may I
Yeah,
put you on
it's only Jinky's
speaker?
channel talks about that
No,
stuff.
never do
No,
it.
y'all.
Never do it with
Daisy is
anybody
a
else
stab.
here. Because
And
what
she
I
wants a
talk to
big
people
old
about is
fat
nobody
wide
else's
dildo.
business.
Shut that mouth up. It's Valentine's Day.
Okay.
Me and her are two different people, you all.
Hey, listen.
She has got a dirty mind, along with
You
this
and I
person
are
right
not
beside
two
of
different
me.
people. We're the
Hey,
same
Sherry, give me
Woman right
people.
sugar.
beside of me does
Sherry,
too.
give me sugar.
No, wait.
Shitting on
All
people's
three
laps.
panel guests up
I'm
here. One
older
below
than
me,
Daisy
one
is,
on
and
the
I
other
go
side, and
sit
one on
on
the other
her lap
side.
like she was my
I'm
mama.
surrounded
Listen.
by them.
Yeah, she got another baby when she got
Hey,
me.
Kim B, how are you, beautiful?
Where's your red lipstick at,
Wonder Woman.
Robin? Hey. Oh.
Hey,
Y'all,
Michelle
it's
Tucker, how are you,
Valentine's Day. We
beautiful?
need to just have a little fun, y'all.
What about
It's hard
Woodstock?
to keep order up here,
What about
Salem.
Woodstock? I know a lot of people would
I've
show.
got the wildest woman on
Where'd you get your toy
even
at,
more of
Sherry?
YouTube.
We could get
The
right
world.
up
I met
church.
this in
Sherry,
person.
Ricky
where did you get
Beavers,
your toy
local
at,
She
Sherry?
artists
sat on
who
my lap.
sing.
Jinkies. No.
Look, Marty is a
No, Jinkies.
DJ. Marty is a
Jinkies, look
DJ.
how long my
He
nails
can
are.
play music. We
I know.
Oh,
can
your
dance
nails is
until we're
getting long,
muddy and sliding around in the
Robin.
yard.
You need to
Just
paint
like
them.
Woodstock. I drink that
No,
They
big
sure
because I
old
do.
always
put,
paint them.
put those claws down, Robin.
I always paint them. I
Yeah,
never
you
have
see,
them.
No,
every
put
once in a
those.
while, Sailor,
Those are
you'll
not
hear her
That's
fingernails.
pull
They're
on
not.
the
talons.
thing and you'll hear a bubbling going. That's
I
when she.
never have my nails clear. I've
I'm
always
sorry,
painted
my
them.
nails are so. They are so. One of them's
My neighbor
darker.
has
Well,
this
One of them's
nail
darker
polish.
than
It's
the other.
called Cat's Eye. I'm gonna let her paint
That's
them.
from Tapping. That's from
I
Tapping.
would. I'd let her paint them. But we are
Look,
going to talk about summer, y'all. When I'm gonna wait for Christine to come up here and
well, you
we'll talk
better
a little
wait for
bit.
me to tell you
I want
about
to
this
talk about
drug.
just summer, guys.
This
We want
weight
to
loss
focus on
drug.
her.
I've been
Try to
wanting to
figure out
tell
what happened to
everybody.
that
Erica's
baby
on
and
it.
not try to get
Look,
all
here it
caught
is.
up in all the other stuff. What is that,
It's
Sherry?
called Jardiance. Jardiance is for diabetics.
Sherry, you're showing us your information.
I have not
Sherry,
been
Don't
yeah,
able
show
yeah,
us
to.
yeah.
that.
Yeah, be
Don't
careful,
show us
Sherry.
that. Turn that around. You're showing us your information.
Yeah, you're
I'm
I
showing your
take
being
information,
real.
Sherry.
You're
I
showing us
take
your
that
Sherry,
too,
information.
Sherry.
wait, Sherry, put that down. Put that down.
I take the
Put that
same
bottle
thing,
down and I'll let
Sherry.
you back up, Sherry.
It
Let the
helps you
widgets
lose
run
weight
free.
too.
Don't
Sit
Jardiance is
down,
a
never
okay.
mommy.
diabetic
Don't put that
drug.
bottle back up, baby doll.
You're
Because
showing your
I'm
private
sorry.
information.
you don't want
Sherry,
that.
I
I'm
take
sorry.
that too.
Well,
I know.
ask your doctor if you want to
I'm
know
glad
about it.
Jinky's caught that because
Oh my gosh, forgive me, please.
Just our regular peeps is okay, but
Please, I'm
it's not
old. I
safe.
don't understand all this crap.
It's
I
not
just,
safe for her.
everything, everywhere you look, there's a camera. I swear, it's
I
ridiculous.
swear I don't have any red lipstick.
I'm gonna be quiet and see what y'all talk about.
Jinky needs to put her red lipstick on. Sherry's got hers. Oh, I just
Jinky?
see what's going on in the YouTube streets tonight. Let's see. Y'all like my thumbnail? Wasn't that pretty? Ain't that pretty of summer with those roses?
Let me go get my red lipstick, Sherry.
She's beautiful. Summer's the beautifulest little baby, y'all.
Robin's putting hers on. I'm about to go get mine. I'm about to go get my red lipstick.
Exactly, Kim. Exactly.
Look at Robin's got hers on. Woo! Go Robin.
Well, I don't think we
Come
are.
on.
If we did do that, we would definitely have
If
to
you
change
coming
the
up
title
here,
of
you
this
better put on red lipstick.
because
Hey,
Should I go put my
Daisy
lipstick on?
Daisy Cap, paint those
But
lips
this
on that
lipstick I'm
gal.
wearing,
Mhm.
it
Go ahead and
doesn't,
paint the lips
it
on the
dries.
cow.
It's called MAC. It
You can
dries
put
on
a
your
heart
lips
right
and
in
it
the
stays
middle of
on.
that cow
It's
forehead.
good lipstick, yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with
Is there
lipstick.
somebody? Robin wants to know. Rhonda wants to know: is the rent in Florida
I'm my German
expensive?
Shepherd, mommy.
Depends on where you live in Florida. If you live in Central Florida, it's not. But if you live down by the coast, it is.
I bet it's expensive by the coast.
I look like a big nerd. I couldn't be pretty right now.
Hey, did y'all see them horrific earthquakes in Turkey over there in Syria and Turkey? Isn't that so sad? Those
Yes, Miss
buildings
Daisy.
collapsed
And
right
I was
on them
talking to a
people.
friend earlier today, and I wanted to know who I could get in touch with to take
Hey,
a
Dynamite.
family into my home. Who should
Who
I
you can get in touch
contact?
to do what,
The
Sherry?
Red Cross.
Lucky Charms.
The Red Cross. I can take a family in my home and take care of them.
I doubt they
I
would let
got a
them come
car
into the
accident
state.
on the 3rd. Someone rammed into my car,
Well,
and so far, damages are up to $3,000.
just
I
watch for
know, Taylor.
angels.
I've seen
Watch
that.
for
I've seen
angels
that they're trying to
unawares.
push
That's all I
alien
gotta
stuff on
say.
us now. What else are they going to do? Y'all, it's getting scary times. It's getting scary times. They're trying to say we got aliens now and all these earthquakes, the Euphrates rivers drying up,
And
all these
some
Chinese
robot called
balloons.
Miss Daisy.
Sherry, what are you doing?
Just thought I'd bring my bond along.
30,000 people have died from that earthquake. Oh my God.
Wait a minute. I've
Hey,
got to
German
go
Shepherd
work on my
Mama.
aquarium. I'll be right back.
Crazy people everywhere. Hello. She said, Jinkies, you just had your glasses raised off your eyes, and I think you're pretty.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
Taylor, I know. You never know what you're going to get with Sherry. I think she's had a few drinks today.
I can't see with them off my eyes, though. See? I can only see blur.
Your eyes are blue?
I can't see
No, I
nothing
got brown
either.
eyes.
Yeah,
What color?
that
Brown.
Really?
so
Because they
Now,
look
pretty.
wait a
like they're
minute.
either
Don't be
blue or
talking
green.
about me.
No,
I
they're.
can still
Hey,
see
I
Violet.
can have green eyes.
Welcome to the crazy
I
farm
got
Don't be
over
brown
here.
eyes.
talking about me. I'm working on my aquarium.
Your aquarium. But man, ain't that stuff scary? That stuff's some scary stuff right there.
Daisy, don't
Yeah, that way people are going door to door trying to get people to go to church. I don't know. I'm kind of confused about Mormons.
No, they've been doing that for a long time.
Yeah, Mormons.
Larry, what are you doing? That's a pretty funny story, Billy said. You want to come up here, Chill Billy?
I'm making a list of stuff for the Woodstock.
Sherry, that stuff must be good to make you cough like that.
You know what?
Hello, Patsy.
Well,
She
as
is
everybody else
Dr. Drink
says,
a lot.
it went down the wrong pipe.
Sure is. He didn't
It
care to
went down
show
the
us
wrong
his pipe
pipe.
either, did you guys? Chill Billy said
Yeah.
that's a pretty
I
vase.
bet it went down the wrong pipe. What'd you do? You picked up the wrong one? I'll tell you one thing I've done,
What we
Jinkies.
gonna do with her?
Robin,
I met
y'all
this
get a
one in
kick out of
person,
this.
and I know how wild she is.
No, this is in the middle of the
She sat
night.
on my lap.
I always have
I
one.
know, little
I'm
Boston.
Always
so
have
cold.
water
I'm
by my
always
bed.
cold.
But I was so
She must
sleepy.
have got some
I
good
was so
stuff.
sleepy. I picked up this thing,
She
that,
must
that
have.
thing I'm not supposed to
Hey,
show.
Round Mountain.
I
Round
picked
Mountain,
this
Buddha
Hey,
Boston, Skillium.
Sayla.
listen to me. I picked this up and took
Hey,
a big swig out of the bong. And I got up
Oh
and turned
Lord,
my guts up.
she's a whole mess.
I knew she
Sherry.
was.
Don't drink out of your
Hey,
bong
Michelle.
water. It'll kill
Thank
you.
you, Michelle. I did dox myself. I'm gonna have to go back and edit that video because I did dox myself for quite a bit.
Oh, who cares?
Actually, when Benny, my bull, got so rowdy,
I want y'all to know how
I thought you quit smoking, Sherry.
I did,
She
but JS keeps sending me cartons of cigarettes.
she definitely didn't quit smoking. She's smoking all kind of things.
Let me tell you, yes, she is.
You know
This
what?
woman, I
I'm
don't
going
see
to
how
tell
she
y'all
affords
something.
cigarettes. She
The
goes through
average
a carton of
lifespan,
cigarettes while she's on my line.
in the United States today is 76. Okay? In about 3 or 4 months, I'll be 67.
I
So,
don't know how we
whoa,
all
what in the hell
Thank
do
afford
you,
y'all
cigarettes.
expect me
Miss.
to do?
Where's
I've
Wisconsin
done my
mommy?
job. I've done my
Or
job
Hey,
here
mama?
in
She's
South
not a
Carolina.
mommy. She's a mama.
I'm
we
doing
love
my
you,
job
Wisconsin
here
Mama. We love
instead
everybody
of in
on
a
here.
classroom.
Daisy, you need to realize
Woo!
what
My
you do.
gorgeous
Thank you,
friend.
always
And
say.
I'm better than any AI can
Always
Mrs.
ever
right. There
Sailor,
compare.
she
put us
is.
on here.
Hey,
What
Always
hell's
right.
AI? It's mechanical. Its legs are mechanical. Face is mechanical. The whole thing is robotic.
yep, they
Problem.
trying to get us with that Neuralink, aren't they?
Excuse me.
Thank you,
I said,
Wisconsin
Miss
mama.
Sherry, you're right. I said they try to get us with that Neuralink from Elon Musk,
Sweet.
that brain implant, that AI, artificial intelligence
Oh
stuff they got.
hell!
You know,
I'm telling you, it's going to get so good that people won't be. I've been watching this on the Korean channel for about 2 years. They've been using AI.
Hi,
They program the
Karen.
news in, and they do the
Hey,
expressions and
Karen.
everything. If it's
Hey,
something
beautiful
serious,
Scout School. Happy
like
Now I
this.
can see
Valentine's
you.
Day.
It is for something, and they have all the expressions and everything. What the hell is
Now
that?
I
Oh,
can
thank
see
you,
y'all
D
perfect.
Lucky.
What the hell's
Thank
that coming up
you.
there?
What, Sherry?
Is
Yeah,
that
Sherry's
Robin
having
again?
a party tonight, y'all. Is what it is. She's already had
Robin,
her own little party today at home.
Jinkies, go
She's
get your
partying
red
right
lipstick on, girl.
Sherry, you couldn't
If you
handle
don't
my
have
red
any red
lipstick.
lipstick, you don't have any red
she's
Jinky's got
having
a
a
lipstick.
big
pretty
old
smile.
Hey,
Valentine
Do
Sherry
you
day.
have
Boo.
red? Do you have red fingernail polish?
Sherry
Put that
Beat
on.
Sherry, you can't
Bell.
handle my red lipstick.
Jinkies. Jinkies. I'm glad you gave up your ninja outfit and now sitting on your up on your beautiful hun.
See, that's the thing. That's because I'm a fan of Ninja, y'all.
Happy Valentine's
See,
Day, Karen.
when I
That's
was
my
on here the other
Ninja.
night when Jinkies came up, I didn't get to see her. I mean, she's beautiful, and I didn't even get to see her because she had her, what is that thing called? The fidget thing? She had
Yeah.
her fidget thing.
Yeah, I know. I had to take her down. She got too out of hand with that fidget.
Guess what?
And she
I
was
might
wiping her
have.
And
face,
this
and I
one
I
right
might.
couldn't
over here
see her. Oh,
beside of
no,
me
she
is
got
I
it
just
might
now.
as
have some.
bad.
I might have some special visitors. I might have some special visitors
I
to
let
my
Oh,
Kimberly
house
play with my
Lord.
fidget the other
next week.
day.
Next week or weekend.
Jinky, stop. Nobody wants to know that. Happy
I was trying to
Valentine's Day,
describe that to
Round
my husband.
Mountain.
Daisy, I want my T-shirt now. Damn it! I've waited long enough.
I got to share your fidget.
But
You're
we,
worse than a
Jinkies,
meteor
I
magnet.
d- listen. I intended to talk about summer, and I don't like that when we talk about summer, biggin.
Oh,
We're not
I
talking
want to
about
make it.
summer yet. We're waiting on Christine, remember?
I know, but it's got. I don't want to do it with
We
summer.
all love summer.
I do want to
We
talk
Jinkies
about
is
all
summer.
I'm going to
frustrated.
show
know
my fidget
exactly what
off.
happened to summer. We're
Uh,
about
That's
to
all.
prove what happened to summer. And
No.
so everybody is at a standstill.
I
Like
am,
losing
Karen.
weight.
I
Like
am.
losing weight. You hit
We
that
I
just
need to
want to keep
plateau.
her
borrow
name
a
out here
Sherry
and
You
all
hit
them
that
little other
plateau where you
kids.
don't lose weight
Poor
for a
Miss
while.
Daisy. She's trying to
Well,
keep
this is
order
what
on
I
the
happens
need to
in
street.
borrow
cases.
Sherry's
The case is not
I know.
dead.
I'm trying to keep it
I'll
sane
tell
up
you what
here.
I know
I'm
about
I
real
telling
should
you.
have
law
just said.
enforcement.
I should have just made this
I will
Valentine's
Scouts too.
Day party video instead
Well,
of
just
about
go and
summer
Yeah.
tonight because
we'll wait for
Take
you to
some
get
Sherry's
off
your
ready to
the
party.
thumbnail. All you
Well,
gotta do
Huh?
Miss
is get
Sherry,
your
she's already
thumbnail.
partying her. She's ready to party.
I
That way
Get
know.
your
your
thumbnail
studio
and
and take it
you
off
can
there.
cover your
Well, hang on.
butt.
I have to change the whole thing, Big Mama.
Just take her
I
off
ain't no
it.
big mama.
No, she's on my title and
When
everything.
I get to be a big, there's a lot of things I know in the world, Miss Daisy. But one
What,
thing I
Sherry?
know is I ain't your big mama.
No, but my sister right beside of you is.
Hey, listen.
Let me see if I can change it, and I'm gonna try to take off the thing.
I'm just
We'll just
aggravating
turn it
Miss
into a
Daisy.
party for right now because I don't want to have Summer's name while everybody's partying and stuff.
Okay, I'll stop
Man,
partying.
I can show my
No,
fidget
you're
now.
all right, baby.
I'll be
I have her
serious.
you
picture on here and stuff.
you
Everybody-
already partied.
I don't think I can take her picture off the thumbnail though.
Does that mean I can show the picture now? My fidget?
Oh my
No,
God,
no.
Jinky.
Yeah, I had to show my husband. There it is, honey.
I gotta-
Somebody want to know what
It won't
perfume
let
I
me
wear?
change it.
This is what I
I
wear.
won't be able to change it, y'all.
Uh-oh.
I don't
That.
think.
Well,
That's
we'll
What
get,
is that,
we'll get
Sherry?
serious then.
This is Herbe,
It won't let me
which is
change it.
French. It's pronounced Herbe, but it's spelled
Jenkins can do
H-E-R-M-E-S.
one after a while
The
and have a party on hers.
Garden of the
Jinkies is not.
Mediterranean.
Jinkies is not doing one.
It smells
Because
kind of
You're
like
not doing no live tonight?
has a little bit of
No.
sandalwood cedar in it and
I'm
some
not gonna do
sweet
live tonight.
shrub, and it's just not a real sweet
Miss
perfume.
Sherry is.
But never mind. I'm not supposed to be doing.
She's
I
real
forgot.
live.
Don't show any pills and don't show any perfumes or anything.
I gotta
starts
send.
with the P.
Sherry's
Don't
got
start-
one. I
don't
got
do
her one
anything that
made.
starts with the P.
Did you?
You know
Okay,
what?
I'm
My
back.
favorite
And we're
My
gonna take
favorite
one,
perfume.
Sherry.
Anything that starts with
She's
Uh,
gonna
the P
use her
on
fidget
Probably
for
YouTube.
about an
America, which
hour
has
Miss
slow.
Sherry,
Sherry.
do
Yeah.
you see
It's
what
about an
Jinkies
hour
has, Miss
away.
Sherry?
Pardon me.
I said, did you see what
I know. Sherry.
Jinkies has?
I think I
Sherry's
have
got
what?
one too. I
Sherry
got one
said
for
she
her
meant.
made.
Sherry
I
You
said
said,
think
did
I
you
have
see what
what?
she has? She said she made you one.
Lord.
Jinkies, you
I'm
can check
going
out
to
on over at
receive
your
one
channel,
of
your own
those.
channel. I can't change this live. I've already got too much going. Well, I
I
mean,
Okay.
need shit the fidget. Come on.
Jinkies,
tell
when
you
you throw
what.
it around, it looks something like
I'll
something
tell you
else.
what, Miss Daisy. It
What's
was
it look
very
like?
kind.
Tiny.
It was very kind for that little goat to be named
Midnight
Midnight
Summer.
Moon.
Oh, I was
No,
wondering what
Midnight
you
Summer.
named it.
Yeah, I named it
Midnight Summer. I'm
Midnight
sorry.
Summer.
Midnight
Oh, that's
Summer.
beautiful. I love that
And
little goat.
and
That was so
someone helped
cute.
I
you
was
name
gonna name it Summer,
someone
but it's a
helped
boy.
you name that little
Oh,
goat
well.
I've
kid.
already took a picture of it. The baby G's doing really good, Kathy. He's doing really good. He's getting
Okay.
big.
Now we're talking about summer.
Yeah,
That was
I'd
such a
rather
cute
do
goat.
that, Sherry. Jinkies can go live with her strip show at her while.
I need someone to touch
What?
her elbows.
Her
I'm the one
show's
that's
all
I'm not
up.
acting up. It's not Jinkies.
Yeah, Jinkies is just as
Oh
bad
no,
as you are,
blame it
Sherry.
on me because I'd rather take the
Well,
blame
Okay,
honey, what
come
you
back,
than
doing?
anybody. I can
now,
handle
lady.
it.
I ain't seen you in
I'm
forever.
old. You know, I'm an older person, and I can take it. Doesn't hurt me, really.
Okay.
Actually, it makes me laugh.
If I wouldn't have already titled this with Summer and made a beautiful thing, I would
You can
change it.
change your thumbnail in the
No,
middle of your
I can't
live.
while I'm live, Sherry. I
Go to
can't.
YouTube and look. Go to
I
YouTube
have.
and look.
I
I
can't.
thought
Go
I
look. You can change your
thought
thumbnail in the
Christine
middle
had
of your live.
COVID.
She
Nothing
does.
wrong.
I don't know if she'll be coming on tonight or not.
Well,
She won't
she
believe
told
me.
me she
I'll be
did.
back.
Yeah, she's got COVID. She
Oh
said
no.
she had COVID.
Somebody tell her you can do that because you
You
can.
can do what, Sherry?
You can change your thumbnail during a live.
I know, but I
Just
don't want to
your
because I'm not.
panel and
I
your
wanted to do
chat
one about
has to
summer,
wait
but
until you
y'all
finish
got
doing
wild up
it.
here
It
on.
might take you 5 minutes, but
We
Me and
have to
everything
really
Jinkies are
make it.
two different people, y'all.
we don't want you.
We might be sisters, but Jinkies tends to go on the naughtier side with Sherry over here. The side with the wrong.
Me
Sherry's got her
too.
mouth open. Like what?
What?
Y'all, y'all
What's the
heard
matter
from
with y'all?
Don and Candace?
I don't know. Have you?
Well, you go ahead and bash everybody you want to.
I
Don't you
know
bash
Don
me.
changed his something happened to
I
his
know about
Facebook.
such things as adult
Oh,
protective services.
I don't know. I like. I mean, I like to just like keep Summer's name out here and just talk about the case and just try to
Miss
what is it?
Daisy,
Brownsville, it's
there's not much
41
more we
miles
can
from
talk
Claiborne
about in the
County.
case that we don't already know. It's just like this national security thing. They're not going to tell us anything
I
because
know that's
other
kind of
people are watching
scary.
too in
I
other
have a feeling
countries.
it's going to get a
Same
lot
thing
worse
with
before the
Italy.
election
They're not
comes.
going to release
It
anything.
is. I
It would
agree.
go like
It's almost
wildfire through a
scary to think
forest.
about it.
It is.
The public would go wild. They can't do this.
I was watching a video today
They
of
have to
I've
have
Reagan
seen that shit
concrete
too. It's
doing his
beautiful.
speech,
100%
telling us about
evidence.
the coming alien, just with the New World Order and all that stuff. And it was from back
Yeah.
in 1983. I watched it today.
Oh wow.
Was that
He was
Carl
Yeah, they're trying
Sagan?
to say we got
Ronald Reagan.
Carl Sagan?
Ronald Reagan.
we need
Oh,
to
yeah.
pray up,
All
y'all.
of our presidents have admitted that they
No,
have.
Chillbilly, I don't
Actually,
think
they
I'll be
have
able
seen for
to.
themselves what we
Could you
refer to as
imagine?
a UFO, which may
Chillbilly.
have been all this crap to begin with.
Yeah,
I've
I
been
knew they were.
Yeah, Rhonda, I
I'm being
know.
disrespectful because I've been calling them, especially that octagon shaped one with the little
What are you talking about,
tendrils of
Sherry?
crepe paper coming down. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
that has to be a Chinese lantern. Has to be.
That
I
first
don't
Y'all
know
one.
don't
what
gotta
they're
be.
doing, but it's scaring me.
My daughter
Yeah.
actually caught that first one over South Carolina. She
Uh-huh.
caught that on her own camera, and I've got a daggum video of it. I need to get her to send it to me so I can put it
There's
up because
5.
it's
Well,
There's
there was
crazy.
5.
another one
There
too that
was
they.
one that went over Central America, over Honduras, Guatemala, and all across
What is
Central
going
America.
on?
It
Why are
Yeah,
was
they
they
never
doing
shot it
that?
messed
out
with.
down by Myrtle
It went
Beach.
out. It went out to sea and off. I guess it didn't get to sea much.
Yeah, they shot one down over here at Myrtle Beach.
I
I
heard.
Yeah,
think
Yeah,
they
yeah,
And it,
shot one down over here.
yeah.
I just
I
think that
love North Myrtle Beach, man. I love all you can eat crab legs, man.
oh, I
I
love
would,
all the
Sharon, if
food.
I could, but I'm not able to
I'm a
go right now.
cannibal. I'm a cannibal.
What are you talking about? A cannibal? What are you
You're not
Because
saying,
you're not
Sherry?
a
because I
crab.
was born in July and I'm a cancer. A crab,
Are you meaning
That
a
makes me a cannibal.
carnivorous or whatever? A meat eater? Is that what you're talking about, Sherry? You just said you're a cannibal.
Not a cannibal. You're a carnivore.
Carnivore. There we go.
A carnivore
No,
means you
I
eat
said a
meat.
cannibal.
A cannibal
Well,
means you eat
Because I
people.
eat crab and that's my zodiac sign. I was born in July.
Sherry,
It's
that's
cancer. The
witchcraft.
crab, so I feel like I'm
Hey,
being a
Kiki,
Oh
cannibal
happy
God.
when I
Valentine's
eat
Day to
my own
you.
kind. Okay, never mind.
She said, "Never
Whoa.
mind."
Y'all heard about
You
the
make fun of
killings
me.
in Michigan?
There goes another one of those flying
Yeah, no, I've
objects.
seen that. That's so scary at the
There's something
University
flying
of.
over
Man,
me right now. Sounds like it's gonna land on my house.
Listen, I see one that goes by up by our house all the
See
time, and
if
it
you
don't
guess
have
what.
no
See
smoke.
if
It
you
don't make
guess
no
what this
noise.
flying object
It looks
is.
like a little
Ready? Go.
UFO.
I watch.
Go. What is it?
There
What
it
is this
goes.
flying object?
I
See?
don't know, but I
Looks
know
like
Biden will
flying
shoot it
object.
down.
It's a flying object. What is it? Come on, somebody
I
tell
just
me.
think
could be
that's
a
Come
some
it
kind
on.
of
could be a
cahoots.
drone,
Somebody tell me what
Daisy.
it
It's a
is.
bell.
You know that they have drones now that looks like
It's
bugs.
old.
That they
It's
look like
very, very,
they're
very,
the
very,
size of
very, very
bugs.
old.
They
Is that
can
a
spy
bell?
Mm.
on
What is
people
it?
with drone
It's a
bugs,
bell, like for
and
service.
even inject people with like medicine and stuff.
Yes, an old.
Their
You are
technology
correct.
is
It is an old
scary.
hotel bell, which
Y'all
is
know
like from
that?
the early 1900s at
A mosquito drones.
to get
Mosquito drones.
you know
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
down
need
in
somebody to
Florida.
wait on me now, damn it.
that's scary.
Yeah, I know. They don't
scary
even
about
let us
that?
know a portion of the technology they have. They've got so
No, they
much.
don't. It's very scary out here, y'all. Sherry's got her teacher bell. She
Very
does.
scary. I'm
Yeah.
outside in the dark.
I've got
I
my what
mean,
bell?
Your
the
teacher
teacher
bell.
bell.
My what?
I
Teacher.
can't barely walk. I better get my tail
There
back
ain't
in the
no damn
house.
teacher
Jay
bell.
said
I
they've
didn't
been
ever
using those
ring
insect
bells. I
drones for
never
10
rang bells.
years. That's scary shit right there
I
now.
set timers, and I said they had 10
Oh,
And then
minutes
that
you
to do
cat
wonder
came
why
and
something.
ate all
And
that
if I
food.
looked up and I
all
saw
these
everybody
celebrities
still
are ended
working
up
just
passing
past a
Right.
away,
second ago, I would
unaliving
stick it. I
themselves.
would
Did
add
you
two.
happen to
I'd add
peek
2
at
minutes
that? And I
to
don't
the
usually watch it, but I had to
timer.
do it. The
I will
halftime
every
show. I had to
time
go
the
back
field's
later and watch it.
successful.
That
If you want to
thing
call that
was a
Was
cheating,
it?
big,
call
huge
it cheating.
ritual.
I call it
Yep,
motivation.
that's like the Grammys was too.
It
Was
sure
terrific.
was. That was the most Luciferian looking
I'm telling you, it's
nonsense.
scary.
I
They
was
don't
over
Hi,
even
there.
try to
Jazzy.
They're
hide
not
it
even hiding
anymore.
it no more. They're just right out front with it.
They
Say
yeah,
hi, Jazzy.
they're
Oh, look
they're
at the
I'll go out in the
kitty.
woods and
evil.
camp with you.
The one that went to Myrtle Beach flew over Oak Ridge. Oh,
Listen, they flew over all the military bases down here. Fort
Yes.
You can't.
Sumter,
Yes,
North
they
Bragg,
did.
Fort
there's
Bragg
something
in
going
North
on with that
Carolina,
right there.
You
and
are
then
correct.
Fort Jackson's in Columbia, South Carolina, and then you got Shaw Air Force Base. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of bases around here. Is what I'm
And
saying.
they
That's
have
scary.
ground
Why are they flying?
penetrating
Why are
radar
they letting
and
them even
6 of
come
the
on
satellites
our
to the
land?
object
That's
That's
what
my
I
thing, Miss Daisy. I
to
said,
ground
listen, if it
penetration.
came from China,
These
think about this.
bunkers,
It had to
they
fly
were
yeah.
all the way across the
everywhere.
Pacific
The
Ocean,
bunkers
all the
were.
way across into our
The
territory,
bunkers
into
were.
Hawaii, over
This
Hawaii,
is not
where there's
conspiracy
also a lot of
theory
Air
at
Force and
all.
military bases.
I
And
will shut
then
up.
they had to fly over, like,
Everybody be
the
quiet. I'm gonna be
West Coast
quiet.
over there, all the way over the whole entire United States to come out
Yeah.
through over here on the East Coast where they shot it down in Myrtle Beach. Now,
Yeah. They shouldn't even have
who
let
went
it
and knew?
on our coastline.
They're still talking about it on the news.
They should have shot that thing down before it ever hit Hawaii.
I know China's buying up all our property. Yeah,
Oh yeah, Bill Gates is
But
into all
no,
that.
no, no, man.
they
You
they
can
will
shoot 'em down
definitely
in
be an
international waters.
Armageddon, in my opinion, if
That
China
would
tries to
be
take over the
outside of
United
I
coordinated
States.
agree with you
events in
100%. It
international
could be,
waters.
It
they talk
didn't
about
come from
Gog and Magog
China
in the
though.
Bible in the
It
end
has to
times.
be over.
Yeah.
It didn't
It has
come
to be over a
from China. They
territorial
said.
claim.
And you
And the-
know,
I'm
a
sorry, you
majority of
I'm
majority of the United States,
I
even
said I'd
though
shut up, but
you
I
have
just keep going.
Hollywood and stuff, all these, media people and everything, majority of the United States are Christian people.
right.
They can try to push their other agendas, but a
Mhm.
majority of people in the United States are Christian.
Yep.
Reminds
And
me
And
of what
and a lot of us, are starting to stand up and go, you know what, y'all pushed this a little bit
it
too far
reminds
now.
me of what
enough is enough.
Right.
Frank said. It's
I mean,
right
even
here. He
Jesus
said,
had a point where
I
he was
believe
flipping
human
tables over and
spirit is
calling
all
people snakes
consuming.
and vipers and,
Oh,
saying, y'all
yeah.
make it hard to come to my Father. And, you know what I'm saying? It's not
I'm
going to
gonna
be
show.
nice.
I want to show you guys a video, and this video, I'm gonna put a trigger warning out here because it is disgusting. I want to show you all what our children are watching, and these singers and these sickos are doing.
Yeah,
And I'm
these
gonna put a trigger warning out.
influencers.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you what Lady Gaga, like, she's really into the
Woo!
satanic
Yeah,
stuff.
she is with that Marina Abramovic. She's like her sidekick.
Right. So let me show you. Let me click on this. It's TikTok. I might have to pull it up on a.
The next thing that pops
Hang on.
up is where I can order a
Hang on. I
pizza.
gotta pull it up on
I
a
heard
different.
Y'all tell
some
me you're not
bad stuff
listening, but
happen
that's
in
We've
what
already
was
been
it called? The
officially
halftime on in the
Oh
Super
I
yeah.
know
Bowl.
because they're so evil. But
It
watch
showed
here,
Rihanna
guys.
up on the top of that capstone, which is like Lucifer, and then she goes up in the sky and starts singing that with like diamonds, referring to the Lucy in the sky with diamonds,
They're
which we all know what that
Satanists.
actually means.
They're literally
Yeah.
Satanists, you guys, and they're
Yeah.
hurting our children. So here you go. I'm gonna play this so y'all can hear it.
Turn
Okay.
that fake baby bump. Go ahead.
Girl
Yeah.
throwing up on her chest while she's performing. Y'all still think it's a conspiracy theory that these people have demonic ways? Y'all still think it's a joke out here? Look at this buffoonery. It's getting real now.
Literally.
Different things from the past are popping up and got you thinking now. Oh, wait, let me guess. You thought her wearing a nun outfit with an upside down cross, eating a rosary, or even doing these sexual acts with men with that costume on was just artistic. Oh, wait, let me guess. You thought that her hanging out with Marina Abramovic, somebody who's known for spirit cooking, having a tasting party with a person in a tub with something that symbolized for blood was just artistic. No,
you guys can't see this stuff, but if you go to my page, you can watch it. Literally, in this, you can see on stage a Lady Gaga. She is getting a young girl to throw up on her chest.
Yeah.
How sick is that? And like he just said, if you go watch this video, you can actually see like a water thing with a human body in it, and they're acting like it's not real. I think it is, but it's like a spirit cooking thing. This is what they do.
Yes,
this is what they do. It's scary. Hang on just a second. Let's play the rest of it.
You know who the real conspiracy theorists are? You guys calling the conspiracy theorist conspiracy theorist. That's who the real conspiracy theorists are. You guys choose to be blind even though things are right in front of your face. And many of you who see it choose to be silent. So you're just as guilty. Stop listening to these people's music. They have demonic messages in it that you don't even realize is coming inside of your portals. You're subconsciously coming into agreement with wickedness. When you listen to people like this, you're assigning spiritual contracts and coming into covenant without even knowing it. These people are nothing but frontline puppets for the devil. Now is the time to choose a side. Are you on God's side? Or are you on the devil's side? Are you rocking with the children of God? Or are you rocking with the puppets for the devil? I told y'all before, it's not the time to be silent. God's children are rising. True light is being shown on the darkness. It will be exposed. And as it's being exposed, you will have a chance to decide. And when you know, you are accountable for what you know. For whom much is given, much is required. When you know, you have now put yourself in judgment. Pick a side. Amen. So Lady Gaga got this young girl
we see this on
throwing up on her chest while she's performing. Y'all still think it's a conspiracy theory that these people have demonic ways? Y'all still think it's a joke out here?
It's green stuff that she's throwing up. It's
like
fake.
on The Exorcist or something.
Hey, Bo Evans. Yeah, it's really sick.
Well, you're right. She's talking about the Rothschilds being, heavily involved, and they are.
Oh, yeah.
They're up there very high.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're like the top bad people.
Yeah, and they do these elite hunting parties, and they started at the Rothschilds and stuff like that, even over in England, and kids are being hunted.
Yeah, called the Red Shoe Club. Yeah, it's scary, you guys, and this is what we're letting our children watch. This is what we're letting our children. This is what we're letting our children work. I mean, literally, these kids love these.
They're being indoctrinated and brainwashed into a Luciferian agenda. That's what they're even in the public schools now. Everything. Right. It's like they cannot get away from it unless, they stay off of any kind of device.
Right. And do you know that right. And do you know that Beyonce is more wealthier than Miley Cyrus? And that's because she's on the top of the
pyramid. You saw her throw that pyramid up there in.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
Scary.
We saw the pyramid throw up thing at the end, so that is showing their allegiance to what
and they don't even have their own children now. They don't even have their own children. They hire like him and Kanye West. They like she only had like one child, and the rest they had.
The rest of them were somebody else carried them. Now, another thing, I'll say allegedly, okay? Now, I'm friends with Megan Walsh, John Walsh's daughter. Okay, so we are on Twitter talking back and forth about all this stuff, exposing a lot of this stuff, because she came from a very high ritualistic Freemasonic family. Her father, John Walsh, she's very much outing him and the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children. There are
Yes.
trafficking ties to that, and you can get on Twitter and look at this stuff. I'll say allegedly, but this is the daughter of the man, Adam Walsh's younger sister. She's 10 months younger than when Adam went missing. 10 months later, she was born, and she started questioning about her brother, going missing. And when she did, her father started financially abusing her, took her children away from her. She just had another baby that is just about 7 months old now. He took her away from her at 5 days old, and it's live. Y'all, anybody can pull it up and look at it. It is horrible.
5 days.
Right. Well, I seen that. I seen that. Hey, Laura P.
5 days.
She is the one that actually came out and said that JonBenet Ramsey was extremely
trafficked,
and that she was it was a traffic gone bad.
And they were I think they were doing some I'm talking about the SRA I talked about with my remember we talked about it one night on here about the Satanic ritual abuse, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And through the Freemasonry and all that kind of stuff. And the thing is that a lot of these people do go through that and grow up in that, you know what I'm saying? And she did. And she's, thank God, come out of it. And she, she's a Christian now. She admits she was into that new age. And they even sent her to that passages in Malibu that, you know what I'm saying? That place. And the Rothschild the grandson of Mr. Lord de Rothschild was her person who was supposedly helping her get better, where her parents sent her there and kept her kids the first time.
I would have never thought that about him, her dad.
I wouldn't have either. That shocked me. I was blind. I'm not gonna lie, I was.
I thought he was just like the best thing.
I watched that about John Walsh.
Yeah. In the back of my mind, I thought, here all this is going on in Hollywood. He has to know because he's right up there with these elites. And he has to know. Even the guy that made what's his name? That made that Christ movie, Passion of the Christ.
Oh yeah, Passion of the Christ.
Mel Gibson.
He tried
to tell them what they were He tried to tell us what they were doing in Hollywood, and everybody said he was crazy.
That's right. Well, that's what they want you to think. If you talk about any of this stuff, they want to say you're crazy.
Yeah. And this video will probably be flagged like it always is. Anytime I talk about this stuff, I get only half of the advertisement. But I don't care.
I'm sorry. What happened to JonBenet Ramsey?
Well, her father, I'll just say allegedly, but was a high-level Freemason. You get up to that 33rd level, and see, that's why that house was in Colorado, I'm sure, because that's one of their headquarters. They've got several, but in Colorado is one of the big ones. And so anyway, that night, that's why everybody had on their same clothes from the party the night before, and the whites were at their house before the police got there.
They've been out all night doing their party and their witchcraft.
You're right. And they use these, you know how on a farm, of course, but you know how they'll have to use those prods, those cattle prods sometimes. Well, and it has those 2 marks it leaves. You know what I'm talking about?
Daisy.
Like a cattle prod.
Like where they burn?
I'm trying.
No, not the ones that they sear, but it's like a cattle prod that stuns them so that, well, not stuns them, but stings them, like electrocutes them a little bit.
I need that for my bull.
Well, that's what they're for. But it kind of like, shocks them a bit. And it's got like two buttons on it that like does it, this electric current. But they use that, if you look at it and listen to that Trance by Kathy O'Brien, that movie that's out now. It's worth getting and renting, honestly, because the way that she puts it, people, if they watch that, there's no way they can deny what the government has done and is doing still. Wow. But they spoke and they showed even that cattle prod being part of the MK Ultra, like mind control over children and stuff, and it matched up identical to the mark on JonBenet's body.
Oh
you
my
do know that church is affiliated with adoption.
Wow. I think that, Megan said, this is allegedly, and this is according to what Megan said on another live. I watched it I need to clip that. She said that Chamonix was extremely human trafficked, extremely abuse,
Right.
and that it went too far when they used the grout, and that's what caused her to, become unalived. But
Yeah.
she was extremely essayed and physically abused.
Yeah, they tried to
And
hide that.
there's
About
pictures of
skull was
that
fractured.
Gazine Maxwell
A
in
huge-
the
a
pageants
huge-
with her.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell. And the weird thing is, I told y'all about me being grown. My mom, raised me, and I was in pageants from the time I was 4 until I was like 17, some even after that. And it was like every weekend. It was the same situation of John Benet Ramsey. Really, really it was. And I'm going to do a live about that later because I'm going to show all my pageant pictures and all that stuff so people can see it.
Yeah.
And I've got pictures with every governor of my state from the time I was about 6 years old.
What?
And like, it's always around these politicians. It's the same with Megan. And I went to the White House 2 years in a row and like sang for Jimmy Carter once when I was 6, once when I was 7. He was still president before he left,
Jimmy
and like
Carter.
it was beauty queens, little beauty pageant girls, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it was just like, and my grandfather, who was a 33rd degree Freemason, he never went and did anything or watched anything I did at school or anything, but he was there for that. And it's so weird because I've got so many vivid memories of it, and then I've got so many blank spaces of time.
Right. Wow.
And it's
so
just
was you HT'd?
No, thank God. No, my mother was a helicopter mother. I thank the Lord for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
She would have, let me tell you something, she'd have beat somebody's butt if they came near me.
That's how I am. But
now I was SRA'd in a lodge. And I can't remember whose hand I was holding when I go in because, it's kind of like your body, you just associate when you go through trauma. And it's like, I remember going in, I remember what I was wearing, I remember the black and white check floors, and I was literally 5. So these are things that are very ingrained in my brain, and it causes you to have like a photographic memory because trauma causes you to remember smells, colors. I mean, it's like you can bring yourself right back in that place and look around.
Remember the face, the way the face looks and everything.
What? Yes. And like, I was thirsty. I was trying to get some drink. I wasn't tall enough to drink the water fountain. There was one woman in the whole place, and she was so nice. And she was like, "Are you thirsty, dear?" And she came out there and gave me some punch. Literally, and you know what it feels like when you get some medicine or cold medicine when you're a kid? Like, I literally fell over, asleep, like within no time. And the next thing I know, I'm in a room with all these lights, and I've given my testimony like live, but I mean, it's just really, this stuff is real, and people need to understand this goes on, and there's a reason why there's no windows in these lodges. Understand, there's a reason why, and why. Notice where they are. Every Masonic lodge in every single town is right beside the police department.
Wow, that is. The Lord is going to rain fire on these people that's hurting these little children.
And think about this: the one up there by where even Summer's at, with Ronnie Lawson and all that. Allegedly, I'll just say that a lot of the people in the police force are in these lodges. They just are, and. So I pulled it up to see how far away it was, and in Kingsport and Rogersville right there, it is attached. Their Freemasonic Lodge is literally attached to the mayor's office and the police or the court thing right there on the corner.
You know what I think about Ronnie Lawson's police department? Barney and
Barney
what was that old show?
Like the guy from Old Brother Where Art Thou, the sheriff from Old Brother Where Art Thou.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched that movie? I love that movie.
I have.
You remember the sheriff? He looks identical, wears the same glasses and everything from that movie. Where, oh brother, where art thou?
You're right. And that man, like, he reminds me also like of, I don't know, with them glasses, the way he wears it reminds me of that movie, The Men in Black, where them aliens were hidden out and the people.
I'm gonna bring that up.
Now, how old was John Benet Ramsey?
She was 6.
He was 6 years old. That seems to be the age.
Yeah.
Here he is,
It's
guys.
not.
Hang on, let me pull him up. Tell me if you don't think it looks like Ronnie Lawson. Right there he is.
Come on, brother.
Oh yeah.
Don't he look just like Ronnie Lawson?
You're right, it does. That's creepy.
He looks
It's
like
been a while since I've seen that movie, but dang gum, it does.
He does. He acts like him too.
He does. And you know what makes me feel so, I already felt skeptical of him to start with, but when they hid the fact that his son was involved in that kind of stuff, and listen to how many people were looking into that. I'm talking about like real, like private investigators and stuff. Nobody broke anything about that news in the police department the whole time that Summer was gone until he got, tried or whatever, and he got a 20-year sentence reduced down to the 1 year that he gets to I think serve at home. That's some skeezy stuff going on, y'all.
That is a good old boy system right there.
Got that right. And then the Sheriffy, he was in the police department. His son was into the same thing. He had just got in the same trouble. Look at all these people that were around the Wells house. You know what I'm saying? Like going back up in there. I'm sorry, but like people saying that there's no way that somebody came up on their land, that's bull. Or that they didn't lure her off.
I think they did too.
The statistics of children missing is from birth to 5.
Y'all, I want to just say one thing for Dolly. Y'all say a prayer for Dolly. He's had another huge loss, his best friend. What I do want to say for Dolly, and if you're listening, please, y'all go tell him, get away from the ghost, supernatural stuff that you're messing with, Dolly.
Oh, yeah.
Get away from that. You have had nothing but tragedy since you've been doing that stuff. That's the devil stuff. You got to get away from it, Dolly. I love you, buddy, and I don't want no more to happen. But when you open up that
those
stuff,
doorways,
that's a doorway to let the devil in. I mean, just please, it brings tragedy. It brings everything.
I mean, did you guys be going to go do that kind of stuff? Like I saw one of his lives, and I wrote in there, I was like, you better make sure you got a real Christian that's around you can deliver you when that thing jumps on you, because
yeah.
Did you guys hear about that?
But
did you guys hear about that woman that gave birth in the woods to a baby?
No.
Here in Florida.
I didn't hear that. When did that happen?
Wow.
Yeah,
I know somebody posted
an old man. They heard a baby crying, and they tried to hear where the baby was. The baby crying was coming from, and I'm talking about elderly people. And her husband went out into the woods and found a baby with found the baby with the umbilical, however you say it, the cord still on the baby. And Grady Judge said if that baby would have been out there for another hour, it would have been a homicide. But he named her Angel.
I've got one too.
Oh, wow. But the baby's alive. Jinkies, I'm gonna take you down if you don't put that banana down.
He said,
put the banana down, Jinkies.
He told everyone, he said, if you don't want your baby, we will take it.
It's Valentine's Day.
Well, not only that, but in Florida, you can actually, I think they have a turn-in service. If you don't want your baby, you can turn them over. So there's no reason to do that.
Yeah, you came here in Tennessee, you can take it to the hospital.
Yeah, that's right, like a
hospital, fire department.
Yeah, why would you leave it in the woods?
Snakes free them anacondas and all them pythons and stuff in Florida. That could swallow a baby whole in no time.
That baby was to live, wasn't it?
She was full of mosquito bites, and she was like maybe an hour old.
Get it, Shay, get it.
Jinkies, I'm about to put you down if you don't put that banana down right now. Put that banana down. Quit acting like you don't know what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. You're trying to get Sherry riled up again. I done got her calmed down, had the lights turned off and everything.
Sherry's gonna have a banana
eating contest. And get her riled back up again. Put that
Sherry's gonna have a banana eating contest.
Miss Daisy had order in the streets.
Jinkies, listen to your
That's what
sister.
sisters are for.
I know what she's doing with that banana. Hillbilly's in the chat. Stop, Jinkies. Now watch Sherry. She
you ready?
You're gonna have Sherry up here doing a strip tease in a minute.
She's up now. She was starting.
Look at her.
She got one in.
Oh my goodness! What?
They're complete. We can't see your face.
She's got to rob back
Miss
up
Harris
again.
is more ripe.
My banana has that disease.
Listen, Sailor, you have no idea how wild this woman gets. She come up on my panel.
When I've been in the panel over there, I've seen it.
Now Sherry's got her banana.
Worse. It gets way worse.
Let's go, Sherry. You ready? Hi, Sherry. What you doing?
Oh my
She's
God.
talking on it like the phone.
What you doing, Sherry?
Sherry's had too many drinks tonight.
She's had just
She
one
is
or
a
two.
wild woman, Karen.
Hi, Sherry.
Hey, baby.
Let's eat these
I had her
bananas.
calm
Ready?
down. She had her lights turned off. She's ready to go to bed.
She was relaxing.
Let's eat these bananas, Sherry.
That last bong rip, I think, did it.
Ready?
She's been bonging it up and drinking all day.
Well, I heard her coughing and coughing. I was like, oh no, she took off more than she
Let's go, Sherry. 1,
No,
2,
Jinkies.
3.
No.
Break it loose.
Taking both of y'all down. Trying to sit up here and seduce with a banana.
This is a tough.
That's what she does. She acts like that's just the normal banana eating.
Oh my God.
Sherry.
She's
Well, at
showing
least
off her
Sherry just
skills.
eats the
She's
banana. She
trying
doesn't try to
to
be
show off her
seductive like
skills.
Jinkies does. Jinkies tries to be seductive.
Jinkies,
being seductive and
you
Sherry's
run
just
a
showing
restaurant
people
and
what
can't
they
break
are.
a banana peel open.
I got it up in the queue, Robin.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it took
Sherry
you a
just
minute.
eats hers, but
This is
Jinky will
circumcised
sit there and try to
banana.
Well, let's look
put
on the
it
bright
off.
side. Both of them got their potassium for the night.
Chillbilly's in the chat.
So,
in this case, I'm a swallow.
They won't be having leg
Jinky,
cramps when they're
Sherry,
sleeping.
Jinkies,
Sherry, you better quit saying that. That's Sherry.
Jinkies, you got to go to my page and see our
You're
new
being
baby.
naughty.
I will.
I won.
She was born 3 weeks ago.
Sherry won. My banana's a
Real
little
baby
bit
or is
of.
it a farm
There
baby?
is a kid. There's a kid in Bristol, a 7-year-old missing. I seen that on
Oh,
Facebook.
no.
I sure need
Oh
to
my
eat.
God.
You might as well
Ah, Sherry Springer's mouth, Audrey. Exactly.
Sherry, did you let
Especially
me finish your banana? Are you done with your banana?
Especially when Jinkies comes on here, it's over with. Jinkies always does this to me. I'll get a serious conversation going, and she comes up here trying to be dirty.
Somebody said Sherry Springer's back.
Sherry Springer has been on the roll today. Since
But Sherry won, didn't she?
Kathy, why are you telling me? Oh, hush.
She said, I don't spit, I swallow.
Jinkies.
Sherry
Go,
said
Jinky.
no.
Go on your own if you're going to talk nasty.
You want to eat another one? Get another
Go live on your own
Hey,
line.
I can finish this one. I haven't eaten a banana in a long time.
Lord have mercy.
You don't know how to race with it.
I've lost my banana touch.
Oh, the little baby's been found? Oh, I'm so glad. Found
The one
I
safe?
haven't eaten a
7-year-old
banana
man.
in a long
Yeah, they
time.
said that the 7-year-old.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Viewer discretion advised, Bumble Lady. Viewer discretion advised. You can't control what Sherry does and Jinkies does up on this channel.
We need to find Sherry and Jinky some men.
Well, Hillbilly was in the chat. That's why Jinkies is acting up.
Uh-oh.
Sherry and Jinkies is hot after Chillbilly.
Oh, I done missed that then. I came in late and missed it all.
Sorry, Bumblebee Lady. I can't control what they do.
I have a cash out. I need some makeup. Y'all should tell me what I really make myself up.
Miss Daisy's always trying to
I
keep
just
faith.
eating a damn banana.
Controlled.
Bananas
Why
are
is it
good for
supposed
you.
to eat a banana, Daisy?
Because
You know,
we're supposed to be talking about missing kids and stuff up in here, and you come over here with banana, getting Sherry all stirred up again.
Hey, Bumblebee, do you like my
Sherry.
fidget?
wild as a banshee. How many packs of cigarettes she smoked?
Well, I seen about 4, one back to back.
Sally lost
I'm
his
telling
best
you.
friend
Not
on
just
Super
cigarettes,
Bowl
but beer
Sunday.
too. You'll see her drinking about.
That was for you, Mama B.
I thought my daddy was a chain smoker, but
That's
What's
for
the
you,
problem?
Mama
She
B.
vapes and smokes at the same time.
I know. And then she goes and hits a bong rip in between. You ought to be having a good night tonight.
Listen, Sailor, I've met this woman in person. She's just as wild in person as she is anywhere else. She sat on my lap like I was her Santa Claus.
She was like, well, look, life's short and I'm going to have a good time.
I know she's a
Oh
handful
no,
right
that's
there.
terrible. Needs a prayer.
What happened?
Dolly lost somebody on Super
Yeah, his
Bowl
best
Sunday.
Yeah, it was his best friend. He texted him that morning, and they found him passed away around 11 or 12 that day, or maybe it was like 1.
When was that?
It was yesterday.
See, I hadn't watched anything in a couple of days.
That's
It
why
was
I told
Sunday.
Dolly, I was like, Dolly's messing with that ghost.
Yeah, that ghost hunting stuff.
And bad things has been happening. He's got to get that stuff, get away from that stuff. There ain't no
Especially
such.
because, like, if you're not filled with the Holy Spirit and,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, got that protection and know who to call on and stuff like that. And, I mean, that's what I tried to write in his chat.
Well,
but I don't think he reads half of them.
I know. But the
Somebody
thing is,
wrote,
they aren't
somebody wrote
chasing.
something
They ain't
about
no
a
such
psychic.
thing as ghosts, y'all. Them are demons.
Those are demons.
Them are demons. They're not ghosts.
Well, right.
Somebody
Well, people
wrote
call them
something
ghosts,
in my
but
group about
just like they call them
that's
aliens,
not
but
what a
they're all
psychic
demons.
said.
Yep.
I said, well, I don't believe in psychics, and I blocked them and erased their comment.
Well, yeah, paranormal. Yeah, he's doing paranormal. All that stuff is demonic. I mean, I know he don't think it is. A lot of people believe they're ghosts, but there's people that has been ghost chasing slash turned Christian, and they said that those ghosts that they think they were chasing ghosts and they brought something home with them.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
Yeah, so
There's,
just be
I mean,
careful,
that's no
Dolly.
joke.
That might be why some bad stuff is going on. You're opening up doorways. I love Dolly to death. I'm not trying to criticize him or nothing. I
Oh,
just
yeah, I know.
want to look out for his best interest. He's had a lot of bad stuff happen to him, and just be careful.
Miss Daisy, you're not the only one, because like I don't know him like you do. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I
don't know him real well. I just
texted him
watch
in
his
there.
channel and support
But I
his
mean, I
channel.
tried to warn him, because like I have known about the other side before I got saved at 27. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's not good. And
No,
like, it's
you're
real.
conjuring up demons. When you
Right.
say you want to look for a ghost, you listen. I've seen the black shadows. Anybody that works in healthcare will see them, and a Christian will see them too.
That's right.
And I always knew when somebody's getting ready to die because I started seeing the black shadows.
Yep,
they're very real.
They sure
When
are.
I was pregnant with my first child, my neighbor was a witch, and she had a Ouija board. And well, no, she didn't have a Ouija board. She had tarot cards, and I didn't know anything about that stuff. I don't know. I was 23, and
scary.
she did a reading on me, and as soon as I left there to open up my apartment door, something jumped on my back.
Honey, you better rebuke it and renounce it and pray for forgiveness, because let me tell you something. They will attach on your life and wreak havoc.
They sure
heard
will.
what Lena on me said over here the other day. She had all kinds of bad things happen to her. She lost a baby and everything. She said when she was, she wasn't into it like hardcore or anything, but she was diddling a little bit with it.
Well, that's the same thing with me, because searching, you're searching for God, you take a wrong turn.
Well, nowadays they're pushing it on children. If you go into Five Below, there's a lot of witchcraft, those crystals and all that. That's
all that crystal stuff is all witchcraft.
Yoga's a part of it. If you go deep into it, the Kundalini,
the Kundalini spirit, and which is a false Holy Spirit. It's not real. It's from the enemy. It's not God.
Demons. Yeah.
Right.
Like, I know some people just do it just because they want to exercise and they're not really deep into the whole worship thing.
Yeah, I understand the intent, but still, you may be buying a Ouija board thinking it's Parker Brothers and it's no harm, but then it does open a portal.
Bad. Something vicious, a vicious animal. Demons ain't nothing to play with. They're vicious and they have no mercy.
That's right.
So Daisy,
no mercy. They hate you just as much as they hate a Christian.
I am so confused in this. I'm so confused in this different religions because I was brought up Lutheran. And Mormons, they have their own Bible, and I'm like, there's
you go by the
one Bible.
Listen, my family that I told you about the Freemasonic stuff and that kind of thing, there are ties to Mormonism and Freemasonry. They're very, very tied. And a lot of my family that lived over in California, they were a member of the Mormon temple, and they'd go to Utah once a year, down there to the main temple, and there's all kind of secretive things in there, and they've told me about some of it, and I've never been there because I did never get into that nonsense.
Listen, I don't read no Bible but the Old Testament and the New Testament, King James Version.
That is
the Holy Bible,
or the Torah, or the Tanakh,
right?
Because they're all.
I read some of the daily in the Book of Mormons, and I can't even pronounce the names of these. Like, who the heck is Nephi? I've never heard of a Nephi.
Well, they've changed a lot of the names and things like that. Even in the King James, like Jesus's name is Yeshua in Hebrew, and they changed that to Iusis. It's like Latin. Well, from the Roman Catholic Church, and I don't want to get into all that because I don't want to start.
I think
fight, but you know what?
Well, then they told me that I need to be. I haven't been baptized unless I go to Latter-day Saints. I'm like, wait a minute.
No,
I've been baptized.
Yeah,
girl, read the Bible.
Don't go to no Jehovah's Witness church.
No in betweens. You have to read the Bible from the beginning to understand it.
All right,
you have to.
Yeah, if you don't know the Old Testament, you can't even understand the New Testament, the fullness of it.
Yeah, but before you can understand the New Testament, you have to know the Old Testament. You have to know the law of Moses. You have to know what the Israelites went through. You can't even
really grasp the New Testament without knowing the the preludes of the Old Testament are foreshadowings of what's coming in the New Testament. So to understand the fullness of all the New Testament and everything that Jesus came to do, Yeshua, I like to call him, that is all foreshadowed in the Old Testament, which shows the promise of God is true.
Isaiah talks a lot about. I've also read where God promised King David that he would come in his house. Because King David wanted to give God his own home. He wanted to build it. But God said he'd seen him shed too much bloodshed in his sight. So he promised his son, not King Saul, King...
Really, Audra? Mormonism is a cult?
Oh, the devil's blocked my mind.
Yes, it is.
King Solomon.
They come to my door.
Temple for God.
They told me, we got into a conversation and they said, God used to be a man and we were all living in heaven as spirits before God found bodies for us. I'm like,
you need to tell them the real gospel and tell them to leave after that.
Well, they've been begging me to go to church and get baptized in their church.
Don't you dare go to that church. Don't you go. If it
I wouldn't get confused.
They go by
very confusing.
I like that ring, Terry.
That is pretty.
But the thing is, God told David that one day he wouldn't have to have a house, that his house would be in the hearts of people. And then he talked about Jesus coming like in our hearts. That would be
Right.
his hope.
Right.
And he talked about Jesus coming. All throughout the Bible, he was prophesied. The Messiah was prophesied.
That's right.
And all through the Old Testament.
Right.
But
You
anyway,
can even read the Old Testament and parts of the Old Testament. You can read that to somebody and say, where is that? What are they talking about? Because I did that to my husband's mama when she was alive, because she was talking about the Jewish people this and the Jewish people that. I was like, be careful, because the Jewish people are the chosen people.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I said, you
God
can't.
said, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you.
That's right.
And
And I
that's
told
Okay,
her,
well,
his people. His
they
people
came to
is
my door about
the
8:30
Israelites.
Saturday night, and I didn't answer my door, and
the
I
12
was
sons
on
of Jacob.
my couch, and I heard them say, "Robin, you owe us an honest
If you really want to tell something and just get off
question or answer." And I eventually text them. I said, "Look, I don't think I really want to meet with y'all every other day or a couple times a week. You
trying to
gave me the
indoctrinate.
tool. You gave me the tool. So what is it you want me to do? You want me to join your church? I don't know
Right.
anything about Mormons."
Well, that's a cult,
Right.
and when they do that, and let me tell you something, you don't owe them anything. You tell them the only person you answer to is God, Yahweh,
Right.
and Yeshua HaMashiach, and there's nothing in that book that they've got that explains the true gospel. And Paul said, I believe it was in Corinthians, that if anyone comes to you with another doctrine or gospel other than what we've taught you, don't have anything to do with them. They are liars and doctrines of devils.
Yeah.
That's why I want my friend to come over here, because he knows the Bible from front to back, and he can quote scriptures. And he actually used to preach at the men's mission. And
Bible, correct me if you want to.
I want him to come over here when they come over here, so that when they start talking, then he can step in. Because I don't really know the Bible like that. I can't.
I've read almost the whole Old Testament, and
I can't quote scripture.
So I have, but I'm telling you, I know about King Paul, or not King Paul. I know about
King
the
Solomon?
disciple Paul. Well, he's talking about Paul. So yeah, but I'm talking about the Old Testament when God was talking to David about David wanted to build a house. He wanted to build the temple for God, right? Because they only had the tents. And so
the tent thing that they put up with the outer court.
I have a problem.
Right.
God, my mind's.
You guys,
anyway.
Mormons don't use the King James Bible.
No, they don't.
They use the Book of Mormon.
Right. And the Bible tells at the end, don't take away or add anything to this book, or you will be held accountable for all the judgments that are in it.
Well, yeah. The Mormons are not really important. They're not important.
Yeah, they asked me to pray about getting baptized, and asked me to pray about, is the Book of Mormon true? And
like Joseph Smith is who their prophet is, and it's like that goes above the word of God, and you never put anything like that above the word of God. And he's already been proven to be a liar, because he said that the Lord was coming back like in 18 something, 17 something, I don't know. Then they had to come up with some other story about why he didn't. I mean, it's just like they don't even believe that Jesus is the actual Son of God.
Only a certain amount of people answered my question, because I asked Daisy, I said, Daisy, who is Joseph Smith? And she never answered me, but the whole chat was like, they knew who Joseph Smith was.
Well, a lot of people might not. He's a false prophet, is what he is.
Right.
And he started that cult, which is the Mormons. I mean, and that's what I don't know if y'all have ever watched that Sister Wives show, but that's their beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Like they believe in, like, not all Mormons believe in multiple wives and things like that, but you know what I'm saying? There's a certain sect. That's why a lot of people, in Utah, like they had that polygamy thing that they were fighting, and they had to leave the sister wives people or whatever.
Oh yeah, that stuff's crazy. It is. It's
And
crazy.
that's not
Happy
so
Valentine's
they don't
Day,
understand.
Brat. You don't even need to be physically baptized to be saved. No, we
Right.
don't.
If you ask the Lord, it is a good idea to get baptized, I think, because it's a statement of your faith in front of the world, what you're doing. But, and the thing is, it's the symbolism of like going dead under the water and being raised to life. And Jesus was baptized. So I say, if he did it, it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. And
no, Angel, they do end their prayers in the name of Jesus. And Connie, yes, they do.
Let's not talk about I hate talking about that stuff. Well, I want to talk about summer. I mean, I want to talk about religion, but I don't care about like all that Mormon stuff. It's
right.
I'm not trying to be rude or
the
nothing.
Good thing to know about it is really just make sure that you're not sucked into that and read.
Jinkies and Sherry has already messed this live up enough. I just need to. I come here to talk about summer. And they're just.
You know what Valentine's Day reminds me of with summer? Remember that beautiful red dress that she had on?
Yeah, that I've got a picture of that.
I love that picture of her. And it just in fact, today it came back to mind for some reason.
That was on my thumbnail. That one, I added a rose to it.
And there's one of them where she's smiling so big, and you can just see the little mischievousness in her smile, like a little, child.
Yeah, she is a very pretty baby. She was.
She is.
I mean, I love talking about the Bible, but all that Mormon stuff and all that—that's just a distraction. And then Jinky's coming over here, and
they're just trying to distract
coming up for a while. Jinky's coming over here being dirty on my panel. I'm sick of her doing that. Hang on just a second. I thought maybe Christine would come over here, but I think she's still sick. I was going to talk about summer tonight. I did a live to talk about summer.
Well, who is this guy doing these videos? He don't show his face. He's just either walking or driving.
Yeah.
And he's doing it every day. Who is that?
What video?
He's a guy that lives right there where Don and Candace live.
Oh, I don't know.
Somewhere close to them.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about that guy that has kind of gray hair and he's about 50-something and he drives around his car all the time?
He won't show
he won't show his face?
Yeah.
No.
I hadn't seen that.
Well, everybody's over at Prayer Gardens right now. So I don't even know. I should even do it. Probably because Jinkies and them come over here. She comes over here and does this nasty stuff on my channel, and she knows I don't like it. Then she got Sherry stirred up. So
poor
Sherry. I wanted to have this thing about summer tonight, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, we can talk
about I want to talk about summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I think
Texas Brat, it's your birthday. Happy birthday.
I'm not gonna let Jinkies back up here if she's gonna come up here and be nasty like that. I don't like it. It's not what I stand for. It's not what my channel stands for. And I just don't like it.
Well, you got the right. It's your channel. You
can put your foot down. You. I know. I hate to be rude to Sherry and her.
Hard. It's your family.
Do that over on Jinky's channel, but this channel, I don't like it, especially if I've got a child's name or picture up and stuff like that. I don't want to do it. It was a sheet show in there.
So, yeah, it's been like that for a couple days now.
Oh,
yeah, I've been trying to stay away from all that. I don't even want to get in the middle of it.
Me too. I will tell you though that
she did show now Trevor Lee. I guess he sent a picture. She has a picture of Trevor Lee.
Oh, I don't want to get in the middle of all that, Robin. I don't. That's already been enough. I just wanted to come over here and talk about summer. I don't want to get all that stuff stirred up again. But I do know that Don is not talking to nobody on YouTube.
Well, I mean, I can't hardly. blame them.
No, I don't blame him either.
They've really gotten a lot of, I mean, it's been bad.
Right. No, Jinkies, I was over here talking about summer and you come over here and interrupt. I'm putting you in timeout. Well, it's like when I wanted to do a good live, she comes over here and does that. Especially when I'm talking about the Lord. And then you want to come up here slinging that little thing around and bringing bananas up on your thing. Yeah, Summer is the world's baby. She is.
Yes. I think there's so many mamas and grandmamas praying for that baby. I mean, there's no way that there can't be an answer at some point.
I don't believe that anything Jody Sue says is
me neither.
True. I think Jody Sue lies about everything. She has made up so many stories. It's unreal.
Well, so has Don and Candace, but I still don't feel like they did anything to Summer.
No, I don't think
they
honestly
don't.
I don't
and
either.
all this Wibba-wash stuff about that Summer was left with these people and that Candace never left her children with anyone.
I mean, no. I wish.
She never left
I hate. It would be nice, wouldn't it, if it would have been the fact that she would have been going with family somewhere or something to avoid being taken or something. I wish, you know, that was the case because then she would be okay.
Right.
And I don't think Candace would be upset and worried. And, you know what I'm saying? If she knew where she was, she would not be in the state she's in.
She's very sad.
Right. I could see it all over her. I mean,
yeah.
And that just breaks my heart. It reminded me of, you know, with the woman that everybody was ready to stone. You know what I'm saying? That night, that first night that we were up here praying, it just reminded me of that so much, where everybody had a stone ready to throw it at her, you know, and stone her to death. And then, you know, Yeshua goes and writes in the sand in front of everybody personally. I believe that he was writing maybe each person's own sin, you know, possibly. And so people started dropping their stones, you know, when he said, well, who of you was without sin cast the first stone? And all of us had picked up our stone at one point in time. In this case, I'm guilty of it, you know, and I had to repent and I had to drop my stone.
Right. A lot of people in my group told me, Robin, weren't you the one that was all on Don and Candace? I said I was. I'll admit it. But in my heart, I don't feel it. I'm sorry.
I know who that person is affiliated with too. So I don't know what all other people are saying. I just know that that Candace is very sad. She's broken. She is a broken.
And she's not faking it.
No.
She's broken, y'all.
No. And let me tell you, I mean, honestly, think about this for just a minute. I mean, these are very simple people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They're not trying to be no highfalutin. They're not the John Bonet and Patsy Ramseys. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So these, I mean, I'm just saying, like, they don't have the ability, I don't believe, to cover up some kind of a grand planned, you know what I'm saying? And I just don't believe that. And I just don't think that after all this time, you know, they would have broken by now.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I mean, something.
I want to show you guys something. Okay, I'm going to go to Christine's because, you know how everybody said that that Don and Candace did not pass the poly? Oh, yes, they do, because I'm going to show y'all where Christine proves it on her video. I'm going to play the last part of her video because that's when it tells it. I'm not going to play it all because
I never have seen that, so that's good. I'm glad you're showing it.
Yeah, it's right there at the end where Brian Eaton says that it has been confirmed. That's probably Jinky's cuss. But it is.
Poor Miss Daisy, you'll pay for this later.
Well, I mean, she knows that when I try to talk about stuff that I don't want to talk nasty, especially if I'm up here talking about church.
Summer. I mean, it'd be different, I guess, like you said. If you said, we're having a Valentine party tonight. It's kind of adult, you know,
it was on my thing. Yeah. Okay, here it is. It's Brian Eaton, and this is where he confirms it.
Around the time that Summerwells went missing, but even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces to this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered.
There you go. You heard it.
Yep.
Y'all heard it. Good night, Texas Brat Brat.
Right. And yes, Alice, Dr. Phil did say they passed the test. He did say that.
They passed the polygraph. They probably did one for Dr. Phil too, I'd say.
Probably so, because he always has their own panel to do that.
Yeah. But they did pass the test. So
good night, Texas Brat Brat.
Good night, Texas Brat Brat. I didn't want to post that. I was going to wait to see if Sherry
Head of the Mormons
video. If y'all haven't watched it, I put it on my community page. Hey, Alice, didn't Dr. Phil say they passed? Yeah, and what nobody told anybody in the behavior panel when Candace cried, she had just got a phone call from one of her friends saying that Summer was alive, and they thought she was in Bull's Gap, I think. And
where?
Bull's Gap here in Tennessee.
Oh, I remember that. They thought somebody spotted a kid at a hotel.
That was a different. This was when she was on the Dr. Phil show. Her friend Jenna called her and said that she thought Summer was here in Bull's Gap scene with somebody. And so they sent, I guess, the law out and said that it wasn't her. And she said it was just like losing Summer all over again because she got her hopes up and then was let back down again. And then they took her on the behavior panel and she started crying. But they failed to tell that.
Mm-hmm. They cut that show the way they want to.
Cornbread Mafia. I'm telling you right now, I've lived in Eastern Kentucky and East Tennessee. There might have been a Cornbread Mafia way back in the day, but there is I've never heard of Cornbread Mafia.
Not only that, all they were is a grower for marijuana anyway.
Yeah, well,
even back then.
I still haven't heard it, and I grew up in one of the biggest marijuana growing places. Yeah, they grow that stuff. That was their main income back in the day.
Main staple. Kind of like cotton in the South.
Yeah.
I still believe Jody Sue's son had something to do with Summer.
I think that's a huge possibility myself. I've thought about that a lot because she sure keeps throwing up other possibilities other than that. And the way she tried to say, oh, we heard that scream and pointing at that other man that was looking at the land, and then even throwing her husband under the bus or ex-husband or whatever. And I don't know. And then, and not only that, the way she said about that with Summer, and she saw Don and got all that situation with the, all that. Well, my thing is this. Okay, well, if you thought that was bad and you didn't like that, then why would you just keep that to yourself until it was convenient to talk about? Like, if you saw something that you thought was like on the, something not right, why wouldn't you address it with, first of all, Summer's mother? And then if you didn't get anywhere, then call CPS. Why would you keep something like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really believe that.
All right. Well, the thing is, it was, let me tell you something about the behavior panel. You know, the little girl in Australia that went missing, got stole from the tent, and they had the brat girl. The behavior panel evaluated those parents. That little girl was found because she was with the guy that wanted her to be a little doll. But before the little girl was found, they evaluated those parents, and most of them, all but one, said that they were guilty.
Yep.
And they were getting ready to come at those parents over that. So
and they could have went to prison if they didn't find that little girl in his house.
Yeah. Yes, no. You remember Jenna? Do you remember Jenna? Jenna used to have a YouTube channel. Jenna sit up here on my panel and told me that that's what happened with Candace. The when Candace was asked about the mafia, the cornbread
The
mafia,
cornbread mafia.
that was after she was just told that they did that it wasn't Summer, that it was some other kid. She got her hopes up that it was Summer, and then they let her back down. They told her, and she said it was like reliving it. If you ever hear Brandy talking about like this, with Monkey, like she's reliving this again,
Oh,
because
gee.
when things like that happen, you get your hopes up and then you're let down, or you know
Yep.
what I'm saying? But they didn't tell that. They didn't say that she had
That's
got a
what
phone
made me
call.
mad. It's the way they cut
I
it, and
thought
they made it
Yeah,
look like Candace was crying because of the cornbread mafia. And the way
I
they
yeah.
thought
cut that, it
Candace
made it
walked off.
look a certain way when it wasn't.
I thought she walked off because she felt like she was being interrogated all over again.
She was upset already over the
Right.
incident with her. And then they started coming at her hard on top of being upset. And
And not
that
only
wasn't
that,
told.
she admitted she felt uncomfortable with all that makeup they threw all over her that she did not
Yeah.
feel comfortable with, which already feels weird. Then you're up there. She's from Tennessee in the
She's
country.
a,
And she's not being in front of a whole bunch of people
she's
in a
a,
studio audience. And,
yeah.
that's a
She's not
lot.
used
Not to
to.
mention she just missed her daughter. She's all of her boys got taken. I mean, that's a lot
And could you imagine being on the Dr. Phil show? He's an
with all
arrogant
that going
guy.
on.
Anyway, I wouldn't go on there because
I
I feel
wouldn't
like
either.
he's very judgmental, and I didn't feel like he handled that at all the way he
Hey,
should
I
have.
Won't
wanted to
either.
go on there, but he never got
No,
in contact with me.
no, I don't
I
know.
don't I don't know. A long time ago, kind of like the John Walsh thing, kind of when I used to be kind of asleep, I
Uh-huh.
kind of, didn't see it, but I kind of see it now, if you know what I'm saying. Like I can see through the veil, if you know what I mean,
Right. Yeah, now
with
you
Tim.
can.
Yeah.
Hey, Tina
And
Belvina.
he covers up for the ones you can tell, like when Burt Ramsey was on there, he was all but making every
Hey,
excuse in the
Alexia.
world.
Right. Exactly. Like there was something weird. And that detective that saw him that morning, she said, I felt like I was looking at a murderer. Chambonet's daddy.
Yeah.
Dr. Phil Show
Well,
certainly
his
did.
oldest daughter died too in a car wreck.
Right. Snow. Huh?
You're
I said,
right,
his
Snow.
oldest daughter died too, but she died in a car
Yeah.
wreck. But you almost have to wonder when you got these kind of bloodline families,
Well,
what's
you
really
heard
going
what
on.
Kanye
Like with
West
Kylie
said.
Rodney.
You heard what West said about his mommy, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
He
They
said his
didn't
mommy
make
was
a
a sacrifice.
memorial for Summer. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm reading chat too.
Dr. Phil's show certainly didn't do much for Summer's case.
No,
No, he
did
didn't.
not.
Yeah.
I think it made it
Only
worse.
gonna mention when they left from there and made a memorial for Summer. Do we
No,
know that for sure, Patty? Have we seen that memorial? I don't know for sure if they did or not, but since I've been online here and I've started, knowing more about it, about Don and Candace myself, I've realized that there's a lot of things that's being said that's not true
they
at
went
all.
to go see Don's dad when they went there. That wasn't a
That was in
memorial.
Wisconsin or something, or Utah. Where'd they go?
I think so.
I think where one of his sisters lives there.
I'm not
They
saying it
went.
ain't true. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that has been said that it isn't true.
Misconstrued.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And that
And I
happens with every case, I
listen,
believe.
guys. I don't. I listen. I love y'all, and I don't expect y'all to change your mind because for the last year I've been on I've been hardcore thinking that Donna Candace was involved and stuff. But since I've talked to him and found out the real stuff, I have changed my mind. I don't expect you all to just boom and go along with what I have to say or anything like that. I'm
Right.
just bringing it to you guys and letting you decide for yourself what I've seen since I've talked to Candace and Don. I when I did talk to them, the TBH and Fair would make a
You're right,
memorial.
Snow.
Woman on the panel. This is Sayla.
They don't want to say goodbye, though. They don't.
Well, y'all heard what Randy said. You never know what a person goes through until you're in that same place as that person.
That's right. I know that's right.
Right. That's right.
Everybody handles situations different. And
everybody grieves different. Everybody, and she is grieving. You got to think about this. She has no resolution of anything right now. I mean, it's like that to me would be the worst part of it, because it's almost like, at least if you know what I'm saying? Okay, if Summer unfortunately met, what I'm saying, an early demise and is in the Lord's hands with Jesus, I think they could honestly maybe make peace with that, because I think that they do know the Lord. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like at a point they could at least have closure and make peace. But when you don't know, your mind as a parent is always going to go to the worst place. That's just human nature, because you're worried.
Yeah, that's what I said last time I was on panel. It's the not knowing. It is. It's the not knowing.
Yeah.
I mean, Summer could be with anyone and she could be safe and alive and being well took care of. I just
nobody knows.
I just don't feel like she's deceased. I'm sorry.
And I mean, I have gone back and forth, but I agree with you. There is something. And it's interesting. All these people that call themselves psychics are on here saying they making contact with Summer. You know they're lying, because first of all, children go straight to the Lord. If they
they're
not hanging around here talking to psychics. Come on.
No. I don't.
That's what makes me so mad. And I mean, I've even gone on some of their panels and just like sat there and stuff, because and I do tell them.
Listen. Said, I've had them come up here and argue with me. One woman said she was a Christian and did it. Biscuits and gravy, hey. But she had the devil in her, because she wanted to argue with me and wanted to continue on saying that she was a Christian, but she saw dead people and all. I said, no, that don't come from God. God does not show you a murder scene. He's not gonna put that kind of
burden
on you. I mean, there is prophets and stuff, but no, that's psychic.
I mean, I have had dreams and visions, and they have come true, and that's actually how I got saved. And I do believe in prophetic visions, because my life has been like that. But they are different, because he still protects me from, you know what I'm saying? Like, even if he shows me something, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like almost overall type thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's almost like it's like, what he's showing you in a way, but you still have to, like, you read the Bible and then you wait. And the only way to know is when it comes true.
The last couple nights I've been dreaming about my
corn liquor. Are you on corn liquor? Go ahead. Sorry.
And I don't understand, but I guess I asked for it. I asked, and everything's in God's time.
Right.
And like, I woke up last week calling Terry. Terry's been deceased for quite a while. That's my sister. And then this week I dreamt about Nick, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, God, I think God.
Where is this coming from?
Lets people come to you in the dreams for
a
like
reason. The Lord will allow things like that sometimes, but it has to be allowed by the Lord, or it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
see, we don't go check them out. We don't go chase them down. You know what I'm saying? It's different if the Lord allows somebody to come to us, but we don't go chase the dead down.
Like, I know what happened to my daughter. I know everything from when it started to when it ended. Okay.
Well, see, Candace was already getting ready to go on the Phil show, or it was either Behavior Panel or the Dr. Phil show. I think it was the Dr. Phil show. And Jenna called her while she was getting ready to go on there. And that's why Candace was crying, because she was already on set, ready to go live when she got the call that they had found Summer. And she thought that Summer was like they'd found Summer. And then she got a call back saying, no, it was a mistake. And she said that she felt like it was doing it all over again, like she was reliving it all over again.
Yeah, I can only
That's
imagine.
why the prosecutor won't. That's why the prosecutor said she didn't want me to go through the all over again. I said, ma'am, you can't protect me. I've been living this for 29 years. I know every single thing that happened to my daughter.
Right.
I live it. You can't protect me.
No. Snow said TBI did a huge trafficking bust not too long ago. Does anyone know when they release their children that they save? I would imagine it would be sealed. I think so too, Miss Snow. I would think it would be. Listen, guys, I like Wisconsin Mama. I don't have nothing against her. I don't have nothing against nobody. They want to come in my chat, that's fine. I don't listen to all this other rubbish anymore. I'm not listening to rubbish, this kitty cat fighting and all this other stuff. I don't. If you're a supporter of me and you're in my channel, then you're fine. I'm
Thank
not
you,
gonna play
Snow.
all this rubbish stuff, as Kirby says. Just voicing my opinion. I love Miss Daisy. You guys, and listen. I don't expect anyone to go like to turn their mind around. You know what I mean?
Right. Everybody's got their own thoughts and opinions, and
Right.
everybody's allowed to.
Right. The behavior panel said they thought Cleo's mom, stepdad were genuinely innocent. Well, now if you go back and watch it, there was some of them that was very suspicious about her smile and stuff. I think there was one, maybe two, that thought she might be innocent, but I felt like they were coming at them both, and especially that stepdad too. And they were both innocent.
They always go after
Hello,
stepparents hard.
Hey, huh? Daisy Top Dog is against the Wells. He made it clear on PG's live last night. And listen, Top Dog's entitled to his opinion. I still love Top Dog.
Right.
Just because he has a different opinion than me. Top Dog is a federal agent. He used to be a federal agent. Yeah. I love Top Dog just because he has a different opinion. But the thing is, when you I'd like for, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen because they can't go back on YouTube anymore. But, I'm just saying what I feel. I'm not expecting anybody to change their mind or anything about that.
I guess CPS court is in May now.
Oh, I don't know.
I wonder about that.
No idea about that. I have no idea.
It's in May.
I don't know.
They're probably going to make them finish that house, and that kind of thing, and complete, certain things. I know how, CPS
said it's almost done.
Give you a bunch of.
Well, I know
I saw it. Yeah, it's
nice. She done the bathroom, and it looked really good.
Yeah, that whole place looks like a different place.
I don't know your name. I wanted to introduce myself.
I don't think Top Dog will come in here, Rhonda, because Kirby's mad at me. That's why Top Dog won't come in here.
Let's not talk about Top Dog.
Exactly, Kim. And I think they are.
Lady next to me.
I don't think I've ever seen him.
He comes in with a dog face. I love Top Dog.
You've seen me.
Mo said, in my opinion, isn't the same as Daisy. I am still on the fence for most part, but doesn't mean I won't love Daisy. Me and my real friends disagree. Yeah, Snow. Absolutely. I love you, Snow. Hey, Brown Bear Jamboree.
And that's the way it should be. Everybody's adults, everybody's allowed to have their
opinion. I can't expect people listen, I have went for over a year here saying, this, and this. I can't
going
expect
over every theory, yeah.
To change their mind like that just because I've thought different,
Right.
And how long can a person actually hold on to that same damn story?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
What is it?
Okay. Please play a little bit of the Young Bloods.
Sherry's gonna pass out here in just a few minutes.
Get together, the Young Bloods.
We about had her the other while ago when Jinkies came up
I
here.
know it.
That is not funny.
I love her though. I do. I love
now.
watching her because I think she is so funny. Like when she gets up there, she gets it going.
She does. Listen, you ain't even seen the half of it,
She's
Sailor.
trying to talk about Summer.
It's not the kind of victim that people usually think it is.
Her theory.
Right, Sherry.
I've got a theory. I've got the whole day planned out.
I know we maybe on Jinkies, but there's too much fussing going on right now between me and Curvy for Top Dog and Curvy to come up. Curvy gets mad at me, I get mad at Curvy. That's just how it is. We fight, then we get along.
Well,
we fight, and get along.
This case can cause a lot of passion in people. You
It
know,
does.
it's like everybody's got their sides and their theories, and that's what they're on. Everything's a theory until we know.
Kim said this is mild. It is, Kim.
The first time I went to Don on Facebook, when he got back on Facebook, I asked him, I said, where the hell is Summer? And then all of a sudden we started talking. And then I was talking to Candace and I couldn't understand Candace. And he told me why. And I understood a little bit, but I really couldn't.
I think she sounds real good. Miss Daisy, I love and support your channel. I'm an 88-year-old woman, wow, of color. That you and PP care the most about Summer. Oh, thank you, biscuits and gravy. I love biscuits and gravy.
I do. Y'all fix to say the same thing. I love peppermill gravy and biscuits.
I'm going to ask one more time.
Right, Wisconsin Mama. I think that maybe JSB's. I don't know. I hate to say that. Like, I really don't want to accuse anybody that I don't. I mean, I want to try to get away from that in a way, but we don't know. But we definitely have to say that it definitely would have to be somebody that knew where Summer was at that day, how to get up in that hill, and was familiar with that mountain.
That's why you got to wonder about the neighbor, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Daisy, I support your heart. I'm still leaning about this case. I have mixed up feelings about this case, trying not to make opinions and let it fold with prayer. Amen,
Right.
Yana.
Yeah, I begged God last night to show us where Summer is because this is killing me.
I've done the same thing.
Right, Wisconsin Mama. You have a Wisconsin Mama, you can have your opinion. I'm not going after nobody that has a different opinion than me. I'm just saying what how I feel since I've talked to Candace and Dawn in the past. Sometimes you can understand her and other times it's hard, but I can understand her more than JSB. I can't listen to JSB. She's hilarious though. I had to watch her that day that we were going up. She was going over my live with Beanie Keys in it.
You must be
yes, I think she's hilarious with all her made up words and I think she's hilarious and her thumbnails. She's funny, I think. But whether or not JSB knows something, I don't know.
A lot of these people I don't even know because, I went for a long time without watching a lot of the stuff because it does get overwhelming.
It does get overwhelming.
Like you hear everything and you're going from trying to figure out and trying to listen to different theories and stuff. And it honestly, like I had to get to a point that I had to just step back and take a break from it.
Yeah, that's why I had to take a break the other day because it got to be too much.
So imagine if it's like that for you or for me or for anybody else out there. Imagine what it's like for her parents.
Yeah. I got too wound up and I had to take some time off. And sometimes I just had to force myself to go live actually tonight myself because I really I would rather just do farm animals sometimes.
Right.
I would just like to do a farm channel.
That was enjoyable that night you were showing about the goat that you helped birth with the 1 foot out.
Oh yeah, baby Jack.
Yeah. I mean,
I've had a new baby since then.
I know. I saw that morning when I came on there and made a comment, and I saw the baby right there. I said, "Well, I know why you hadn't gone live now. You've been busy bringing in the new light."
Well, she'd had it and already had it dried off and everything, and it was really cold. And I had to cut the cord because its cord was still dragging, so I had to cut its cord. And we went and bought a dog cage, and we brought Mommy in here, and she's in here with it right now. It's not made that somebody said, "You took that baby away from its mommy." No, I didn't take that baby away from its mommy. It's right in here with it. All I have to do is take that baby, and its mommy goes crazy.
I bet.
I live in a farmhouse, so guess what happens on a farmhouse?
They come inside. That's right.
I've had a cow in here.
People used to walk horses up and down the steps. There was a place in Georgetown. It was a woman of evening's house. And she was known as Hazel. And there's a book about it actually. And my husband's father is personally familiar with that place. But
oh my Lord.
Anyway, so he always talked to us about Hazel's, but he said that somebody came there one time drinking and walked their horse all the way up the steps into a room.
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
No, I would let it sleep in my bed too. I put a goat in my bed in a minute.
Hey Myrtle. I would get the baby out, but Mommy gets riled up when I get it away from her. So she cries. So I don't. No, I did not know that.
Yeah, just eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was watching your video of your farm animals, and your property is very beautiful. Thank you, Brown Bear Jamboree. I had to take it down because I doxed myself a couple times. So, hey, Myrtle.
You did what poor Miss Sharon did earlier with her medicine bottle.
I wasn't even paying attention to you doxing yourself. I was so into them animals.
I'll do another one for long, and I'll try to go back and edit it. It's too hard to edit, though.
I don't even know how to edit. I'll be honest.
I took a picture of the baby goat and put a pink bow on it, but it's a boy. It's a boy.
How can you tell when they're babies like that? Because I know
when
I have
hard.
cats.
I had to Google it and look and Google it and look, and now that it's getting just a couple days older, you can see.
You notice when the berries come in. I mean, if it's a boy or a girl, but before that, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard because they're so. This baby is literally, pictures don't give it justice. It's the size of a puppy. That's how tiny it is. It's way tinier than Baby Jack was.
Oh, I love goats.
Yeah,
I think they're so cute.
I do too, and I can't wait till Cookie and Baby Jack has one together. But I told y'all the other day I thought she was pregnant, but I thought she had more babies in her, but she didn't. She just had one.
Just that one. How many do goats usually have?
They can have. Well, some of them have up to 7. I've seen.
Like a litter?
Oh my God.
Yeah. I've seen YouTube videos where people's had 7, but normally 2 to 3. So it's very uncommon to have maybe 1. Huh?
I was thinking 2 was about average or something, maybe.
I know that I watched the sheep thing where she has a sheep farm, and she can have up to 4. But now I have seen YouTube videos where 7 were born.
Woo!
But they were extremely tired or sleepy.
Yeah.
I mean, little. I must be getting tired.
You're getting tired. That was a Freudian slip.
That's why I want my own property, but I don't want any chickens. I don't like to hear chickens or roosters.
No, I do want chickens. That's the whole thing I want.
Well, I've been getting eggs, but not a lot. But I got a video today. We found the nest. A whole nest.
I don't like all that noise.
Oh, good. You did? Not the noise. I'm not talking about that's not good about the noise, but she found extra eggs because you'd mentioned last time they didn't want to lay.
Yeah, we found. Well, my husband got like 4 or 5, and then we quit getting them. And then today I found the nest when we were looking for the little baby goat. I found the nest and I took a picture of it.
They were hiding them from you.
They want to see the baby goat.
They probably hold them because they're like, they know how much eggs are going for. They're going to sell them on the side.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to dox myself, but I'm going to show you how the baby goes. Hang on, it's mommy's going to cry.
Well, I got pictures of my daughter-in-law's niece today, and she dressed her up in the outfits. I got them all matching outfits for Christmas, and
how old is she now?
Have her. My first my daughter-in-law's granddaughter is going to be 9 months the 25th.
Woo, I'm doxing myself.
Is that the baby? That's the baby already?
Yeah, it's little.
It looks like it's grown since the other day. The picture you took.
No, Daisy, you look just like Jinky.
I know.
I'll do, except she's got light hair.
Everybody says.
Look
Mommy's got light hair and you got dark hair. That's oh, look.
It's just little. Look how my hands are. And that's a little bit bigger than a puppy.
I'm trying to show my husband.
She's mad. Mommy's mad.
Are you mad?
It's so cute.
Oh my gosh. I wish I was there. I could hold it.
Mommy's going crazy, so I'm going to put him back in there with this mom.
She's like, I want my mama.
So we keep them in here.
That's a pretty goat.
Hey, baby. Y'all look amazing.
I like the colors.
There it is. She don't like it when she's a good mom. She is a really good mom.
That's what she was wanting her mama.
She's not old enough to go outside yet. She's just a baby.
We let Baby Jack go out in the cold, and we ended up like at the $300 vet bill. He had pneumonia, and I'm not going to take that chance with this baby.
What's y'all's temperature there? Not right now.
Let me see. Let me see.
It's 51 where I'm at, and that's kind of, I guess mild. I guess, yeah.
Plus, we got coyotes too, so it's 55. It probably wouldn't be too bad on it, but I'm kind of afraid that the coyotes will get where it's.
I agree about that. That's scary about the coyotes because I think a hawk got my last cat. We have huge hawks where we live, and I live like in the city area, kind of, like right by the Capitol. Actually,
no, I want one too,
guys.
They those big old hawks will grab little tiny animals and they'll take them off.
Yeah, that's what we was afraid. What was happened today was either the hawks or the geese got him, where he was so little and was like, oh no, because they can pick up he's so tiny. I know he looks big on screen, but he's really just a little bit bigger than a puppy.
Yeah, I saw that picture. He looked tiny.
He's got a big fat belly though, because she nurses him good. And
good mama full of milk.
She's so good of a mommy. She's such a good mom. She was a good mom to Baby Jack too. So she still is. Baby Jack don't bother the baby. I thought he might, but he doesn't. Y'all look awful.
Well, animals are very smart. They do have a lot of intuition. That's why I say, if y'all want to know what's going on in the world, watch the animals.
Yeah. Well, did you see that where they've been going in circles and stuff? I don't know if that's true, but that's what they say.
Yeah.
My
I found that very interesting.
Yeah. We have bald eagles. Yeah, they say bald eagles, certain bald eagles can pick up like as big as like a small antelope.
Oh, an antelope.
Yeah. Make like a small one.
Dang.
Shooting. I didn't see that, Snow. I'd like to get on to other cases. I love Summer's case. I want to keep her name out here, but I do want to explore more cases. Especially if we hear any news about Leilani. What do y'all think about that? They're trying to get that girl out of that. I will be so mad if that girl
I agree.
gets out of hurting that little baby. I will be upset.
I can't believe that. Honestly, they let her sit there all that time anyway, knowing what they knew and what the babysitter had said. And y'all could, I could tell that babysitter cared about them kids.
Well, Leilani made a big joke out of it. Did you not see her when she was on certain people's channels and stuff? She had a smile on her face, and she was just really arrogant. And that whole interview. Now, do I think Billy Joe was hurting? Yeah, I think Billy Joe was hurting.
I do too. I agree with that. The grandmother, I believe, she blamed herself because she was working, and then she told the babysitter to let her stay, because the babysitter called her, remember, and told her that they called about not bringing the babies that day, that morning the boyfriend did. And she called her, and she was on the way home, and, imagine the guilt she probably got from that. And if there are addictions and things like that, that is a huge trigger.
Right. But I think Leilani is a cold-hearted person. Honestly, I do. Just what I've seen. But what the police
I don't mean her. I'm talking about the grandma. I feel bad.
Oh, yeah. Billy Joe.
But now the daughter, I don't know. I just get when I watch her, almost like not a psychopath, but like a sociopath type. Studying psychology, I'm saying from my own, studies and personal opinions. I'm just saying that there's a personality disorder.
You can see it in her. She had no
emotion.
You could see a little smirk smile. She was enjoying all the attention. She was getting.
It's that
the babysitter did love baby Quentin. Wasn't that an awful? How? I don't know. I don't
going
get it.
Down. I'm sorry. I feel she's going down. I don't care. Just like Monkey.
Even Billy Joe said that though.
How about that little Megan Boswell from before, around the time from when was it round a little bit before when Summer went, and she went to jail, and then the grandma was all tied up in that too. And I wonder
if the grandma didn't hurt that baby. I wonder if the grandma didn't hurt little Evelyn and
it's possible they were all like that boyfriend. I called him Mr. McMeth.
Megan was acting like Leilani. Megan reminded me of Leilani
and the way she kept going back to that baby shark thing and smiling, it was creepy.
Yeah, like Leilani, like that little. She knew she was lying. Just
it's like a little glimmer in their eye or something.
Yeah,
like devilishness or something.
Yeah, like they're proud of it. They like the attention that they get. Yeah.
And isn't that like off your child? Like that's like on another level of something.
Well, they said that baby Evelyn was alive when they stuck her in that trash, that she was still alive.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh my goodness.
That girl's got 19 counts against her. 2 counts of murder. I don't know how they got 2 counts of murder on that.
Out of one kid?
Don't know. Out of one child. I don't know how. But I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she has 2 counts of murder on her.
I wonder if it's because she intended for her to do that, but then like she lived longer, like you said, she was alive when she went in there, and then so later she died. So maybe one is an attempted, and maybe the other is a murder. I don't know.
Might have been.
Because they'll put everything they can on you to start with.
And tinfoil, and also tinfoil. She was wrapped in tinfoil, Wisconsin woman.
What? Wasn't it hot? Like wasn't it the summertime?
I don't remember. I didn't follow Evelyn's very much, but I just watched a little bit.
Oh, I find that weird too. If y'all watched that Shurfy man, he even brought up that they questioned his son or something about that because he lived on something close to the grandfather or something. Do you remember that whenever he was on live? I'm not going to say the channel or anything, but y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Whenever there were some people on that road and he got mad at them because they were antagonizing the girlfriend's mother that was old behind Don and Candace.
Did what now?
Did y'all remember that?
Who did what now?
Okay. You remember the people who talk in the, I don't want to call people's channels out because I don't know how, that works on your channel. So I'm careful. I don't be careful about saying whoever, but some people, went up to Tennessee and went outside of Don and Candace's and were yelling at them and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right? So that Mr. Sherfy, who was working for the police
he
department when they came out there. Yeah. And he's the one that brought that up about Megan, about Evelyn Boswell, and brought that up himself. And and like intersected about well, they tried to pin my son up on something he was talking about. But that, I thought that was very odd.
I thought I saw a video with his son and her in it. They were doing something.
Like they knew each other or something.
Yeah, I think he lives close.
Like on the end of the road or something.
County. Yeah. Yeah, I still have my suspicions about that too. Because that senior guy, he inserted himself and he rolled up there like he was Barney Five, and he couldn't have made them leave. But when he had that gun on his side, that was intimidation.
That was scary.
Yeah.
I would gravy and biscuits.
Oh, good night. Oh,
good night, gravy and biscuits. Good night and sweet dreams to you, gravy and biscuits. I wished I had me some gravy and biscuits.
Your white Wisconsin mama. That is horrible how that little baby girl died.
I mean,
I didn't know about that aluminum foil. That's even worse.
Yeah, I think that the boyfriend and grandma had something to do with it, because I think Megan did too, but I think all of them knew.
They were covered for each other.
Exactly. Yeah, I think they should be charged too, but
and it could have been something like, these are theories and allegedlys, but if they're on medications or drugs, and you know how people can do things like that and drop stuff and kids can pick it up and put it in their mouth and things like that. It's not even maybe that they did it on purpose or anything, but even the fact that she could have just grabbed something, put in her mouth, and then they tried to hide it because they didn't want to get in trouble for the fact that they were all messing with drugs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it was obvious that there was some McMeths, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
With that party.
I quit. I wonder about Kaylee Anthony. I wonder if she wasn't a part of the T.
The
HT.
Well, her father, I can tell you, what we've been talking about with my family, with John Bonet's family, with Megan Walsh's family. It's the same thing. Remember what I said about the police sometimes? Not all police. No, I want to say that, but a lot.
So much evidence against her and still walked out of there. And that makes me think that there was connections and that was a human trafficking situation. Right.
And let me tell you something. I said the whole time that little girl was missing, because I watched that case like everybody's doing with Summer, but that was before the YouTube thing. But I stayed glued to like HLN, with Nancy Grace and all that. And I mean, every single thing there was. And I watched that trial, I mean, every day. And I had a 3-year-old at the time when that was going on that was about the same age, that she was. And it just, I guess that's why it just pierced my heart, because I had a child that was the same age. And in fact, my grandson is exactly their birthdays are only a couple days apart. Kaylee and my grandson.
Have you seen the new episodes that
I did? Yes.
Do you think that is an act? I think it's an act.
I think some of it is, but I do think some of it's true.
Oh, probably, but I think a lot of it were stage actors.
Well, with that man that she lived with, that old guy and their family, you know what I'm talking about? One of the attorneys or whatever that gave her a job for all those years and kind of hit her out or whatever. I don't think that he just announced on that documentary all of a sudden all these things with her and she didn't know about it. That to me was staged.
Well, see, the thing is, I watched this one girl, Miranda Sings. She actually goes on stage and stuff. And there's actually a spray that you can spray in your eyes, and it burns your eyes enough to make you cry.
Yeah.
And your eyes turn red and your nose turn red and you look like you're actually sobbing. Right. And I question it now. People can turn them tears on like that. And I think that not Kaylee, but her mom. What's her name?
Casey.
Casey Anthony. I think that was staged and scripted.
Now I'll tell you, I believe she's 100% psychopath.
Yeah, I think her daddy's involved. I do think her daddy's involved. And I think this is a trafficking situation.
I agree with you because I think she
That's
was
why
being
she
drugged and kept in that car at times in the trunk for babysitting. And I think Zanny the nanny is medicating her with Xanax. I think that was just code.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That happens more than what you really think. Kids getting drugged like that.
Right. Because so the child won't remember what happened to them.
Oh, yeah, that, and because parents don't want to be bothered with them.
Right. And she wanted to go out and party, and she was mad at her mama. You know, they were
leave her home by herself. Yeah. They've left them for hours.
Who was going to, who Kaylee was closest to or whatever. They had that, the mama-daughter fighting going on there. It's like her mom tried to take over and was trying to force Casey to be the mother that she did not want to be.
Right.
And she just took her from that house. And I think she was using Zanny the nanny in the trunk with tape over her mouth to go and party it up when she was doing a lot of that stuff. And so honestly,
know she was back there.
I think she was in the trunk, and I think that's why she covered her mouth with duct tape and everything. But she was in August heat in Florida. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, if they use that chloroform and Xanax and all that stuff to knock her out so that she wouldn't cry if somebody hurt her in the parking lot or something,
yeah,
that's just like
Yanni said that's what they would do. And Yanni said she'd be in and out, and that's how she remembered things. But she said the little kids would cry and not want to take the medicine, and she'd tell them to, so they didn't remember what happened.
Right, because it's better than remembering it.
Yeah, but they do that. They drug them.
They do, and unfortunately, a lot of kids do overdose because of it.
I wonder if Daddy wasn't a Mason. I heard Casey's daddy wasn't a Mason.
No, that's what I was telling you earlier. Yeah,
he is.
Yes.
See,
remember me telling you about law enforcement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm suspicious of everything. Y'all know that over here. I get suspicious of everything.
I am too nowadays because
Molly Rodney's case was a scary case. I'm telling you.
That is a deep rabbit
hole. But I'm telling you one thing. Go back. I know if you was with me during that time, Sailor. Go back there so you know my theory.
I was watching.
And AWP never released the other tape where they showed the car.
They said they were going to, though. They didn't.
They never did. Then all of a sudden this comes out about the driver, right? The guy that supposedly saw her the next day.
The AAA guy. Right?
Yeah, that was confirmed. And then all of a sudden the owner of AWP gets all this come out on him.
Jared,
because he run his mouth and he shouldn't have probably about this. There was a lot more going on with that case. That's why I backed away from that case.
Yep.
I feel like there was more people in that car.
Oh,
yeah. I know for sure one or two, because
I agree.
I could see it.
We were looking at that video. You could make out things, and also, did you see the hesitation in the police when they said there are more than one body in the car? And I often wonder, possibly, could Kylie have been with child? She graduated a year early, and a lot of kids I know are smart. My daughter is graduating a year early, and she's certainly not with child. But I'm just saying, that could be a tricky question. You know what I'm saying? Because usually, it would what happened with Shanann Watts. When she was pregnant. Well, when you pass away, that baby is expelled from your body.
Well, one of my mods said she saw one in there. I didn't see it. I looked and I could not see it.
Well, I didn't see it, but that was just a feeling I had from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, especially if she was in there for a little while. But I'm telling you what, that back seat on the driver's side, I could see the red hair and everything clearly.
I could too.
And a month later, there was a red-headed girl went missing in that same area, and they allegedly found her like wrecked or something. And I wonder if that ain't the girl that was in the back seat of that car. I don't know.
I agree, though. There's something.
Places,
There is something with that whole thing. And let me tell you something. I looked into Samantha's father because I'm okay. I know how this stuff works with these people. And so I went immediately when this case broke out and made friends with every single person that was friends with her before they deleted their account, because they wouldn't, after everything gets out, they're not going to take a bunch of friend requests. So I did it beforehand.
Who was it? What
Samantha, the one that was leading up everything and talking.
Oh, yeah, the friend.
The weird friend that was older, and possibly, if that was my daughter, let me tell you something. I would have been so mad at that girl for leaving my 16-year-old daughter alone and not calling me. And if she couldn't take her home, at least Uber, they got money, or call me for me to come get her. And listen, as a mother of a girl that age myself, I can't go to sleep if my child is not in that house anyway.
Amen, sister. Exactly.
That was my first red flag right there.
Exactly. And then
Brian Laundrie and Gabby Tino's case is still live.
And here's another thing about the Brian Laundrie case. Now, listen, I know how these people work in codes and symbols and all these things, colors, numbers.
I don't know
and
about
listen,
her.
Brian Laundrie is a name. Listen, that is an anagram. Brainwashing. Turn that Brian. Take Brian, the name Brian. It turns around as an anagram to brain. Okay, laundry is washing. Now that
I'm telling you, Ryan. You listen, Ryan. Look up. Isaac Cappy. Look up File of Cabal. That'll tell you everything. I know that a lot of people don't want to believe that stuff is going on, but I'm telling you that that kind of stuff is going on. I believe there was a cult involved. In my opinion, that was a cult.
All you got to do is look at her celebration of life. Listen. There was so much symbolism in that. If I could sit here and watch that, I could name 20 things right off the top of the bat.
Yeah.
So you're saying you don't believe Brian Laundrie's dead?
No, I do not.
No, I don't believe he is. I don't think
they are. And listen, here's another thing. All these people come from starting in New York, New Jersey area.
Well,
they end up down in Florida in Vero Beach, right down by where Megan Walsh's dad, they live at Vero Beach, which is
you heard Megan talking about how Petito and her dad was bloods.
Well, Petito, this is the crazy thing, because I was watching all this when she was missing. They hadn't even found Gabby yet, supposedly. And her father and her stepmother, who was in also the video from that first school shooting in Texas. And the stepmother, her little brother, and Gabby were in that video with that woman that made that movie. It was about a gun violent commercial, like a gun violent video. Okay, they were in that. But then, so that tells me, there's some kind of inside something already that they're involved in, like crisis acting or something. But
there you go. Well, don't you think it's funny that we all seen the video of the police in the back? Her and the police interview. We never seen scratches on her face, but now there's new release.
All of a sudden, there's a picture out of her, the black eye and all
on her face that we never saw before.
No. Why would they wait this long to put that out?
Upset about it, but I'm telling you guys, I don't get a feeling that either one of them are.
Think about this too. Let's just put our common sense hat on for a minute. They knew.
Well, her mom. Go ahead.
Okay. What I was just going to say is, first of all, the connections. Okay. What FBI is going to let parents of a possible murderer, of a girl they found already by this time.
Allegedly,
And they
yeah.
let his parents go out into the National Reserve to look for him. The mother carries in a book bag on her back. All of a sudden, within 30 minutes, they find Brian's remains and find a diary that you can read, but yet the salt water was so bad that it took away his whole body, except for a piece of teeth, a jawbone that his family dentist identified that is in his family. And also, I mean, how can we read this journal so legibly that's been underwater, they say, all this time?
Well,
I know that whenever things get wet, it fades.
Well,
It doesn't look like that. And in the
okay.
letter, when you read it, it says, don't blame my parents, basically.
Right. Well, the thing is, this is what I think. There was a lot of real murders went on in that park where that happened. There was her mom even slipped up and said there was another. They had to wait to find out whether or not it was Gabby, because there was another girl that matched exactly the way
Yeah, I
Gabby
remember that.
looked like Gabby.
Yeah.
That was missing. How
In
many
the
people?
national forest too. And how
Yeah,
about the two
those two
lesbian
girls
girls
married.
that
Yeah,
watched the witness the
all
fight?
that was hush-hushed. I don't know. There's
Yeah.
maybe I believe Gabby is gone, but I don't believe he is. I think there's more to
He
this
heard you.
I agree with
because
you.
her mom genuinely acts like she's brokenhearted, like she
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
yeah.
like her being alive, but Brian Laundrie. Like, I really believe that family, if you look up their records, what they live by, what their jobs are. Okay, they came from New Jersey, New York, up there, same place. They end up down in Florida, and a different place, not in the same beach where where they're living, but not far from there. Let's put it that way. And they have like business fronts. You know what I'm saying? Like these yogurt shops and stuff, but they don't really work on them.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's all weird. All these cases are weird. But I could be wrong. I'm not saying that's just my opinion.
These are just theories. Like, we're just talking. Like,
yeah. But
and you do got to look at everything. Like, that's what detectives even do. They look at every possible scenario there could possibly be, and then just try to mark it off.
Hey, Pennington presents.
I know it's hard for y'all to
I've
believe.
been sharing your videos. You do really good videos, especially summer videos. We're just suspicious minds over here.
Right.
I'm not saying it's a fact or nothing. Like, I'm back and forth on it, but the Kylie Rodney case is really weird, and the way that whole setup, like when they pulled her out, and I don't know.
Yeah, that was really weird. The whole thing, it was almost like a traumatic situation for people to even watch.
And then the little girls partying at her little sorority parties right after that happened, like nothing ever did happen.
Even the way she acted, it didn't seem like there was any remorse, except for that one friend she's got, Mags, the one that her mom was friends with her mother. Like, she's the only one that I even saw crying or showing any kind of emotion at all between them friends. Any of her friends.
I'm sorry, but I think Brian Laundrie's gone.
Well, he could be.
He might be.
Must be. Look here, Under the Moonlight said Gabby appeared in the video of the song, which was released for Sandy Hook victims.
That's right.
Kylie Rodney's case is baffling to me. It really is.
Under a Moonlight, that's what I was saying. It's the same thing I believe about the Sandy Hook. That's what made me look at that weird.
Kylie Rodney too.
Lizzie Trevor doing Kylie Rodney.
Yeah.
Ryan said, I have a bachelor's in mortuary science, and I am informed and educated opinion that understands that the years and years of education and training that medical examiners go through, they know more than us. They do, but that doesn't mean that there's not some that ain't tainted. There's some that may be tainted.
Right.
Like, I just don't trust anything anymore.
Well, if you look in Placer County, I believe, somebody put up a video because they live close to this
Right,
area
Georgia.
of all the corruption in that one county where a lot of this stuff went down, you know what I'm saying? And they have a history of a bunch of people dying, and they just mark them off as suicides, a lot of them, or they get hit by train tracks, or they're found in these canals. And if you look it up, yeah, it's on YouTube. You can find it. It's very easy to find. Just look up corruption, and I think it's Placer County, California.
I believe Gabby was murdered, but I don't know about Brian. I mean, I don't think he's still here.
There was something you just said something, and it went away. I was going to say something, and it went away.
I do that all the time.
In my mind.
I got that Lucas brain fog.
I love that video that you did for summer.
Go look up Isaac Cappy, the director that exposed human trafficking.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that stuff. That's a rabbit hole.
Well, here's a weird thing, Miss Daisy. I was on the live that night and texting because he looked so scared, and I actually caught that live that night and was in the chat thing and was asking questions. You know how people were asking questions, and he was like, "No, I didn't do this," and he was scared, and his dog. Somebody was holding his dog away, and he kept looking over to his right the whole time, and he knew. He said, "I'm not suicidal." He made a point to say that. He said, "But something's going to happen to me." And it's just very strange. You know, he ends up dying on Route 66, and they said he threw himself off a bridge.
And Tom Hanks tweeted that there was roadkill in that area right before it happened.
Mm-hmm.
I got that on video. Hang on.
I'm just saying, like, Seth Green, you know, he exposed him as being a PO.
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks. And that's a weird thing. Okay, Tom Hanks I followed on Instagram because I watch these people. Listen, I know what I'm looking at. You know what I'm saying? And I watch the symbolism and I watch the stuff. So right after Isaac Cappy goes missing, Tom Hanks posts an Instagram picture by a sign at Route 66, and there was a glove laying on the ground right below there, and he makes really weird random posts, and it said something about Cappy ? You know what I'm saying? Like whose glove? Cappy, and made a comment about that. And I don't know. It's just like there's something up with that.
Well, he said there was roadkill in that area.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
That's what he said. But I do want to say this: Dr. G did Kaylee Anthony's
Dr. Volvio or whatever name is so hard to say.
Dr. G don't play.
Yeah,
and she thinks that baby was what I took from her. She thought the baby was hurt bad, and she still to this day, you know, will swear on it.
I believe she is 100% legit.
Right. For Casey Anthony to get out of that, something happened.
Something is
behind the scenes stuff happened.
When these high level Masonic oaths are made, you know, as part of it, you make a pledge to your brothers, your fellow brothers, and also to protect their family. Right. In other words, you know, if you're like Hunter Biden is getting away with all this stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's just on a higher level. But even on a lower level, my brother probably should have been in jail. I don't know how many times. And he has never, ever been in trouble for anything that he should have been in trouble for, except for after my dad passed away. Listen, I can promise you right now, anything that would have happened in our family, my daddy would make one phone call. It would be taken care of.
Right. I want to show these guys right here, right quick. This is exposing some Hollywood here too. Hang on just a second. I want to give you a little eye opener about what's really going on. They don't. I probably get flagged on this, but the Satanism is real in Hollywood, y'all. Satanic,
yes, it is.
Human trafficking. Look at that.
Every
this
bit
is Hollywood, y'all. This is our actors and directors. They are satanic.
These are the influence of our children.
Exactly. They listen, that rabbit hole goes deep. They are hurting our children. They are trafficking. They are buying our children. They are doing all kinds
Madonna,
of
those
wicked
African
things.
children that she adopted. Now, there's a bunch of things that's come out now that she trafficked them.
Mhm.
Angelina Jolie, even those children that.
Oprah. Oprah too.
There's a lot surrounding that.
Oprah was on Maxine Geswell's list. I got a list of the people. The Epstein list. There wasn't a lot on Epstein's, but Maxine Geswell
Ghislaine
had
Maxwell.
Whole list, and Oprah was one of them. One person that I was really surprised was Gwen Stefani was on there. There was a whole bunch of them. Look at that, y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all can't say that these people ain't devil worshipers.
I mean, they're not hiding at all.
They're not hiding. They don't even hide it anymore. Hang on, let me see what else I got on here, because I always put it on my Facebook so I can go back and show it to y'all during a live. It's bad, y'all. This right here is bad. Hang on, let's see what this one is. Hang on, let me see. I can't play the music or anything on it because I'll get a strike.
They'll give you a strike on that.
That was my TikTok. I was sharing my TikTok on that one. I
just
do
you see that symbol right there with the Baphomet?
Yeah, that's the sign of Moloch and Baal.
Well, that's Baphomet. The one with the horn. The horns is like the upside down pentagram, where the things point up, and for Wicca or witchcraft it points down the pentagram, but then for Satanism or Luciferianism it points upward, where it's like the points are at the top, so it's like an inverted pentagram, or pentacle. They call it different things.
I don't want to show that one. That's horrible.
But they these things hold power. You know what I'm saying, to these people, these demonic strongholds.
They're Satanists. They're Messianic Satanists.
They
I mean, just like Yanni said, she had to drink that little baby's blood after. Let's see.
And they do that, and that's why the Church of Satan. Let's see, 6 days ago. In fact, I was on the thing last night with Megan. She spoke about that, and it's been retweeted several times, like a bunch of over and over. And they have now had their first religious abortion clinic set up because the Satanic Church filed a lawsuit that said that abortion is their religious right.
Oh my God, I know. Ain't that scary? That is scary.
They're just coming out and saying it. They're not like,
oh my God, it's horrible. I'm going to play this. I want to play this for y'all right quick, okay?
Okay.
Hang on. And I want this stuff to be exposed.
I agree.
Inappropriate cups, but they're saying it was an accident. Then the media joins in trying to normalize the behavior. People are laughing at these cups by McDonald's Japan because they become inappropriate after rotating them. McDonald's Japan releases a line of adorable cups, but people are finding them hilariously inappropriate. McDonald's Japan accidentally creates inappropriate cups in new summer release. Depending on how you turn the cup, or if you stack the cups together, you'll get images like this and this, like this. Don't forget this position. It's the boy.
I can't show any more of that. That's horrible. But there's sublingual messages. There's sublingual messages in a lot of our cartoons.
Disney
a lot
is
of
the
it
worst.
is Illuminati.
Very worst.
Guys, I'm telling you, it's scary stuff. I mean, this world is way worse than what we think. That's why I don't trust any of it.
And the enemy has just. He's depended so long on us not believing that the devil is real. And that's what he's fooled the world into believing, because they fall right into it. If they believe he's not real, all this stuff is just a joke. No, it's not a joke.
If they don't believe he's real, then then who puts it in?
They worshiping something they don't believe is real.
Well, look at these all these horrific murders. Where do they think that all that evil stuff comes from? That comes from the devil. That's where that comes from.
And even Walt Disney signs his name with 3 6s in it.
Yeah, Walt Disney's bad. I don't support Disney at all.
He's a 33rd degree Freemason. If you look at Walt Disney, that's why they have a Club 33.
They're horrible. I mean, let's see. AF said, you have to remember, though, Daisy, that many people are not religious, and the ironic used is not just associated with satanic stuff. A lot of it is associated with pulp culture. Well, yeah, a lot of them are, but it ultimately comes down to Satanism. Like they have, like Justin Bieber come out. I shared it. I have to go back and look. He come out and told about how a child that was very abused and was bleeding, they brought to him the Millionaire Club.
Oh yeah.
And they brought the child to him. And let me see if I can find that.
And he said he could not do that, and that he ran
They
off.
wanted him to RSA that child.
Right. And he wouldn't do it.
They were going to record him doing it that way. They had him. That's what they do. They record him doing this heinous crime. That's their initiation. They get to be a part of the billionaire club, and they get promoted. They get fame. If you hear them say they sold their soul to the devil, that's what they're doing.
They've done.
And the thing is, he said that he didn't do it. He walked away, and he said that he had found out that they'd done away with the child, unalived that child anyway, and he felt really bad about it. Allegedly, according to this, let me see. Okay, I'm trying to find it. The one, and I did a live about the rabbit hole. That's what I'm saying. People don't know. I go deep over here with the human trafficking
because it does go deep, and
it's
you can't help
deep.
but go
And
deep whenever you start looking into it. You can't help it.
A lot of people like to look away from it.
That's because you know what?
Pretend that it's not real.
If they acknowledge it's real, then they're going to have to take accountability for their own actions and what they continue to do, and they've got to make a change, and they don't want to do it.
They're going to have to stand up and do it because they're going to have to stand up eventually because they're trying to legalize pedophilia. They're
absolutely. And they're tagging it with the LGBT community, trying to attach the P, to those initials, which many people have said that if they had known that would be the end agenda, that they would have never even been involved in that movement.
A lot of people from the LGBT.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah. That's what I mean about. Yeah.
Jeffree Star is terrified. He put a post on that he did not want anything to do with the Illuminati. And he is terrified that he's not going to be alive. He's going to be unalived.
Right.
He even put a statement out himself that he is terrified.
He probably was done just like what I'm talking about.
Kanye West. He named Kanye in that as well. But Kanye's went back to his old thing.
Megan has also outed Kanye.
Yeah, he went against Balenciaga and exposed all of them, and now he's right back in the store shopping.
Let me tell you something. He's a plant by the enemy, and he had a lot of people even playing his music in the Christian churches and stuff. And look at the people that he influenced, thinking that he was going back to the Lord and all that stuff. But it was all, if you look at any of his services, the Kanye Sunday service is self-worship, which is ultimately Satanism. Yeah. Or the Anton LaVey version of it anyway. Or what he said it was.
We know right here, deeper. I'm going to play this right quick and let people see this.
When you see this, 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 when you see the checkerboards on the floor, when you see the skull and bones, when you see the signs and symbolism, when you slow down the music, Jay-Z new video with Nas and DJ Khaled, it's a scene where it's checkerboards. These are all occult Satanist symbolic symbols. So what I'm saying is, and I'm gonna tell you why and me personally, I've been in music for a minute, had deals and all that, bro. I don't give a fuck about this shit. But what I know, for me, I study so I know when I see it, so I know what to avoid. Because niggas could be trying to sacrifice your ass and you're not studying. God told us to read and be knowledgeable. So when I see Jay-Z go, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? You're not no gang member. You got checkerboard floors in your shit. You got skull and bones.
I want to address, listen, guys. If you don't believe me, go look up the ad for Balenciaga. That's all I got to say. Go look at the ad for Balenciaga. They have literally children in their ad with teddy bears in bondage.
Yeah.
You can't, it's right there in your face.
Yep.
People need to open their eyes to this.
They sure do.
You know, whether y'all believe me or support me, I'm still going to put this out here because I know this
You got to
is
stand
real.
up for the truth, because you got to ultimately go to your Father one day and answer to Him.
Yeah, God's opened my eyes to a lot of this stuff.
Amen.
And they're doing it right in our face. I mean, they put real human blood in a Nike suit, in a Nike shoe. They don't even care.
No. They won't. That's the whole ritual part of it, and the spell casting that they do. Just like that concert where those kids dropped dead with was it the Jenner girl that was dating
right
the rapper, and they went in that concert and so many of them died. It was like a portal to hell that was opened up on that stage.
Well, I can tell you all right now, I have a mod that was a victim of human trafficking at the age of 2. She was stolen from her grandmother. She was sent to Australia and she was trafficked to the rich elites. She was in mansions and she told a horrific story about their Satanism. She talked about the breeders. These are women, young women that have babies and they don't even register them. They don't have a social security number. They don't have nothing.
There's physicians that are part of these groups that deliver these babies at these places, like on Epstein Island.
Yeah. And these breeder babies are used for their satanic sacrifice.
That's
because
right. And they do consume them.
Baby. She was abused and she would take care of the younger children as she growed into this. She had like an 8-month-old baby that had never seen love, and she rode with it to where they was going to do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that she held that baby and loved on that baby like he had never had love before. She said they took the baby out of her hands. She fought them. And because she fought them, they took that baby, sacrificed it, and made her drink the blood of that baby.
Right. Yeah.
And
look, this stuff happens from...
Go ahead.
I was just going to tell you, this stuff, I've talked to people personally, like known them and read their diaries, and and I think God allows certain people to be exposed, to understand this so they can expose it later. Like coming from certain families, you know what I'm saying?
I know.
So that it could be exposed, because if the people that are going through it, you know what I'm saying, and they know this stuff and they stand up and they expose it.
Right, Ryan, if we don't talk about this and it doesn't get out here, if it does not get out here, then people are going to continue to turn a blind eye. We need to have people open their eyes and protect these little children. Thousands of kids are going missing out of foster care. Thousands. Right. And they don't even know where they're at. It is very, very real. And there is a lot. Balenciaga, there you go. There is a lot of victims. And I'm not afraid to put it out on my panel. Because if it saves a child and it brings awareness, and if a mommy hears this and she doesn't let her 5-year-old child walk 30 feet behind her in a shopping center, she thinks, okay, I better hold on to my child because this stuff's out here and these people's crazy.
That's right.
And I have seen it. And there's been times I've wanted to tell a mom, look, as a victim of SA that was stolen.
And also you said you almost got jerked by somebody and he was going to kill you, didn't you say? And Jinky
I had a man put his hand over my mouth and dragged me in the building. I was 3 feet behind my grandmother. And she kept walking because she didn't even know that he took
And back then, I understand that because things were different. It was a different time, and it was not as bad and prevalent, or we didn't at least know about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So your grandma, I can understand back then, you know what I'm saying? But these days, like you can't turn your mind, you can't turn your head for a minute.
They come up and take them out of... I've seen videos where they have come up in daylight and grabbed the kids out of the mommy's arms, and the mommies are literally fighting
them. Yeah, in the stores.
Yeah. And they don't even care because they're getting paid high money to take these children because these rich elites are so demonic and perverted that they are willing to pay any amount of money to do what they want to do.
Because they get so perverse because money doesn't satisfy them anymore. Money's their god and power.
And they worship Satan.
Well, right.
If you go back
Which
and
is
watch,
the ultimate still that's the core of everything, what it all goes back to. And that's what people don't understand. They try to say, oh, well,
Donnie
God, I don't believe in God, they say, and they don't want to talk about religion. I'm like, okay, well, then tell me this then. Why are these people all doing this?
Listen, I watched the fall of the cabal. The people that's in here that don't believe me. No, she's fine, Jay. She's fine. I just want to say I watched the fall of the cabal. They have since took it down off of YouTube and all other social medias. But in that video, it's a 3-hour exposure of this stuff. I literally see men running, naked men laying around, are laying around, like rolling around in children's blood.
Mm-hmm.
Like they show the images to back up.
Are you talking about the back when John Elefantis?
The fall of the cabal.
Yeah.
It's a 3-hour exposure of this.
Oh, I hadn't seen that.
A girl at my work, yeah, they took it down because it showed everything. It showed images of the Red Shoe Club, the Pizzagate, all of that.
Which Madeline McCann's father is standing beside Tony Podesta with those red leather shoes on.
Right. There is no exploiting this. Yanni is a victim, a grown victim, and keeping the word out here is not exploiting that whatsoever.
No, because she's exposing it herself. She wants to bring attention to this, because the truth of the matter is, how can we help protect other children and other people from being done this way?
Right.
If we don't,
they already have attacked me several times. AF Pennington, they have already targeted me just because I've been talking to Donnie, have talked to them in the past. They already have attacked me. They have attacked me really bad. They've come at me very, very bad. But this is definitely a subject, and this is unrelated to summer. This is a subject off from summer.
This is off way from that different,
summer. We don't think we don't know, but this is just a rabbit hole we've went down just talking.
Because it does have to do with overall exploitation of children.
Yeah. No, we have. It's very sad, but we have to. That if God gave me anything on this platform, it's going to be a voice for these children that are being victimized as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
As we speak, innocent little precious children.
The thing is, like, if somebody would have spoke up maybe before it happened to me or happened to Megan or happened to, and I didn't get the traffic part, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, because my mom was
didn't either. I just got essayed.
But it was the other, and mine was the SRA, which is because of the Masonic ritual. And I know what I went through, and nobody can convince me what I know that I know that I know, and what I saw growing up.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, people can't. They can argue with me if they want to, but they can't.
Well, I've asked God to open my eyes. I said, show me. And boy, did he ever. Like, I don't trust anything. The brainwashing. Even Jim Carrey got on a talk show and come out with the Illuminati sign, flashing it around. And he's like, they was making a joke of it. He looked at the guy and he said, you know what I'm talking about it. You're a part of it. I'm a part of it. And then he starts talking about how they brainwash and they start laughing. But that guy's face is like, oh my God, I can't believe he's out here really saying that. You know what I'm saying?
And then they tried to say he was going crazy after that. You know, they always, if people start breaking down in the programming, and, they always notice they put them back in some kind of a rehab facility.
Right.
And they always come out with white or blonde hair. Just notice that, because electrical shock treatments, which is what they do to these people to shock them so that their mind is kind of like reformable again, remoldable again. Because and so many people died age 27 in Hollywood for a reason. Just look it up.
Well, now they're falling out like 60. Like a lot of them, I don't think is agreeing to. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do this inhumane stuff that they're doing. And if they don't agree to it, then they they're gone. I mean, this is all my opinion. AF, I'm sorry that you got attacked. That summer video that you did, it was beautiful, and I showed it on here. It was absolutely beautiful, and I'm so sorry that people attacked you over that. That was uncalled for. I thought that video
Somebody
was
attacked.
beautiful.
Somebody
Yeah,
got
he's
attacked
the
for
one that
making
did the video of summer with these beautiful flowers and stuff, like
Oh
this
yeah,
music speaker.
that was
Did you watch that
beautiful.
video? He did that. I don't know if it's a he or she, but
Was
this
it
right here.
one where where it was like Jesus was touching Summer's head? Yeah.
Yeah, the one with her in the dress on the swing.
Oh yeah, I thought that was beautiful.
I thought it was beautiful, but you know how haters hate. But I'm here
Because
to
look,
say you
even if
did a
Summer's not
wonderful
with
job.
the Lord, even in heaven, even if she's not with the Lord, He is with her wherever she's at.
Yes, amen. I agree. Oh, you're a lady. I'm sorry about that, AF. But you did a beautiful job. We do go down rabbit holes sometimes with this. I know it goes deep, and a lot of people don't want to believe it because it's so horrific. It is really bad, but I just feel a need that I have to talk about. I have to bring some sort of I feel
And
like
don't you
I'm.
find that? I'm sorry, I was just going to say,
Go
don't
ahead.
you find that the Lord opens doors and things that no man can shut?
Yeah.
Like the other night, me coming up on panel period, the night that Candace was up here, and the fact that I had prayed for like a year and a half or so to have the chance to pray
No.
with her, that is just God 100%.
Yeah.
And then the fact that we start talking about this, and this is stuff that happened to me as a child that I've been exposing on my channel. I mean, people can go to my channel if they want to and see. This is not something I'm just up here talking about now. This is stuff that I've been dedicated to for a while to expose, because even before I knew how to do videos and stuff, I was on there just talking about it and just my face out there and everything, risking, because y'all don't understand, when you come from these families, you do risk when you come against it, because trust me, when you're covered, when you're in it, okay? But what happens to you when you speak against it is what happens to Megan Walsh right now. What's happening to her? Everything's been taken away from her. Everything. She has nothing. Her children have been taken away. Her father is controlling that. Her home
I would love
was
to
taken
talk
away.
to her. I would love to talk to Megan.
Well, get on Twitter and follow her. It's Megan Walsh _.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to.
She's exposing every bit of this, and she knows, because she was at the toppest level.
Than her dad, ain't she?
And she was brought up in it.
Yeah, yeah. Good night. Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry we took you down the rabbit hole.
I'm sorry about the rabbit hole, but the rabbit hole is real.
Over here. But the thing is like, what was we saying? I forgot.
We were talking about Megan and about her exposing all this stuff and being top levels.
Yeah. But you know how her dad was so passionate on America's Most Wanted. Mm-hmm. She has that same passion as he does, but it's on the right side. It's the right one. You know what I mean?
And she didn't, to start out with, she wasn't exposing everything. She was really just questioning about Adam, which started going down another rabbit hole, which ended up for her. And it led to a bad place. And I mean, like I said, this is all on Twitter, and she wants me to speak out for her. She said, anytime you can tell my story, do it. She tells a lot of us that are all in this like group, that kind of talk back and forth about all this stuff with CPS, with child trafficking.
Right. Ryan, what do you mean protecting the victims? You were protecting the victim by talking about it, by bringing awareness.
Right. There's well, first of all, I am a victim, Ryan.
Other than Mayani, and Mayani's been up here on my panel several times talking about it. It is about the victims. They aren't they are not defined by their traumas. Absolutely. It is.
Oh, no. My life is so good now. And if I hadn't been through the stuff I had been through, I don't know if it made me run to the Lord. And honestly, like some of us have to go through some of this stuff so we can expose it in our families. Like there are certain people born in certain families for a reason to expose this for such a time as this.
Yeah.
And if we're quiet about what we've been through, Like we're just we're being complacent, and we're as like it's kind of like you have a guilt of not survivor's guilt, but it's similar. You know, it's like I can't stand by and keep my mouth shut because I'm worried about my own self when I know there are kids going through what I went through, and I cannot stand that. So it's kind of like if you are a victim, you've got to speak out about it because you cannot let these evil people continue to do what they're doing to children.
Right.
Because if somebody would have spoke up before me, maybe I could have been saved from that.
Right.
Maybe
I didn't
Megan
know.
could have
I
been
didn't understand what was happening.
No.
For years,
even if you're going through it, listen, Miss Daisy, even when you're living in it, you don't understand all the way until it's like later and you put it all together and you're like, oh my gosh, you know, it's just too much. And the Lord allows us to file things away in like little compartments.
Right. Because that happened to me, I know as a victim, a lot of people said, well, why didn't Summer scream? Because when it happened to me, even though I had a hand over my mouth, I froze. Exactly. I didn't know what to do. It was like, is this really happening? You know?
I mean, people have to think about when they were little children, okay? And I'm going to give a good example of what I'm talking about. If anybody can understand, okay, if anybody was alive when JFK died, everybody knows if they can think back, they remember everything that was going on around them that day, because that was a trauma effect on the whole United States. And everybody remembers the day JFK died. They remember probably where they were, where they heard it from. Elvis, the same thing. The day that Elvis died, I was sick, but I can recall it like it was yesterday.
Yeah. Well, what we've been talking about, the rabbit hole goes along with those with that, all that.
I know. Even let's talk about the sacrifice. I'm just going to go because I'm working on something that's called the Elvis Files, and it's going to take me a while because it's so deep. But I'm speaking about Elvis Presley because you know, I didn't see it when I was younger, but now that I'm older, like knowing some of the things that I do, and I look back and okay, everybody knows how close Elvis Presley was with his mother. They were extremely close, and his mother was very protective over him. She was not particularly they were Assemblies of God, same faith I'm in. I mean, I'm not really denominations, but that just happens to be what church, you know, that I'm belong to, that I have been since I've been saved. And so that's where Elvis came out of, is Assemblies of God churches. So his parents were also Assemblies of God. So I understand her thinking and the way she, you know, thought about things, you know, maybe a little more because of just the theology of that, you know. And so she really wasn't really big on wanting Elvis to be famous. Like she was fine with everything being like the way it was, and like wanting her husband to provide and all this other kind of thing. And anyway, Elvis and his mother, because of his twin brother dying when he was born, they had such a bond that it was almost unbreakable, to the point that Elvis would not have ever probably been famous had his mother lived. And I'm just going to mention that the Colonel got a diagnosis of a psychopath when he was in the military and stuff. And this stuff is so deep, and it even goes back to the MK Ultra stuff because of the doctors that were giving him medicines, and the Colonel was his handler.
Isaac Pappy talked about that.
Oh, I didn't even hear him talk about that because
he said MK. MK Ultra. That's where I heard it from. I didn't know none of it.
It's so true though, and it started in the 50s, right after World War II is really when it started, and it came through Project Paperclip, where the those Nazi scientists were brought over here because they were studying mind control and mind manipulation using fluoride and harmonics and different things like that over in Germany. So we brought those same scientists over to America and put them in different universities like Berkeley and like Yale and Harvard, and these, very liberal universities that are now pushing all these agendas as we see.
Right.
And, the Bushes, they're bad. And I voted for them, but it is bad.
I know. You find out after you vote for them, you're like, what?
And I mean, you have to be honest about it and say, I was deceived back then. I really was.
We have.
And they are all, there is no.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying people are so divided in our country right now because they're trying to divide us on everything.
Everything.
And it doesn't matter if it's the right, left, the race baiting, the straight and the gay people, every religion, just
everything.
Every single thing they can do to divide us so that we don't unite and pay attention to really who our enemy is, which is them, not each other.
Yep. Preach it, sister.
That we got to learn to love our neighbor and love each other, even if we don't have the same ideas, even if we don't have the same, because
absolutely,
then that's when we start to take the control back and the power back, because good always overpowers the evil. Kindness always wins over hate.
Right.
So it just would take a little tiny bit of light to shine in that darkness and to light up all that darkness so that everything can be exposed.
And I pray God is going to expose it. One day
it's already starting.
Well, they don't even care anymore. They're doing it. They don't even care.
Showing it outright. But remember in Amos 3:7, it says, surely the Lord God does nothing until he reveals it to his servants, the prophets. And so here's the situation. Like, if God holds himself to a certain thing, you better believe the enemy has to be held to the same accountability. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, he has to show his hand. He's got to do it. But that's why he has got Hollywood, which actually the whole name Hollywood comes from witchcraft and magic, because the holly is the tree that they use for magic spells. And it's just all of it. It's so, if people would just stop and just do the time to research it themselves, not even listen to me or you, just go do it yourself and look, you will find it.
Research.
And then make your decision, but don't just like shut it out and don't investigate it and say, no, that's not true. Like, until you really look into it, because these people are real. And what I was going to say about Elvis is his mother. Remember, they put him in the army. Okay. And 5 months later, his mother was dead. Now, remember what Kanye said about his mama.
Yep.
They had to remove her. Gladys would have never gone for what the colonel did to her son, ever.
Wow.
And she would have been the biggest thorn in their side. And that is the biggest exposure that I'm coming out with this whole thing, because this is how long it's been going on.
Oh yeah, it's been going on for years. Yanni's like in her 50s, and she was a young child, so that had to be a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine how bad it is now? Like, how?
No.
I mean, well, it's that bad. And Ryan, get ready, because you're getting ready to hear what they do. They are cannibals. They drink children's blood.
Right.
Look up adrenochrome. They get high off drinking babies' blood.
And Ryan, my question is this.
Look up adrenochrome.
You're saying I respectfully respect that we disagree, that protecting victims is
that's their new delicacy.
Victims, not the things put upon them. And you're right about that. And I don't even call myself a victim. I say I'm a survivor. And because I took my power back, and see, they can only keep that power if I stay silent. The moment I start opening my mouth, I've regained my power back.
Right.
And I've taken it away from them. They hold nothing over me, because I love Jesus Christ. He's in me. Even if they take my life, I know where I'm going. So they have no fear or hold over me anymore.
That's right, Giselle. I never thought about that. Giselle wants to know about Lisa Marie.
27 years old.
Well, look at John Travolta.
His son.
Well, you heard what Kanye, it come right out of Kanye's mouth. Michael Jordan's dad, Bill Cosby's son, his mom.
Yep. Look at all the deaths around. They're unusual. They're more than just.
Look up adrenochrome.
Yeah.
They drink children's blood.
They get them all worked up and get them scared and afraid, and it releases a chemical in the bloodstream, and they actually get high off of it.
And they brag
and that's
about
what these hunting parties, a lot of these hunting parties are for. And, it's sad because George Bush Jr. was actually done that way. You know, his father is so high up. His grandfather
on
now is
Maxwell's
CIA.
list too.
Do what?
He was on that Maxwell Galsey, whatever.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course he was. But the sad thing is, you know, a lot of the time the prey grows up and they're the predator sometimes because of the extreme torture and abuse. And George Bush Jr. is one of these people who indeed were hunted. He was, and Hunter Biden too. That's what's wrong with them.
That's why they're all messed up.
Yeah.
Well, did you
so when
see
you
that
look at it
video?
like that, you're like, dang, you know, because when you picture like, okay, this nasty old person,
Oh, yeah, I'm
you
gonna
know,
show
but
Ryan something. Hang on.
they were a kid one time.
Show her something. Proof. I'm gonna show that picture of Lisa Marie, or the girl that played on the Cosby Show. She's married to Jason Bumbo.
You talking about Lisa Bonet?
Lisa Bumbo. Yeah. Have you seen the video of Jason Bumbo filling up his daughter right there in front of everybody?
No.
Hang on, I'm gonna show it. I've showed it on here before. I'll show it again.
Goodness.
And he didn't even care. And she turns around and says, "Stop."
Oh my God. Well, you know what she's probably used to.
Yeah, she knows what he was doing. I've showed it on here before. Hang on. I gotta search a minute. But this is proof. But it don't matter what you tell some people, they still refuse to believe it. I have a cousin that I love dearly. She's a deep liberal, and we've argued, and I just got tired of fussing with her about it and just let her believe whatever she wants to believe.
Yeah.
And going on about my business, and just because I love her, and I don't, but there's some people that just don't want to see it. They can't. They just
they can't handle it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some people honestly they just can't handle that stuff.
Right.
And honestly, I don't know if I could if I hadn't been forced to be faced with it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but I mean, when you've been exposed to it, I mean, gosh, I mean, how much worse can it get? You know, looking into it.
Right. Hang on. It's on here. I've showed it on my live before. And it's literally, you can see his hand going down her chest and on her boob. And she turns around and says, "Stop." She looks so sad. I wish people would quit putting this stuff on my crime crazy Facebook. There's some kind of fat thing they're putting on my channel, and I can't.
What?
Yeah, like weight loss thing. I don't know if they're doing it for meanness or what.
Honestly, that's why a lot of times I just put my thing up there, my screen thing, because that is from when I used to model to prove to people that I'm telling the truth about what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I was going to sign with like agencies in New York. Well, an agency in New York, but I was going to talk to 3 different ones. Elite was one of them. And people, this stuff is just so spiritual in nature. Like people just think about it being in a physical regard, but it's in a spiritual first.
Yeah. I bet I passed it up. It was on my rabbit hole live. I have to go on my rabbit hole live. Sorry.
And Renee Marie, I agree. You're right.
I wouldn't be putting this stuff out here. I get flagged, so I don't even get a dime for this. I get flagged every time I put this out here. So I have no reasons to be talking about this because I literally don't get paid. Maybe I might make 5 cents off this video.
Right. Hardly worth it if it's not real or a reason to put it
out
out
would
there.
I put it out here if it's not true that I didn't believe strongly about? Here it is. This is of Isaac Cappy. Hang on. This is the video with Isaac Cappy in it. Hang on.
So that's the one I was talking about, the last one.
Okay, let's see. I want you to see here. This. Okay,
look into the Rothschild family. So you heard it's cannibals. Yeah, there is cannibalism. The higher you go, the more sick it gets. A lot of people are kind of born into this. They grow up in it. They are abused. And through the abuse, especially as a child, you can break someone's subconscious mind. Look into MK Ultra. It's music, it's film, it's art. Look into Marina Abramovich. Is Oprah a pedophile? Well, let's see. Hanks, Weinstein. I mean, the company she keeps, as rich as she is, I have a feeling she is very high up in the cult. And this, make no mistake, this is a cult. There is a widespread cult that is worldwide, and it's fucking bad, guys.
They didn't.
Steven Spielberg is. Do you know anyone who was murdered because of this? Not personally.
He was.
Not personally, but
yeah, he was.
People are murdered for it.
I did something really dumb.
That's the last
This is his
one.
last video.
That's the last one before he
Terrified
died.
in the.
I'm not suicidal.
See, there you go.
Am I afraid of something? I'm afraid of.
Hang on. This
Watch
was
him.
the very last video that was done.
That's
right
what I was
here,
talking about. Yep, that was
before
on
he
there.
allegedly unalived himself.
Right.
And you can see that somebody else is in that room with him. When
Yep,
you
he
watch
keeps
this,
looking to watch his
him.
eyes. He goes to the
He's
right
trying
every
to tell
time.
us something without telling us something.
And his dog is
And
being held back.
after this
and he's
happened,
barking.
he allegedly unalived himself. But a week before this happened,
That's me talking on the video.
Tom Hanks posted on his, I think, Instagram that there would be roadkill where he allegedly unalived himself in that area. And yeah. So I'll let you watch it, but this is him terrified. Watch closely.
You can tell he's terrified.
No, I should be, because bad things are coming my way. I can assure you of that.
Tom Hanks had posted this IG picture a few weeks back. It states, historic Route 66. Roadkill? I hope not. It's no coincidence that Isaac was suicided by jumping off a bridge, landing on the highway and being killed by a car. This was a clear play on how Isaac was about to be killed.
Do you know anyone who was murdered because of this? Not personally.
I want to
get personally, but
okay. Now let me go back here. We'll play Isaac some more because he tells it all. This is the Jason Mumbo video. Children with the two kids. Here we go. One's a boy on the left, or on the right's a boy, and a girl that looks just like Denise from the Cosby Show, who is her mother. Watch the girl. I want you to watch this video and watch your hand. Watch his hand on her chest. I don't know if I can make it any bigger. I don't think I can.
You can
but I want you guys to see this and decide for yourself. Look right here. Look what he's doing with his hand. She tells him to stop. Now this is her father, and look what he's doing. Okay, so you got a wrench too. Let me, Miss V. I accidentally deleted everybody on my thing, so I'm putting you. Did you see it? Fondling his young daughter.
Did y'all see that? Hang on, let me show it.
Why? Let me see if I can fix this to where I can.
Hang on, I talk too much. But there, see, watch his hand. Watch his hand, guys. Watch what he does. This is Jason Mumbo. Watch what he does with his hand. He's doing it right in front of everybody.
Like with his thumb.
Huh?
He was like rubbing his thumb.
And look at the way he acts when he does it. Like, oh, that's not me. I didn't do that.
Yeah, that's weird.
That little girl is sad. She divorced him after that.
She does not look happy.
No, they don't even care. They don't even care. Hang on, this has got some good Isaac Cappy. It's hard to find Cappy stuff.
Oh, they're trying to take it down.
Yeah, I'll probably get this video too. All right, here we go. I'm gonna let you listen to it.
Here we go. Let's see, I think it's this one right here. Can you guys hear it?
No.
Hang on.
That's my.
Here we go.
Come on, Daisy Cow. Hang on. Let me see.
Jay, you're right about that.
Hang on, let me. I don't know what I'm doing over here. Hang on.
One clip from many. But this one is where he exposes Tom Hanks as being a pedophile.
Yeah, this is where he exposes Tom Hanks as being a pedophile.
And after that, after he'd done this, about a week later, Tom Hanks posted a thing about being roadkill in the area where he supposedly killed himself.
Quit eating on Daisy Cow.
Yeah, knowledge is power. Hello, can you hear
has
me?
a lot to do with this too.
And you guys,
yeah, he says Steven Spielberg too is a pedophile. Here we go.
Hollywood elites. And
I'm gonna run in my mouth. Get to it.
Oh, I'm not going to talk about Tom Hanks either, who is also a pedophile. There's this girl, Sarah Ruth Ashcraft, on Twitter, who has been accusing Tom Hanks of raping her when she was 13. Her dad sold her to Tom Hanks. It is so rampant. It is so bad. But watch for the symbolism, because these people out themselves with the symbols. The very top levels, these people are just sick and psycho. Look into the Rothschild family. You heard it's cannibals. Yeah, there is cannibalism. The higher you go, the more sick it gets. A lot of people are kind of born into this. They grow up in it. They are abused. And through the abuse, especially as a child, you can break someone's subconscious mind. Look into MK Ultra. It's music, it's film, it's art. Look into Marina Abramovich. Is Oprah a pedophile? Well, let's see. Hanks, Weinstein. I mean, the company she keeps, as rich as she is, I have a feeling she is very high up in the cult. And this, make no mistake, this is a cult. There is a widespread cult that is worldwide, and it's fucking bad, guys.
This guy lost his life because of
this,
for standing up for children.
Yep. He sure
He
did.
lost his life, but he wasn't about to
let it go and not say nothing.
He might have maybe saved people's lives.
That's something on you that they can.
Okay, this is what he tells about how they do the manipulating, how they do, just about like what Justin Bieber said. Yeah, here we
come
go.
forth and lost his life through exposing these people.
Okay, let me let y'all.
Okay, so let's see if I can bring this up. I don't know if we can hear it or not, but we'll.
Blackmail. They want something on you that they can hold over your head, so they can basically own you. And they film it. That's what runs the whole system, basically. They want compromised people because they're easy to control. First time it really hit me was at Seth's. We went over there, played Mafia. It's a role-playing game that we play. Seth turned to me and opened up this secret bookshelf, and he's like, "This is where we keep the children." And I was like, Seth said, "We now need to have a talk about chicken." And I was like, "Oh God."
Mm-hmm.
Secret code words.
And then he basically admitted that he's a pedophile. What are they going to, how do you get out? Like, everyone is threatened. I want you to realize there's a bigger system of control. There's a bigger system of control that is at play. And I want people to open their eyes to it, because people don't want to believe, they can't believe that something so evil is happening, how this stuff is all connected. Because when you're talking about like really elite levels, the name of the game is blackmail. They want something on you that they can hold over your head, so they can basically own you, and they film it. That's
so you
what
hear
runs the
about
whole.
that. Let's see if I got more. This right here is not on YouTube. You can't find hardly anything on this on YouTube. I will probably get flagged for this. This is all over TikTok. TikTok is owned by China, so that's why they're trying to silence TikTok, in my opinion. But you can find videos of Cappy, but you cannot find this on YouTube or other social media
taking it down. People that like downloaded it like that, you know what I'm saying, and have copies of it. But that's good. I hope people do keep putting it out. You know what I'm saying? That have
TikTok is. That's why they're trying to ban it in America.
Right.
Because TikTok is from China and they're letting them be exposed.
Yep.
I'm just saying. But you cannot find Cappy. I watched the whole video, and you can't find it on YouTube.
They blocked me last night on Twitter. They put me in. They said they were suspending my account because Megan and I were going back and forth, and we were exposing the Rihanna situation with the halftime Super Bowl show.
Oh.
And just telling it like it was. And literally they took me and froze my account, and I had to like come after it and appeal it. And I said, Elon Musk, I thought you were for freedom of speech.
Exactly.
The reason I'm appealing this is because this has violated my First Amendment right of the United States of America. They restored it.
Yeah. Elon Musk would not like that. He's
hundreds of kids over the course of 3 decades or longer. No one ever looked into it. And he hung out with the royal family. He was knighted. Mark Thompson he runs the New York Times. Now, Mark Thompson was head of the BBC for years and years and years. They covered up allegations. They covered up abuse. They let him run rampant. If someone like that is running
Jimmy Savile,
a giant media organization,
I'm not sure.
What are they going to say? What are they going to tell you? Are they going to tell you the truth? No, no, they're not going to tell the truth. That's why when people say the news is fake, it's because it's run by these people who are into some very, 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 very sick stuff. They do the bidding of whoever pays them. They're not journalists. They're not journalists at all. No, we're around the media. You're told who to trust, who to like. And the people who are telling you who to like are compromised. The people, the actors, the musicians, everybody, those people are compromised at the top levels. Oh, Jimmy Savile. Yes, I'm getting into that. That's on my notes here. Jimmy Savile raped and murdered hundreds of kids over the course of 3 decades or longer. Steven Spielberg is a pedophile. Oh, I'm not going to talk about Tom Hanks either, who is also a pedophile. There's this girl, Sarah Ruth Ashcraft, on Twitter, who has been accusing Tom Hanks of raping her when she was 13. Her dad sold her to Tom Hanks. This is so rampant. It is so
if you want to borrow this from my channel,
bad. But watch for the
find it, Sayla.
Huh?
If you ever want to borrow this from my channel because you can't find it,
okay,
you can borrow it. But yeah, he's exposing everything. No wonder he ended up dead.
Well, I'll do that, and I'll put a tag with you on it.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. I mean, because it just needs to be. What does knighted mean, BC?
What did you say? What does knighted mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
well, in Britain, you know, in Britain, Jimmy Savile. That's why I asked. I said, "Is this Jimmy Savile?" He's talking about Jimmy Savile. Jimmy Savile was a very depraved man who the British family is very well. What he's dead now, but he has that funky looking haircut that's like white and it's like cut straight across in the front. It's kind of like long and curly, but he had a permanent in and outside access to the royal family and the Buckingham Palace. And he was in with the royal family and he would procure children for them. He was given knighthood in the UK, in Britain, which means you're just given a title of being a knight. You know how they're into that stuff over there with the kings and queens and the knights and this and that. And he was also given keys and put in charge of every mental institution that had anything to do with children. And those children, and also he was a NECROPHILLIA. Do you know what I'm talking about?
What does that mean?
With deceased bodies.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to say it because you would get a flag for that. But yeah, it's somebody that does things that are perverse with people that are deceased. And he had, he had a very interest in that. And the royal family is so depraved. Those people, if people only knew, oh my gosh, it's like these Rothschilds, the royal family, these people are not even, they're such a level of evil.
Yeah.
Like we can't comprehend it with our own natural humane minds. You know what I'm saying? If we're civilized.
Look here.
Yes.
Maxine goes well.
Yep. In fact, I mean, look, I know for a fact that a pageant that I was at in Florida, in Miami, they were definitely there. It was in 1984 85, 86. Okay. And it was in August of like 86, I think, because I was about to be 16. So I was at the end of my 15th year, going into my 16th. And it's a huge pageant, international. It's called Cinderella, which is interesting, isn't it? Because that's tied to Disney. And in fact, the little girl off of Full House, Stephanie, she was in that pageant with me, and she was found, you know what I'm saying, like that way through pageants. And see, this is the grooming that I'm talking about. Like, even the moms might not even understand what they're doing, because this is on a spiritual level still. And it's called a sex kitten programming, like John Bonet also had. And kids are, I mean, I didn't see it at the time, and I still have a hard time reconciling with it, because it's something I enjoy doing with my mom, you know. Right. But when you ask me if I was trafficked, you know, now let me say this, okay? Like, my mom would have never allowed that. But there are times, like I said, at the White House, things like that, where I do have memory lapses, okay? And with governors and things like that. And you can't, like, I'm not going to say that I remember something if I don't, okay? But I will say that I find it odd, you know, that at the age of 6 and 7, and I literally peed on the stage at the White House singing for the president, Carter. I squatted down and peed on the stage because I kept telling them I had to go, and like I had to stand up there like for 3 hours, and it was freezing cold. I have pictures of this, like I can share, you know, and it's just like, I do have lapses of memory, and I know that I was ritually abused. I know that my great grandfather was a 33rd degree Freemason. And I also am a descendant of George Mason, who is one of our founding fathers who wrote the Bill of Rights. My grandfather's name was George Mason, the same as George Mason, as in George Mason University in Virginia, which is where my family comes from. And it's just so deep. And it's just.
Look here, this is the Balenciaga ad that everybody's talking about. That is teddy bears and bondage.
Yes, bondage and S&M stuff. And like they didn't know. Come on.
They said that they critique everything in that photo.
They knew what they were doing.
Exactly
they just backpedaled when they got kickback. They thought that we were a little further along than they.
Who is this? Hang on, let me see. Let's try to see.
I'm glad they got that kickback though, and a lot of people did drop.
They got it. Like, they got it. And
Miss Daisy? Yes, we do. We do want Summerwells home. Miss Daisy, I don't know if you know, we can't hear you. But anyway, I guess until she comes back on, we'll talk. But yeah, this stuff is real. And like I said, I wouldn't be up here talking about it and risking my own self if there wasn't a reason to. I mean, and like I said, the black and white checkerboard thing is so grained in my mind that it's hard not to, like when you see it, you know what I'm saying? Like when I see that black and white checkerboard, my mind instantly goes back to that 5-year-old kid looking down at that floor and that trauma fixing to happen. And like I said, you know, you just, when you create trauma in a child, they go right back.
They literally just shut me down.
No, they did not.
Yes. And I might not be on here for much longer. They literally just shut me down. It went blank.
Well, don't that tell you something?
That Ryan girl might have reported it or something. She's a troublemaker.
Makes me curious.
Wait, they literally, let me see if that video is still up. Are you there?
Yeah.
Literally just shut it down. It just went blank.
Don't that tell you they're hiding something?
That is scaring me.
That's proof. Well, in the name of Jesus right now, we ask for protection and we rebuke every fiery dart from the enemy, that it will fall to the ground and it will not prosper. The Lord Jesus Christ is our Savior and our Redeemer and our covering. And we plead the blood of Jesus Christ over Miss Daisy and myself right now, and every person that we've talked about tonight who hasn't already gone on to be because of speaking about this stuff. We understand there's a risk, and Lord, we know that you are our
Wow.
protector.
That's
We are
scary.
your child in the name of Jesus. And we also
Mhm.
ask you to cover Miss Daisy's channel, Lord, that if she gets a warning or something, then so what? Because it was worth it. But
Let me see.
obviously the enemy doesn't want this out because he wouldn't have shut it down.
Amen. Ryan, you don't even know what you're doing. If you it's probably Tiffany Marie and no, it's up here, but it completely shut it down. Wow.
But that
Wow.
goes to show
That
you
scared me,
it's
you guys.
real.
It's very real.
And this is a very big spiritual war we're in, and people need to
Yeah.
get in the
And
game.
if these people like Ryan and them are doing this, you are hurting people. You like by doing this stuff, you are hurting.
Like, people don't understand. People like get gang stalked for coming out with their stories like
We are
this.
doing that. Well, yeah, there was a girl that exposed the satanic church and she got harassed at home and everything.
Yes.
She did.
I've had people pull up in front of my house and sit in front of my house for 3 hours at a time. Like in the
Wow.
middle lane of a 2-lane road. You know, look, I don't even look out my front door anymore because I'm like, if they're just trying to put fear in me when they do stuff like that. And I
Wow, I
literally
can't
can look out my
believe that
front
just
door and
shut
see a
down.
Masonic lodge right down the street. And I have sat here and prayed against that thing, and they shut it
Wow.
down, literally shut it down about a couple months ago.
Yeah.
In
Well,
the name
I'll
of
probably get
Jesus, they
put
shut
in with-
it down.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you right now, somebody did something. They don't want this. There's some evil entities that's
There's
involved in this
always, look,
case.
there's all the enemy's always got something lurking around listening. He's
Mhm.
spying.
Let me see here. I probably won't be getting nothing. Yeah, they've already flagged me.
They give you a warning.
No, they're just saying that there's limited things
Access.
on here. Yeah. Wow, there's some really. They don't want the truth.
That's
And it's
right.
coming from a certain channel. This isn't about summer. We're not even talking about
No,
summer.
this has nothing to do with that
This
at all.
is talking about what needs to be exposed. Why are you doing this?
Right. And the
You
fact of the
don't
matter is,
know?
if you think you're doing something to protect victims, you're coming against, I say a victim because it happened to me, but I am a
Thank
survivor. But
you.
what I'm trying to say is I'm up here sharing my story, risking myself. And for
Right.
anybody to come against me and target me right now, shame on you. Because you're doing exactly what the enemy wants you to do. You're
Right.
covering for the traffickers and for the sick people that are doing this to children. And I just ask that you go into a room quietly and pray and ask the Lord to show you the truth, even if you don't want to talk about it, because it's real and it's happening right now as we speak. A
And
child
because
is
of your
being
hatred
hurt.
and being pure drama, by doing this, like you are silencing the voices of these children. You are silencing their voices.
And they don't
Stop.
have voices where they're at right now, you know? And so it's up to the ones who've come out on the other side who do have a voice to speak for the ones that can't speak right now.
All
And
I
that's
can
why
say
I
is
keep,
what I ran into. I had to report it. Daisy, I don't think it's Ryan. There's something going on with Facebook. It's so hard to tell you here on YouTube. All I can say is that what I ran into, I had to report it. What do you mean? I don't know if Ryan did anything or not, but I just think that I've done a whole live over the rabbit hole and never had anything like this happen before.
yeah.
So maybe she didn't. I'm not saying she did. I just pray she didn't. But
Right.
please put the summerwells case aside and
Yeah, we're not discussing that right now. This has absolutely nothing to do with summerwells at
yeah.
all.
Yeah. Just I mean, we have it. I know, Tina. I'm telling you
But
stuff.
we're talking about
Ooh.
trafficked kids.
Right, Jay.
And by talking about that, you can't help but go here because this is where it leads.
My heart literally goes out to that. That's the most horrific thing that anybody could ever do is hurt a child.
A child. And what does the Bible say? It would be better to tie a millstone around your neck and be drowned in the depths
Right.
of the sea than to hurt a little child or lead them astray.
Right.
So what do you think these people are going to have to answer for if they don't repent?
Right. That's scary. That was scary.
Yeah. because there's a real God, and whether they believe in him or not, they're going to have to stand before him.
Right. Let me put my email out here for everybody. I mean, I don't normally check my emails very often because it gets bombarded. But I can do that. I can try, and maybe I'll be able to check it.
I'm always scared about putting my email out like that because I don't know people can do stuff like hunt you down and stuff. I don't know.
I don't think so. I've given it out to a lot of people. I don't know. I don't know, but
maybe I need to create a different one separate from my main one.
Scary stuff. Definitely being censored here, one way or the other.
Yeah. And we've put out a lot of tonight, and honestly, like we've put out enough that if people are here and people in the future that hopefully get to see it, if they're going to see it, they're going to see it,
Yeah.
And at least it's a seed that's been planted that in the future, when they see other things, even on their own, just sitting there, and then it just comes to them, they're like, what?
Yeah.
And and it'll click one day. And then that's what I pray.
One day we was talking about that and Don was listening. He was like, wow. Like it kind of scares him. Like, I don't like to say stuff like that around people that's got children.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Because it makes their mind go
to those places.
Yeah. And you don't want to say something that
because they're already thinking the most horrible things they could think of anyway.
Their mind's already
not
stable. And so I hated that he had to listen to that. I didn't realize he was in the chat listening when we was talking about it. And it was about Yanni and the blood thing about the child.
Oh, yeah.
And he overheard it and he come up on panel and he's like, that's horrible. But she said that's usually they don't usually how they take children that's breeders. Usually
right. That's what I was going to say. Most of the children that are used in that particular situation,
yeah,
they're not necessarily children that are just snatched off the street. Now maybe if it's some low level, local kind of, you know what I'm talking about, some kind of random group that might call them. Remember the Memphis 3, those 3 kids that ended up, they did a really bad thing and they killed people, and that he said that he was like into worshiping, the devil, and they were called the West Memphis 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, who got them off, helped get them out off their case.
I'm telling you what, our life is very, very supernatural. We deal with principalities and evil. Mm-hmm. Whether we want to believe it or not, we struggle with it. And
amen. Ephesians 6.
Why do you think people, when they get so angry that they go above where they want to rip people apart viciously, like they get so angry they want to, with their tongue, they can actually rip a person apart.
Tongue lashing. That's where that comes from. A tongue
lash.
Right.
That is not normal. That is supernatural. There is a spirit behind
that. Is a spiritual thing running it.
I know that because I used to deal with that anger and I renounced it. Mm-hmm. And I proclaimed healing. Same. And I renounced it. I felt that demon leave me.
Yeah. When you've had deliverance, whenever you're free.
Yes. Whenever it is more than what you can't control. Why do you think some of these serial killers don't remember? They go blank. They don't remember what they did. That's not them doing that. That is the principality.
That is a demon. Even Jeffrey Dahmer admitted it in his own. He admitted that.
Right. And spirituality is very, very real. Like we are living in a supernatural world.
That's right.
We cannot see some of us can, but most, most of the time we cannot see the battle that's going on.
Yep.
Like the devil has tormented me so much. And when I call upon God, man, he's gone.
He's got to go. He's just got to go.
Yeah.
And, deliverance is real. People, even Christians. See, that's the thing. like people can even be born with that kind of thing attached to them. That's what generational curses are.
There you go. Or if a mother is pregnant for her child and she is feeling like she doesn't want that child, she states with her mouth, with her tongue, that she wants to have an abortion of that child. That child automatically has that spirit of abandonment into them.
Thank you. Yes.
And
you are 1,000,000% right.
You know who I got that from? Derek Prince.
Yes, that's who I listened to.
For him. When I heard him talk, I said, that's a man of God.
I go to sleep at night and listen to him in my ear, in my earphones, because listen, we know the enemy comes after us in our sleep, even, you know. So look, I am having warrior prayers going on in my headphones at night.
Okay, Yana, thank you. Yeah, I love Derek Prince because I'm telling you, you know how I got deliverance? On TV. When he was doing it on TV, he was talking it by step, and I felt that spirit of anger leave me, and I've not had it back since. I do get angry, but nothing like I did before.
There's a difference in normal human anger and then a spiritual type of chain. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay,
like
Tina, thank you. Exactly. And like because not only, you know, the abuse that enters you when you anger because you've had abuse, and so it enters you as a child.
It makes you angry. Anyway. Yeah.
I didn't know about generational curses until I watched Derek Prince, and I was like, it all makes sense now.
Right.
Everything makes sense. That was a man of God. There's no doubt.
He was, and he died on my anniversary.
Did he?
Oh, yeah. No, that was David Wilkerson. He's the other one I listen to all the time.
He died in Jerusalem. He lived in Jerusalem.
Derek Prince did.
Mm-hmm. He raised a bunch of Israel. Not all of them.
He adopted. He and his second wife.
Well, his first wife had the girls, but one of them is Israelite.
Didn't they adopt a bunch of children?
Yeah. And one was Israelite, and she was one of the high priest bloodline.
In that bloodline
family. The devil's blocking my mind right
now. Those that call themselves Jews but are not, and of the synagogue of Satan.
The
cabal.
Levi's.
Yeah.
The Levi's. No, the high priest in the temple is
from
the Levi's.
From one of the 12 tribes.
The Levi's, the most favored because of their. Thank you, BC. She was a bloodline of the Levi's, and she's alive to this day. She talks about how her father, Derek Prince, was a great teacher, and man, oh man, I wish he was still alive.
Wow. I do too, because I'll tell you, he had such a wealth of knowledge, and I mean, he would have like mass deliverance, you know, not even have to go to the person. Yeah, right. In the whole room.
Screaming and everything.
And people, you know, I mean, I've seen it.
Can't fake.
Like throwing up and coughing severely where you can't breathe and you feel like you're choking. I mean, like I've seen that.
I felt it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I had deliverance, like that was an extreme thing because it was so much generational curses and also, you know, ritual abuse and other things like that. And also my parents forced me to have an abortion. I think I've mentioned that when I was right at my 15th birthday, the week of it. And like, I did not want that. And it was real. I mean, when I say forced, I mean forced. And I was awake and alert for the whole thing. And that is why, like, my whole life has been, I'm in a group called Silent No More. And it's about, you know.
Did you name that baby?
Huh?
Did you name that baby?
I did. Celeste.
Okay.
Yep. And also, I've been given so many chances to speak on our news, on Watch Fox, on and I also got a chance at our state house to give my testimony about that. And God has opened so many doors because of you know, when the enemy comes after us, you know, that's a test in the wilderness and all that. And we have to go through tests and things like that. And then God will use what we've been through, that the enemy meant to try to destroy us, is the very thing that made me draw close to God and find, the Lord, and to accept him and his love for me, because I was so guilt and shame and just the stuff that goes along with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It opens doorways, just like the stuff we're talking about, for demonic things to come into your life.
Right.
And you don't even realize what you've done. And even though I
don't
didn't
even know half of it. And there is legal, like here on earth, in heaven is a legal system.
Yeah.
So when you open, and with God is, he's a just God, but he is he's our judge. Okay. He gives us free will to do whatever, to choose for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
When we go out here and we go and buy a Ouija board and we start summing up spirits, we've opened that door ourselves.
Right.
It's up to us. When all that starts coming at us, it's up to us to say, okay, God, I rebuke this. I renounce this. I want this out of my life. Take it out.
Right.
And he will. It might not be overnight. You got to stick right to it. But once you get those spirits in, it's hard to get rid of them.
That's
it's
right.
Hard to get rid of them. But you legally open that door when you mess with tarot cards.
That's right.
Ouija boards, spirit boxes, anything that has anything to do with witchcraft.
Yep.
Provokes God to anger. You know why? Because when they go to a spirit box,
he says he's a jealous God,
and he wants you to come to him.
He
does not. And when you go to spirit guides and tarot cards, you are dealing with the devil. You are no longer protected by the blood of Jesus.
Right.
You call up on
and
Jesus.
Look, in my
again,
past, there is that. In my past, I'm not going to lie and say that I have not been involved with those things, because I have,
Right, but you've
renounced
it, you've asked for forgiveness, you've renounced it, and you've and you've rebuked it, and you've got it out of your life, and you've asked God to come back into your heart, and you've run those spirits out of your home. That's
And now, he uses me to do the same thing. Like he used me as a vessel, for the Holy Spirit to do the same thing for others. And I believe it's because of the things that I've been through that he does use me in the way that he does. Like, it's not anything to do with me. I'm nothing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I am absolutely nothing and nobody except through him.
Everybody's somebody through him.
Yeah, right. Like, I said except through him.
Today I was feeling so aggravated. Like, I'd lost my little baby. I thought it was dead. It was Valentine's Day. I was just like stressing out. And I wanted to call somebody and talk to him, but I knew my sister didn't care because she just don't care. And nobody cares. But guess who did care? God.
That's
and he brought my baby back to me, our little goat. We found our baby goat. So he's always there, and he wants us to come to him. But when you turn to horoscopes, tarot cards, all that stuff for wisdom, astrology talks about that a lot in the Bible. You are not going to the one who created you, who put breath in you, and the one who can ultimately change your life. You are going to a demonic source.
And the thing is, it's a false one too, because see, God does use astronomy, which is the placement of stars and the new moon and all that stuff.
He created that.
Right, because he is the creator.
But the horoscopes and all that stuff.
Right, but that's what I was going to say. But that is the enemy taking it, because he can't create anything. Yeah. He can only steal and pervert it. That's it.
Right.
And that's what he does. He steals everything that God created and called it good in Genesis, and he twists it and perverts it. Just like sex is good in a marriage. You know what I'm saying? It is. And he created us for that. But there are perverted things, just like we saw with that Balenciaga. We see with the child
horrible.
trafficking.
Yeah.
That is the one thing that the enemy uses the most to
And
try
this is all
to.
biblical because he knows his time is short.
That's right.
Jesus is coming back. What about having one as a child, not knowing what it was? Are you talking about having having a baby as a child, or an abortion as a child?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
What are you talking about? If you've had a miscarriage or an abortion, ask God to give you that child's name. Give you a name.
Yeah.
And it will
God
come
gave
to
it me
you.
my name. I didn't come up with the name. The Lord told me.
Exactly. That child is in heaven. Make no mistake.
And I thought it was a boy. So when the Lord gave me the name, I was shocked.
Yes, that child is in heaven. Make no mistake.
Oh, I know. Absolutely. And I
Yeah.
lost another one after that, but as a miscarriage, but that was not.
That one is in heaven too.
Amen. And my little girl named that one. It was her baby sibling that would have been, and I had an ectopic pregnancy and almost died actually. And they rushed me to the hospital. But my little girl, you know, she was almost 3, so she was old enough, and we'd already told her because I was right at 4 months pregnant. And she asked me like, wait, you know, months later, because we didn't think about her understanding that, you know, that we talked about having a baby and we were going to have a baby. And she finally said, Mama, when is the baby going to be born? And it just hit me like in my heart. And I was like, oh. And she was like laying on top of my chest, you know, and I said, oh, and I had to explain to her what happened and that the baby was in heaven. And she said, can I name him? And I said, yes, baby, you can name him. Child's 3, basically, you know. And she said, Turner. It was going to be a brother. Turner is his name. So that's what we've called him ever since.
There you go.
13, 14 years now, yep.
My mom got upset when I told her about certain well-known YouTube creators that says she has solved a case and was saying she had knowledge of the world being bombed at all corners of the earth. What? Did they claim to be a spirit box or a psychic? I wouldn't even pay attention to that if it was. I don't know how to spell it, Miss Daisy. A Ouija board.
Right.
Oh, you mean if you messed with it when you was a child?
Oh, that's what she was talking about?
Yeah.
Well, it could still open those doors, huh?
Exactly. You need to pray and renounce it and ask God to forgive you for any kind of spiritual witchcraft or anything that you've done, and proclaim Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Ask Jesus to forgive you and to cleanse you from that, and it will leave you.
That's right.
Amen.
They're exactly right.
The Lord is on it tonight.
I mean, look.
Don't listen and stay away from that. Exactly. The Bible.
Yes.
The Bible warns about it. And I listen, I'm not afraid to tell anybody that comes in here or on the chat. I won't hurt nobody's feelings, but I'm going to tell them the truth.
Right.
I'm not going to beat around the bush to them, because their life can be havoc from all this.
They could be going through complete
and
total
they don't
chaos
even know
they
it.
have to. Yeah.
They could it can bring cancers, it can bring everything up on people.
Right. Not only that, when you get married, there are something called soul ties. And when you have
Google ain't always right, Ryan. Ryan, honey, Google ain't always right. There is a lot of victims in here that I don't know where Ryan's coming from. Google is not always right. Just because
because who owns Google?
It's right.
Who owns Google? Let's look back. It goes back to the same family.
Exactly.
So the narrative is set up against us from the beginning, and only by the grace of God do we get out of it and understand that it's all controlled.
They see
opposition.
All this stuff. It's okay. The devil boards, you're right. And we're talking about something way different now. But I don't know where you all get this victims of sex trafficking. We are being a voice for them. What are you all doing over there? If you're coming at me about this, if you even bring it up, you are doing the same thing I'm doing. So why are you doing this? Don't do that. Stay away from this. We are being a voice.
Mm-hmm.
Stop with the hate. Stop with it. Stop. This needs to be talked about, Ryan. This is something we don't put in a closet and pretend it's not there.
And you know what? The truth of the matter is, it's not that, you know, we're telling you to leave or go somewhere else, but, you know, you're an adult and you have the right to change the channel to something else, you know, if you don't want to hear it. And maybe you're not able to listen.
Right. But I'm going to continue to do it.
Right. Like, the enemy's not going to shut. I can tell you right now, like, I'm not going to speak for Miss Daisy, but I can tell she speaks for herself, for sure. And I'm going to say, as my own self, because I was a victim, I am not going to be silenced by anyone.
Right.
It has to get out.
Google is not fact-based, Ryan.
No.
If you believe that, you are naive.
It's called...
I'm sorry. Google is not fact-based. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean, but
no.
Pearl said a well-known YouTube psychic on YouTube said stuff about Summer's case, and creators looked for her clues. Let me tell you something. Rebuke that, Pearl. Rebuke that in the name of Jesus, because that is coming from a evil entity.
And I'll be honest with you, I was listening to this one person a while back, like maybe a year ago, 6 months ago. I can't remember exactly how long ago it was. And honestly, I did not even know that is what she was, because she doesn't really call herself that outright. And she says she only like gets her information from the Holy Spirit. So see, there's a fine line between that, because I understand that prophecy is real, but you got to be careful. And I did fall into that, and I had to pull myself away once I realized what was going on.
You definitely do. You definitely have to.
And I had to repent of it.
I am done with Ryan. I've tried to talk to her, and she's coming in here she's trolling. The people who run Google, Instagram, all of them are not great. Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to say. Look at who is censoring the voices on every platform that they can.
Right.
Why do you think they're trying to control and take this stuff down? Why would they take it down if it wasn't a threat to somebody and somewhere in some high place? Well, Ephesians 6 says, we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with spiritual principalities in the high places, right?
Amen. Yeah, I know. I know, Frankie. I blocked her for 5 minutes, but if she continues, I'm just going to completely block her. If y'all want to block her, you feel free to.
Because the truth is, I've sat up here and like put myself out there, you know what I'm saying, and told the things that, I mean, I haven't even gone into even worse detail because I know that it's too much, you know, and I've held back and told the things just enough so that people can get the grasp of what it is. Okay. And the thing is that when you're coming against somebody like that, when they're sitting there telling you, look, it's not hearsay. I didn't get this off of Google.
I'll be right back.
It's my life.
Exactly. And you know, Yanni, as I'm telling you, they're not going to silence Yanni.
I've been praying with her. We've been talking, and honestly, like she's the same way. She's passionate because of what she's been through, and she's been through way worse than me.
Right. She's been, I pray for her.
Yeah.
So much.
And she is a precious, precious soul.
Yes, she is.
And despite what the enemy's tried to do to her, she still loves the Lord, and it has not shaken her faith.
I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay.
You can talk to him if you don't.
Okay, I'll be talking.
Okay.
But the truth of the matter is, you know, nobody really wants to talk about this stuff. It's not fun, especially for people who have lived through it. It's not fun. Like, it does make me like knot up in my stomach, and sometimes like it's hard to talk about. And there are triggers still. Like, my healing process is not complete. So when people come against and attack you, when you try to tell people these kind of things and you take a chance and you're vulnerable with people, when you already felt so different and isolated as a child because of these things, and you didn't want to talk about it with anybody because you weren't even sure like what it was yourself, because as a child of 5 years old, like, how can you reconcile those things in your head? You don't even know. You don't even know how. And it's like later in life, these things, they start coming back in pieces. And it is a kind of a process, basically. And that's why I try to tell people where to go to look for this information with the proof, not from Google, but from FBI agents that had enough a humanity in them, who have rescued people out of these things. Kathy O'Brien is one of them. She's been speaking out since the 90s again about this stuff. And she just came out with a movie, and you can actually rent the movie for like $2.99, I think. And she wrote a book called Transformation of America, but trance spelled like you're in a trance. And again, the movie is called Trance, Trance, by Kathy O'Brien. And I would just tell you to look it up. It all goes back to the Franklin cover-up that was in the 80s, where there was a prostitution ring running through the White House with the Reagan Bush administration. This has all been outed now by the FBI and CIA. These things have been released now because Kathy O'Brien was rescued out of the MK Ultra project. She was to be killed at 30 because she was used as a breeder. She explains all these things, and she's got the proof from the Supreme Court to back it up. She's not just talking about this stuff. She was really heavy in it, and she's a survivor, and she's been able to heal, but
and I think
it's hard really to believe that happens.
I don't think you ever really completely heal, but God helps you get through with it. I still struggle with I have really bad over helicopter problems, mom wise,
yeah, me too. I do too.
Trackers on the phone and everything.
Yeah.
So, just I don't know. I couldn't imagine.
Thank you for saying that, and I don't care if you misspelled my name. That's okay. And true crime. She said, Jay and his 25 cents said, Selah, you're the kind of people we need over here. And sorry if I misspelled your name. And that's fine. You can misspell my name. That's nothing. And true crime said, you're very strong, Selah. I see that, and I am sorry you went through that, and I appreciate you saying that, and thank you. And those prayers mean more than you know. And I thank you for saying I'm strong, but I'm really not. I don't feel like I am, because, Jesus is the one that gives me my strength. In my own flesh, I am very weak, but he's always with me. And it's been a progress. It's been a growing, long process my whole life to come to where I am today, to even understand all this stuff, like a puzzle piece. You get little pieces of it, and it gets put together. Finally, where you can kind of see it enough. Sometimes it's kind of like the cross stitch thing. You know what I'm talking about? Where the backside looks like a big jumbled up mess. Where the threads are all going places, and you're like, "What in the world?" But God's got a beautiful picture on the other side of it that we can't see. Sometimes we're so much in the chaos of all the yarn and the threads everywhere, that we cannot see that there is a beautiful picture on the opposite side.
Well, you know what? Oh, wait. Vixen Villain said, Miss Daisy, my 5th pregnancy was a miscarriage at 17 weeks. We decided as a family his name was Josh. Oh, your baby's in heaven right now.
That's right.
Raised by angels.
That's right.
Yep. Angels raise the babies.
Amen. Yeah, I've read several books.
Have you ever watched Mary Kate Baxter?
No.
She went to hell for 30 days, and 10 days she went to heaven. And what she talks about hell will blow you away.
What's her name again?
Mary K. Baxter.
Mary K. Baxter. Okay, I can remember Mary K. like the makeup, and then Baxter. Okay.
She tells her story, divine revelations of hell and heaven. Okay. And she talks about the babies being raised by angels, and if they don't have a name, their name in heaven is precious until their parents give them. She talks about how they're raised by angels.
I got chills when you said that, like the good goosebumps. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, she talks about miscarriage, that God took her, or God sent the angels with her to a hospital room where a woman was having a miscarriage. She said that when the baby was born, deceased, that a little spirit came and they put it in this little like cup, like a little opal, like pearl cup. Said, we must take this to God. She said they went to heaven, brought the baby, the spirit, before God. God came down, breathed on it. The child became like a 9-month-old baby.
Whoa.
And the baby was placed with angels to be raised in heaven. You would not believe what she has to say.
Listen, I feel the Holy Spirit all over me just you even saying that.
Yeah, and what she says about hell will scare you to death.
Oh, I'm sure.
Doesn't play. She died last year, and to her dying day, she proclaimed it. She's wrote the books. I tried to find that book. I might try to order it online, but man, oh man, does she have a story. And she talks about different levels. She says hell is in the earth. So is Bill Weiss went to hell for 23 minutes. Have you ever watched him, 23 Minutes in Hell?
No. Wait a minute now. Okay,
Bill
no, I'm
Weiss.
thinking of Reinhard Bunke. Somebody came back to life after they were dead, and he was actually in some kind of voodoo or something, and his wife was praying for him in an ambulance.
Well, now Bill Weiss he's a Christian pastor, and God took him to hell.
Oh wow.
He was a Christian. He blocked him from being a Christian, and he said what those demons did to him was horrific.
Oh wow.
And and Mary Kate Baxter actually both have the same experience. He talked about there being no breath in heaven or in hell because God gives us breath. So you're literally struggling to breathe.
Oh my gosh. That is horrible.
Thirsting in heaven. He said because God is the living water.
That's right.
He said everything good that God is not
absent
in hell. Yeah.
Right. So think about this, even with, you remember with Abraham's bosom, with the rich man that was across whenever Lazarus was there, and he was begging Lazarus for water, remember?
Just a touch of water.
Yeah, he said just a touch of my tongue, because he was so thirsty and he was so, you know what I'm saying? And that goes to show you that is a spiritual realm that we cannot see, but it is very real.
Very real. You would be amazed at what she has to say. She said, well, Bill Weiss said that the demons viciously, like he said they were ferocious, and he said they picked him up. You have a spiritual body. He said being after we die, he said it's more real than this is not our reality.
Right. This ain't even real compared to that.
Right. He said that they picked him up and slung him. And he said then they grabbed his chest and ripped his chest apart. And he said that he knows that God kept him from feeling all that pain. Like he felt that pain, but he knows he didn't get the whole amount of pain. And he talks about the stench and how it's really scary. Wow. I played it on here one night. His name is Bill Weiss. 23 minutes. Just look up 23 minutes in hell.
Okay.
His wife had to pray for him when he came back from hell. He screamed. He laid in a fetal position and screamed because his body could not. Yeah. But Mary Kate, she talks about it, and she talks about it too. She explains the same thing, but she didn't have the experience that he did. Only for a short period of time she got to feel it, like they touched her, and she said it felt like 1,000 needles. They rip you to pieces. They'll scratch you. One man I watched said that they sexually violate you. And I can see that because they do.
Yeah. In fact, me and my husband were talking about that last night, because we were talking about these PEDOs, you know what I'm talking about? And them not getting any kind of time for anything, and they're always let go because, like, they just had a ring around where we live busted.
Yeah.
And
Mary Kate says they get it double. And hell, what you do on earth, you get it.
Right. That's what we're talking about. We said it's almost like I can envision it, like the devil or demons, like doing those things, you know what I'm saying, to those people with like pineapples or something, like some kind of a, horrible thing. You have
no mercy. no God. You feel abandoned.
No humanity at all.
Yeah, like everything of God is gone. So you have no hope. He said hope is gone in hell.
No hope, every bit of despair you can imagine.
Yeah, 1 second after you take your last breath, you're heaven or hell bound. And I could go on, but go look up Mary Kay Baxter.
Oh, I'm definitely going to look up that.
And go look up Bill Weiss 23 Minutes in Hell. And man, he not only talks about it, but he puts out the scripture to go with what he went through. It will blow your mind.
Well, I'm definitely going to hear that because, listen, you know what? I mean, you and I both we've talked about all this tonight, so we know what is real and what is up. And, you know, so reading that kind of stuff, it's not going to really probably shake us as much as maybe people who don't know anything about this stuff. But still, yet, reading something like that about hell, you know, like
he's got a video
we
of
can't even fathom.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Bill Weiss is on YouTube. 23 Minutes in Hell. He's got a video
look at that tonight.
And so is Mary Kay Baxter, and she tells about it with a video.
Well, maybe I should do it in the morning, not before I go to bed.
Yeah. No, I like to listen to her at night. I will put it on there, especially when she talks about heaven.
Oh, the heaven thing, yes, I could deal with that. But the
man that went in, the angels took the man that passed away that accepted Jesus right before he died.
Yeah,
she said that he went into this room and they put a crown on a robe, and when he was in there, he was like an old man, but when he came out, he was like a 30-year-old man. Like he was young again. Like nobody is old in heaven.
Right. Okay. So you know how somebody was talking earlier about somebody that had passed away had come to them or something like that, and we were talking about that if God allowed it or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Well, here's the situation. My grandmother I called her Nanny. Okay. Now she was my mama's mama, and she was like, my mom was 17 when I was born. Okay. So my grandma helped out a lot. Even though my mom was married, she got married and everything to make it legit, but after the fact. But anyway, so she was just like, and she was a Christian. So I know she prayed prayers over me that even after she passed away, we're still working on me to bring me to the knowledge of Christ, you know? So anyway, she was the one in my family, you know, thank God, that prayed for me. I know. And before she died, and I was only 21 when she passed away, or no, I was a little bit older than that, 22. And so that was devastating. But all that to say, she like put seeds in me as a child, you know, that later blossomed. Now, I don't think she started out her life all the way necessarily as a Christian, but by the time, you know, I was born, and, you know, I guess she had been through so much with my grandfather and all that. But I had one of those moments where you have like the brain fog, where you forget you're on the road and you forget where you're going.
Yeah, I do that.
And I was trying to circle. Let's see, what was this? I was trying to say that, about my grandma when she died. Okay, when I was a little girl and we talked about heaven, she used to tell me about heaven, you know, and because I used to ask questions about Jesus and God, like relentlessly, to my parents who always were like, I don't know, you know, they didn't know anything to tell me. And I mean, I constantly asked about Jesus, and like when the moon would come up in the sky that looks like a fingernail kind of, and I used to go, is that Jesus's fingernail? I remember saying that as like a 6-year-old kid. And I was always so sensitive to like spiritual things, bad or good. Like I could feel it, you know what I'm saying? And I was very sensitive to that even before, because God knows us and he knows we're his even before we realize it, because he knows everything, the past, the present, and the future. So he looks after us because he knows we're his already. You know, those of us who choose him, he already knows we're going to choose him. So like, I don't believe in like necessary Calvinism, you know, which is like predestination. Like people are born either predestined for heaven or hell. But I think God does know what we're going to choose, you know what I'm saying? Because he's all knowing. But anyway, when my grandma died, she was telling me about heaven, and I told her, I said, Nanny, I said, will you promise me when you die that when you get to heaven, if it's real, that there's some way that you can let me know? And now I'm talking about little kid, like 6, 7 years old, because I was sleeping in the bed with her, and that was something we were talking about at night one night. And I don't even know what brought it up. But My other great grandmother had just passed away. Maybe that was it. But and she said, yeah, well, sure, baby, I will. And I was like, I mean, like, not like a ghost or anything scaring me, but there's another way. You can tell me, just, I just want to know if heaven, like, I want to know you're okay, because like I was a very, like, I guess an advanced kid, because I was an only child for 8 years, what I'm saying, around mostly adults, things like that. So I was a little bit beyond my years, I guess, but I would ask her questions like that. And I knew instinctively that one day, and I would sit in the bathtub at her house and like take everything in, or hold her hand and look at all the wrinkles on her hand and like smell her, because I knew one day she wouldn't be here. And like, I just wanted to remember everything about her, every line on her face, just everything. So here's the thing. The day she died, I was with her. I was right beside her, and I was rubbing her head, and I was telling her that, my grandfather would be waiting on her, and Jesus was waiting on her. And this is before I even accepted the Lord, but I still believed, I had my heart to the Lord, but I just didn't have nobody to really disciple me and teach me. Okay.
Right.
So my heart was soft, and I had already asked the Lord, because of the abortion that I'd had. Billy Graham came to our state, and I did go down and give my life to him. And that was the beginning. It opened the door. So anyway, I was very sensitive, and I was there with her, held her hand. Our family was in the room, and literally, like, she had a tear that rolled down her eye, and she gasped for air, and they kept giving her morphine, and she passed away. Well, let me tell you something. Like, I was strong there with her while she was going, but once she went, I ran to the bathroom, got sick. I mean, it was just like, I felt like somebody just completely just jerked my world out from under me.
Right.
Because I was closer to her than anybody. And so when I went home that night, like, I literally got in. You got to remember, I've had all this trauma that I hadn't dealt with at this time, and hadn't talked about really with anybody yet. And like the abortion stuff, all that, just everything. And then the one person that I could trust and talk to, that I knew had an attachment to God, like, was gone and taken away. So I'm in the shower on the ground, crying my eyes out, because I've got 3 kids, all under the age of 3, and I do not want them to hear me. Like,
oh, thank you, Giselle. Thank you for that super sticker. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that was sweet.
God bless you, Giselle.
The Lord always will bless back when you bless others. That's for sure. But my grandma came to me the night that she died in my dream. I'm not kidding. And I remember just kind of being in an area that I didn't really see heaven or anything, but it was kind of real. It was very real, though. Like the colors, everything, like the vibrancy of everything. I can't compare it to what this world is. But she came to me and was walking toward me in this white, like, robe looking thing. And mind you, now, I have not heard of anything necessarily about the Bible at this point, because I'm just a kid, 20, like I said, I've never read the Bible at this point until I was 27 years old, and I'm like 23 at this point. So she came to me in my dream, and I did not even realize 100%.
Just a second. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I got this one. Ryan, I hope that's not true, because I will not open it. Ryan, you rest assured, I do not do stuff like that. Yana, I pray that I pray that you did not send me anything against Ryan, because I'm telling you right now, I will not open that, and was hesitant to open it anyway. So, Ryan, make no mistake, I will not do that. I do not do that, Ryan. I will not open something that has anything to do with anything like that. And I hope Yana didn't send me nothing like that. I don't do that. And if that's anything to do with Ryan, I won't open that or anything else. So I hope it's not Ryan, because rest assured, I don't do stuff like that, and I will not open anything like that, Ryan. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what Yana wants to send me, but if it's that stuff, I don't want that stuff. Do not send me anything that has anything to do with anything like that, because I don't. Okay, Yana, it's not got anything to do with Ryan? I'm just a little iffy about opening things.
Yeah.
I don't attack people. Just because Ryan don't agree with me doesn't mean that I would ever do anything like that. If it has anything to do with anything like that, no, ma'am. Mm-mm. I'm sorry. Thank you, Giselle, for that. I'm sorry, Sailor. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just had to
Oh
address that.
no. I mean, I don't even know what they're doing or go. I don't
I
know
don't know what's going
that
on, but I don't do that stuff. But Ryan, you are interrupting my chat by saying the stuff you're saying.
And I have actually begged. I have begged her to stop. I feel attacked. Not by you, Miss Daisy, but by, things that have been
been
said.
in here all night, causing us ruckus.
Yeah. And it's not nice.
No, it's not.
And I do forgive you anyway for even doing those things or saying those things, because I understand that I'm not wrestling with flesh and blood. I'm not wrestling with that person. I understand there's a spiritual thing behind it. So I forgive you as a person.
Oh, there is.
I'm going to pray for you.
Me too. But rest assured, Daisy don't do that kind of stuff over here. I'm not vindictive. I'm not mean, and I would never, ever want to be a part of anything like that. I don't care. I don't hate people. I love people even if they do attack me. I'm not going to come back at you and be vicious. I've never been vicious, and I've had a lot of people be vicious towards me, but I've never been vicious. And you're right, Sayla. It's been a distraction all night long with her. No, you're fine.
We know, what.
Oh, Yana's got a. Oh, you're fine. Do you know this woman, Yana? What is the stuff you sent me? Because I don't want to open anything that I don't know nothing about. Absolutely, Vixen. Miss Daisy, I blocked Ryan and she made another profile and came back in and chat. Block her again. I rebuke the spirit of witchcraft is what it is.
Yeah, I agree. I was saying that. I was thinking that,
evil, deceitfulness. I rebuke it. That's
it's
exactly
manipulation. Manipulation is of the spirit of witchcraft. The Bible says.
Oh, thank you. I want heart to touch.
I do too. Now that I've gotten to know her heart and know her, and I have watched you on and off, with this stuff, but not all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like on and off, but I do like your channel a lot. And a lot of times I'll lay down and watch at night, like when I'm ready to go to bed, because mostly the time your channel does stay, I mean, I can tell your heart is what I'm saying.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I like to listen to things that are kind of positive when I'm going to bed at night.
Ooh, I like to talk about the Lord. As we get that message out, we're earning our crowns in heaven, honey.
Yes, we are.
Back and I think, Lord, how, with the way I am now, can I help you be a disciple, to be out here talking about God? And then YouTube's the way to do it. I got almost 10,000 subscribers. So
right. And look, the Lord does open doors. He does. And so he has picked you and your platform.
Ada, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. Because I appreciate you. I appreciate you for standing up for the Lord and also standing up for real people that are done this way and not backing down from it. Because there are so many people that do come against you when you talk about this stuff, because it is a spiritual fight. And listen, I understand when we're doing our Father's kingdom business, we're going to have people that come after us. The Lord tells us so. He says, if you're with me, people are going to come against you for my name's sake, but you're blessed because of it.
Right.
So we'll call it a blessing.
Big Mama, what are you talking about up here?
We're still preaching.
Now, which Big Mama are you talking about?
The biggest of the Big Mamas up here.
We call each other Big
Mama. I'm a Big Mama too.
We do call each other Big Mama though.
Oh no, my grandma, we called her Big Mama for real. That was her real name. That's what we called her, Big Mama.
Her real name is Big Mama.
We call my great grandma's name. We called her Big Mama, and then
Man,
my husband and I pick about, we play, and I'll be like, oh, don't you come around here messing with Big Mama. I'll take care of it.
there you go. There you go.
And I used to be very thin. I did, because I modeled and I had anorexia. To be quite honest, I had an eating disorder, which is also a spiritual thing. And those chains had to be broken. Well, there's an opposite to that, and I've gained a lot of weight. I'm not nearly, I mean, I look like that person. I mean, there is pictures of me on my YouTube and stuff. But a lot of times people do fat shame you, and that is where they go because they got nothing else.
Right.
Right. So that's when they'll go low.
I've been called, what is it? Honey Boo Boo's mom? Or what was it Benny said I was?
Gilbert Grape.
Gilbert Grape's mom.
Was it Gilbert Grape?
I doxed myself a while ago, y'all.
I feel like Gilbert Grape's mama. I ain't left the house in 4 months. I feel like Gilbert Grape's mama.
Jabba the Hutt's one.
Jabba the Hutt. Our brother calls us Jabba the Hutt.
Oh, that ain't nice. Not your brother.
I need Jenny Craig. Oh yeah, BK said we needed Jenny Craig. I needed Jenny Craig.
Well,
my brother tells me that every day. Y'all, he tells me and Jinkies, y'all some Jabba the Hutts. You need some.
He doesn't call me Jabba the Hutt. You lying? He calls that that's your nickname. My nickname is Bertha.
He calls us both Jabba the Hutt.
He does not call me Jabba the Hutt. He calls you that.
And he tells us we need Jenny Craig. And
he doesn't call me that.
She's lying, y'all.
You don't add me into your Jabba the Hutt.
Into your saga.
Lord,
I don't even know who that is. I've never heard of that.
It's a big joke.
I've been called Shamu.
Blob or something.
Like Shamu.
Calling me Jabba the Hutt on his channel.
And when people call me fat or call me names like that,
it's just gonna sell them to whoever wants to buy them to dox me on it.
I mean, if he wanted to really get good with it, you could tell the chicken story.
No, shut that up right now, or I'll tell some stories on y'all, on you. We fight all the time, Sayla. Just look over us.
Well, I wished I had a sister to fight with.
No, we literally do. We get along like two scalded dogs.
We do.
We are.
I always wanted a sister so bad.
No, you don't.
I just got that one brother that was 8 years younger.
Oh,
listen, this sister up here, she said, I've never been mean to nobody. She's a damn liar.
Which one was that? Which sister's that?
My whole life.
Which sister's that?
Me.
Oh,
Daisy.
you. No, I
Daisy.
can't believe Miss Daisy would be mean.
Oh, Lord, you have no idea.
She said she got delivered from a spirit of anger.
No, Daisy
ain't been delivered from no spirit of anger. She keeps letting that devil get back in her again.
Now, Jessica, are you serious?
Now, listen, we'll all get angry. Listen, I've thrown water man.
You record you, and everybody's seen you get angry.
I was angry at you.
Put one in the chat if you've seen Daisy get angry before.
I had to go be delivered from that after.
Betty, she got the wrath of Daisy screaming.
Who did?
Poor Bullhorn Betty.
What?
Bullhorn Betty.
What about Bullhorn Betty?
When you screamed at her.
No, that was a calm scream.
That was not a calm scream.
That was.
No,
I don't have anything against her. I really don't have her. I mean, yeah, I was kind of upset what happened with Brandy on that situation, but I do think people attack Betty way too much.
Yeah.
I don't agree with them attacking her like they do. I mean, it's almost to where if I was her, I'd walk away from YouTube.
Right.
I don't see how she stands it. Her or Dolly sometimes. They do have to endure scream.
It's all about that money.
Yeah.
I am Yana. I am. But the thing is like that I can understand people getting mad at you and stuff, but I mean it's every
That's your
single
crime.
day. I mean, me and her disagreed about the Brandy thing when that I didn't agree with her on that. Do I hate Betty? No. Do I think people should harass her like they do? No. Betty does her thing. No. Right, Vixen. But as far as Jinkies, you have to admit, I don't have the anger I used to.
Not doubled up on the meds.
It's a process.
No, it's the Lord deliver me from it.
Right.
I don't get angry like I used to. John Wayne of the mods. John Wayne of the mods.
What is that?
John Wayne of the mods.
Stinky rumor has it. Ain't I the John Wayne of the mods? Okay. That's funny.
But anyway, I don't get upset like that. I used to get upset.
I can wear my Louis Vuitton.
We don't want to hear you singing up here. Mary gave up on us and went to bed. She'd had too many tonight.
So what y'all get for Valentine's Day, everybody? What everybody get for Valentine's Day?
I got me some roses and my husband made me a steak dinner.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, that was very sweet.
That's very sweet. What everybody in the chat get?
What y'all get?
I got gnome. I got a gnome.
A gnome? Like a little garden gnome?
A stuffed animal gnome.
I made the babies cute little baskets.
Oh.
Like little candy bouquets, and sent them over to their house, and then we went out to eat.
Where's my candy bouquet, Big Bubba?
Huh?
Where's my candy bouquet?
Hey, I'm not giving you nothing else. I gave you a Christmas present, which I never received one myself. Look there, there's Christine. Woohoo, Christine.
Give me a drink.
What's up?
Lucky got flowers, steak dinner with pink.
Where's my Christmas present?
Pink mashed potatoes, they lucky.
Flowers and a steak dinner with pink mashed potatoes.
All right, Miss D Luck. You mean you had the same kind of night? Except I didn't get pink mashed potatoes, but they were loaded.
Woohoo! That's good. There's Yanni. Let me give Yanni her wrench back. Let me go back here and click on her and give her that. Hey, Yanni.
I don't see her.
I just seen her. Oh, there she is. We've been going down that rabbit hole.
Argument, Angel.
And the enemy's been coming after us hard.
All night long.
All night.
Listen, I was playing Isaac Cappy up here on my panel, and it shut down completely.
It was freaky. That was freaky.
Yes. And I'm still scared.
Don't be scared.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are, Christine. Are you feeling okay?
Yes. Hang on, let me put my earbud in.
It sounds like she doesn't feel so good.
There, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you good now.
Yeah.
Okay, I had my earbud in, and for some reason you can't hear me, but that. Yeah, I have COVID.
Oh, did you test positive for it?
I just sleep, and
no.
I know it sucks.
Yeah,
I'm used to go.
Get you some rest, but you need vitamins. You have to get you need to take some kind of supplement. Vitamin C.
Emergency is good.
I take those chewable ones. Does that count?
Okay.
Yeah, the gummies.
Yeah, the kid one.
Good.
We're doing okay on What Heart. They're doing okay.
What's happening? What have we been doing?
We've really not talked much about summer. We've went down so many rabbit holes tonight. We've got to crawl our way back out.
We've been exposed in the darkness, and we.
Sherry, Yeah, Sherry came up here with a lipstick
Ronald,
on, a red
Sherry's got
shirt,
the hots for
and
you.
Janis Joplin sunglasses, smoking her bong.
That was, oh my gosh. I was rolling laughing. Me and my husband were in here.
Child, y'all.
My husband goes, "Oh goodness, look, she's ripping the bone."
She does all the time. You have no clue, Sayla.
I was laughing. I was laughing so hard.
Ronald, how old are you?
Is a hoot.
Oh, so Sherry got a different boo.
No, she's still at her chillbilly.
She gonna add to her harem? Is Ronald gonna be added to her?
I'm just gonna go ahead and take him down there and let him slip her some slide and get it over with.
Oh my gosh!
I missed all that. I came in late and I missed it.
Oh, Sayla, you have no clue
You
how
can't come
wild
in late, or you'll end up missing stuff like me.
We call her Sherry Springer.
I know it. I got to stay up on alert. I got to put some kind of alarm on there.
I got the proof that she's a Sherry Springer show.
Somebody put that down there tonight. I about cracked up when I saw that.
Oh, honey, her birthday. We had her a birthday party over here. Oh my god!
Had a dance off and everything.
A dance off.
I know that's what I was asking y'all earlier. Y'all having a dance off tonight when I first came in.
Well, Top Dog used to come up and do what with us, but
it wasn't me. That's for dang sure. Him and lean on me.
She come in here. She for her birthday party. She come in here with a bathing suit and a dog collar.
Oh no!
Yeah,
that is funny.
You ain't even seen half of her.
Okay,
honey.
where do I go back to look at that one? What's the date on that?
I put it in private. It was way too wild to be playing.
Okay. Well, I won't play it. I'll just look at it from my own personal use.
I played a lot of. I just played music. I got a big copyright claim on it.
Oh, I'll keep getting those because I'll add music to mine, and they get mad and strike it.
Yeah. But if I want to have a good time, I don't care. I'll just play
That's
music.
me.
and I'll go back and edit it, or I'll just take it as what it is. But
That's
it was
same
fun.
here.
But
That's where you get the wild part on the name.
Huh?
Crazy crime critters. That's where you get the crazy at.
Crazy critters, yeah. Crazy. It's the word right there.
Crazy.
If
We
it's
hold
gonna
that
be
name
crazy,
proud.
it's
Crazy.
over here on the farm.
That's right.
Do you
Like
notice what my
everybody.
name is underneath it? I'm being sarcastic because all my haters call me the farm lady. Look under my name. I put the farm lady.
That's what, well, I think I like the farm lady, and I think that's not anything to be ashamed of. That's something to be proud of.
I know, but the haters hate on it, so they call me the
Well,
farm lady.
like I said, you know what? Bless those who are persecuted. So you're blessed.
Yeah.
I saw the pictures of your farm. You are blessed. Let me tell you
Thank
something.
you. I appreciate you.
I mean, I was explaining it to my husband, and I showed him the video because I wanted him to see those pictures, because that's my dream to have something like that. And with your rolling hills and all that, and then the grass and the animals, and I was just like that is my idea of like heaven on earth until I can get to the real one. Until I can get
a lot of
work. It's a lot of work, though, ain't it, Daisy? It's a lot of work.
I know it's a lot of work. That's why I got the families and grown boys that'll help.
Well, I got like 20 geese. I got like 20 ducks. I got only 5 chickens.
Yeah.
And now we've got a new baby goat, which I showed a while ago.
Yeah.
Showed him.
So cute.
But
well, I think you're blessed, and it probably is a lot of work, but it's worth it. I know in the end, all the work is worth it, especially when you get to see that new life be born, those new lives.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Daisy to get pregnant, my cow. Which we've had new calf. We've got baby G. He's our new Angus bull.
Animals are therapeutic.
Yes.
Yeah, I had to get away, and that really does help me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It really does.
And I've been talking to my husband. Even I would like to have buy a lot of land and put a fifth wheel even on it after our daughter moves out. You know, that's going to college.
Well, that's what my neighbor did. He sold our neighbor that has the cattle across the street. He
I
sold
thought
his.
you were going to say have a llama.
Oh, well, I might. I like they spit.
I do want to address Yaini has been my mod for a long time. She's a human trafficker survivor. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but me and Yanni's worked things out. Yanni did get upset at me, and we've talked it out. I love Yanni. I know there was a lot of hurt there with, but Yanni's been over here with us. She is our human traffic survivor over here, and I can't, I love her. I can't help
And
it.
I've just met her lately, and I love her too already. Just a little bit of time.
Yeah.
She has such a special, I don't know, like just spirit about her.
Yeah.
And I've watched some of her things now, and like even more so, I've been praying for her, because man, I'm telling you, she's been through it, even just a little bit of stuff that I've seen, and I don't know near what y'all know.
Hey, Victoria. Well, I told you some of it a while ago. Remember?
Yeah. And I've heard her, like I don't want to speak on it's because I don't know her like that yet, what I'm saying yet. But I mean, from what I have talked to her about, she just is she has such passion, you know what I'm saying about that.
Yeah.
And I know where that passion comes from, because she wants to save other little children from having to go through what she has had to go through.
Yeah, March. That's right.
Well, shit, Ronald.
I'm trying to stay neutral. I don't want to argue. Listen, guys, I don't like to fuss and argue and carry on. And I'm if it keeps on, I'll walk away.
Shut
from
it down. Yeah. That's what I was going to worry. I was worried that might happen, honestly, because I didn't even want to get into any of that. And I'm not going to. I'm not going back. I'm not looking at any of that. I'm staying out of that because I know how the enemy works, and I'm not being sucked into any of that.
Right. And I just don't want to fuss about it. I don't want to get in the middle of all the drama anymore. I'm out of my blood pressure medicine. I need to get it.
No.
So that's why. But I can't with all that. I'm going to continue talking about Summer and her
you know what?
case.
Think about this now. The enemy is going to come in and try to cause trouble where the Lord is moving.
Yeah.
And the Lord has been moving on your channel. You know what I'm saying? And he uses you. And, he uses your platform for all kind of people. Look at the way, like, Yanni, you know what I'm saying? Like, she has gotten a lot of love and support and prayers, on her channel, on your channel, on other people's channel. And look, thank God for people like her that even though, listen, I know how hard it has to be for her to even risk putting that stuff out there, to risk rejection and being assaulted verbally, like that woman tonight was doing. Like, and I mean, that hurt my feelings. It did when that person was saying that, but
she just kept right on.
And I kept begging her. I begged her to stop. I begged her. Like when you went to the bathroom that one time, I was like really kind of like begging almost, like just to please stop.
The girl named Ryan, that she's been in other chats bashing me, and she's been in here all night. And we were not even talking about Summer's case. We were talking about human trafficking. We were going down that road, I was playing videos. And she just kept right on saying, "Oh, you're exploiting victims." I'm like, "No, we're talking about real human trafficking that's really happening, that really goes on in this world."
When you talk about something, the only way it can be stopped is to educate
Bring
people.
light to it.
Well, she said we didn't know facts because Google had the facts. So there you go.
I'm like, okay, well, I guess the people who've been through it, they don't have any facts.
Yeah. Oh,
exactly. And no matter how many times we try to tell her, like, look, this needs to be exposed. This needs to be talked about. And literally, I was playing my video with Isaac Cappy on it. And that's probably a trick word right there that probably would have shut it down. And it shut down, right? And I got kicked off the live. Yeah.
So you
You're right, Linda.
Huh?
Did you have to restart your live, or did it just kick you
off?
It
was still on. I just got booted myself, and the whole screen went down. So
it did.
Oh my God, that's scary.
It was very strange. It was weird. is what it was. It felt strange. Like I was like, something's up. Something's going
on. We really
on.
haven't got a chance to talk about summer over here much tonight.
We talked a little bit, but not much.
Right. Between Wild Child Sherry, we finally got her calmed down. She turned her lights out and was laying down for a nap. Here comes Jinky with a banana. Sherry had to go get a banana. And then here we go. It starts all over again.
What do you expect when you have the wildest woman on YouTube up and down?
I didn't even realize she had her bong. Chilbilly said, "What's that jar there?"
I was rolling laughing, and my husband and I were sitting here watching it together on the big TV, And when I saw, I was like, "Oh, I got to get over there. I got to see what's going on." They having a good time over there, and I'm missing it.
She told me if I go to, because Jinkies is wanting me to all of us to go to the beach. She said I'm gonna ride with her in the back of the truck. And then I'm going to sleep in the same bed with her. I said, Sherry, I can't breathe at night. You don't understand.
Now, wait a minute. Which beach?
Huh?
Which beach?
What is it, Big Mama? The beach that you was wanting to go to? Big Mama.
Florida beach?
One of them there in Florida.
Beach. Yeah.
Not Fort Walton. Yeah, Fort Walton.
Where's that
anyway, it's in Destin.
Oh, I was seeing if y'all was coming anywhere close to me because I was going to come meet you.
Probably the most beautiful beach there is.
Same bed with her and said, I said, Sherry, I can't breathe. I have to have a CPAP at night. And there ain't no way I'm riding 12 hours in the back of the truck with Sherry.
Now, I'll be honest with you, Sherry, I'll be riding with. If I was going with y'all, I wouldn't mind riding with Sherry because I can hold the bottle for her.
I'd be live streaming it all the way.
Oh gosh,
I would be live streaming it. No doubt about it.
Did you hear me? Sherry had everybody drunk by the time y'all got there.
Oh, Lord, she had a couple.
I love Florida. I've not been to Florida in forever. But we live streamed a lot. Me and Jinkies did going to Kansas.
I love Florida too.
I took y'all in the Buc-ee's.
Well, if y'all come anywhere near Myrtle Beach, y'all got to let me know because I'm right on the way.
Oh yeah,
Myrtle Beach.
Well, a lot of people scared me from it a little bit because I heard.
Well, there's good parts. Now, listen, not in the middle part where all the teenagers go for spring break and for first week and all that. Now, there's Surfside, and then there's like Cherry Grove up toward North Carolina, and then you got Murrells Inlet, which is kind of more towards Savannah area, and then you got a whole area of Myrtle Beach. Now, it's mainly just the right middle part that's kind of the boardwalk where all the kids are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's nowhere you want to go. You don't want to go
there. What about Broadway at the beach? Is it still?
No, that's good because that's up more North Myrtle, and there's not as much trouble, really. The trouble is mostly just right in the congested area where all the teenagers and the college kids hang out. It's just a bunch of trouble like that.
Seaside.
Kind of like Daytona.
Oh yeah, I've never been to Daytona, but I've heard it's pretty wild.
It's wild first week and it's wild spring break, and it's like that at the beach. And we have the bike week down there. There's usually trouble that breaks out during bike week, and then it's just anywhere that you have tourists, though, it's going to be that way. But now there are beautiful parts of Myrtle Beach, though, that are very safe, and we go every year with our kids. So.
Right. Yeah. It would be closer to me for sure to go there than all the way to Florida.
And they got the best seafood. There's a seafood buffet on about 5 of them on every corner.
Yeah, I've been to Myrtle Beach several times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the last time we went was it was kind of rowdy a little bit on that side. We stayed in a sketchy hotel.
There's a lot of sketchy hotels. We call them roach hotels.
That Tiffany Marie has started a lot, but I'm trying to not. I love Yanni, and I don't want to get all that stuff stirred back up again. I really don't. I love Yanni. Me and her talked it out. She's staying neutral with all this.
Oh, Linda.
But I do understand where you're coming from. I do. And but I'm letting all that go. I can't.
Is somebody saying something in chat, Daisy?
Well, March is upset about Yaney, but Yaney and me's talked it out. Yaney's posted a video, about me, where we talked it out and stuff. And yeah, I just do.
Yaney's
I
not
don't go through all this again, y'all.
upset, right?
I'm trying to let everything go and let it calm down. I can't deal with the drama.
No, it's
I
too
really
much.
don't. It's just way too much. Just the attacks and all that. I just can't.
And there's just
I'm
enough on
letting
these
it go.
YouTube streets, you know what I'm saying, as people call them. I mean, like, it's
Yeah.
you can find a gutter on every corner of the YouTube streets. We got to be something to rise above that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't be wallering down and, like getting into fights and arguments among each other, because that's what the
It's
enemy
bad.
wants.
It's not real bad. The attacks is just
Like, I don't even know. I don't really want to know or really know. Like,
yeah, that's what
I don't want to
know.
even I don't even want to get into it. Like, I did not go
Me
back.
neither.
I did not look at anything when I heard what happened. I just wanted to, like, because I really do respect your channel, and like, I'm not going to get pulled in the middle of like something.
No,
And
I don't want you
when
to.
I do know that, honestly, like, I don't believe that you would intentionally ever hurt anybody or say anything to anybody that would hurt them. So anything that I think that may have been said, I think wasn't said out of anything of malice out of your heart. I'm just going to say that because I don't see that in you.
No, there's been people talking about me and another creator a lot, like they went on the attack and everything. And from now on, when that person starts to attack me again, like, and they get mad over me talking about Summer,
Yeah,
I'm just not going to address them anymore.
Well, there's one. I'm not going to even give them the luxury of mentioning their name or anything, but I woke up because I do go to sleep, like I told you, with like Derek Prince or something on. And you know how automatically when something's over, something else will come on and something else come on. So I woke up. It was maybe a night or two after we prayed that night, that first night with Candace, and the Holy Spirit was moving so strong. And I woke up to literally, I'm not even kidding. It was like a live that somebody was doing, and they were playing over and over. You could hear me praying a little bit, but it was sped up, and then I heard Candace crying, and they kept saying, oh, but she can't cry on demand, and we're like playing that over and over. And then played Miss Daisy saying something after that about somebody trying to kidnap her, and it was sped up so that they wouldn't get in trouble. And I was so mad, I almost got up and I almost responded.
Even though they sped it
No,
up.
don't respond to anything like that. That just shows that it just
But I just turned it off. I just turned it off because I said, this is not my fight. The Lord will handle it.
Yeah, out of sight, out of mind.
Right.
That's what I say.
The Lord will handle it because this is not my fight. I know this is what we've signed up for. If we stand up for the word of God, we're gonna get flack. We're just gonna, and I'm okay with that. And they can call me stupid or ignorant because of me praying with Candace or whatever. I don't care. I really don't care because, like I said, I admitted I was casting stones myself at one point, and I had to take a look at my own self and ask for forgiveness and drop my own stone. Like I've mentioned that, and like. I'm just saying, like, I just had a heart. I don't even know. Look, I don't know if they're guilty or not. But you know what? Regardless if they're guilty or not, they still need prayer. You know what I'm saying? Regardless if something happened on accident, because I don't think they did anything on purpose. But even just say if something happened on accident, which I do not think still, I believe that these people need prayer. And I'm not going to be bullied into not feeling empathy for people. Like, I'm not going to.
You go, yes.
Listen, I'm not asking my supporters to change their mind or going against anything they have to say. I'm just saying that I know what I've experienced and what I see when I have talked to people about things, and that's why
yeah. And you know what, the people that need the most prayer are the ones that are suffering that really are lost. And these people, the lost of the lost, come on. Why
Aren't
wouldn't
we
you pray
supposed to be
for
the
them?
light? We're supposed to be the light. So if we don't bring the light to the people, they're not gonna get it. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like I'm just saying like they need love and they need support. And no matter if we agree with people or not, what does the Lord say? Even the unbeliever can have love for people they agree with or people in their family or whatever. But it says that, you know, we're supposed to love those that curse us and pray for them.
Right. Listen, I love PG. I love cracking cases. I love everyone. I don't hate anybody.
Me either. I don't have no hate for nobody.
Against anybody. I like, and that's, I mean, that's okay. Kim,
Well, can I say something? I will admit I have put out a kind of a video about one particular creator because they keep going after the Duggars, and I don't like what they're doing. Yeah, and I've watched the Duggars for a long time now.
They're good people, yeah.
They are, and just because they look, one son out of 20 kids. Come on, most people can't raise one or two right. Yeah. And I'm like, they've raised some good children. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. And when y'all can step up and do better with just one you got, then I'll hear from you. But don't come after Christians, and because they won't stand up for themselves. And look, I haven't been a Christian my whole life, and I got a big mouth, and I will get up there and call you out.
Yeah, but they're stronger than that. I just wonder if if that, I know that their son has problems, but I wonder if some of it ain't been placed on them out of hate.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you. The creator that I'm speaking of, I believe, directly has something to do with that. And I have put it out on my own channel because I don't care if I get a strike. This particular person has so many law cases. Look, I'll stand in line if they got a problem with me because you know, the Duggars are the kind of people that they are kind of more meek and quiet and the way that they're raised, you know. And I'm just saying, like, and so I'm gonna stand up for people. I'm gonna stand, and they got like she had a sponsor with a good company. She immediately went there and took that from her. And this girl is a victim also, you know, of that essay from her older brother who was in jail right now. But still, that was a target because he had done that when he was a kid. He was a kid when that happened, by the way. And his parents did actually do things to put safeguards in place, including building that house they built and separating the boys and the girls, you know, to all opposite ends of the house with doors locked, where the girls sleep in one area, the boys sleep in another. And what do they expect them to do? Throw their child out in the road? You know, they sent him off somewhere. You know, I mean, what are you going to do? He was 12. And I guarantee you, probably one of those people that came in that family crew from Hollywood, they could have done something to him.
Right. I mean, you never know that they don't
know. Because they were so naive of a Christian family and trusted everybody. And you let somebody from Hollywood come in your house with all those kids. You don't know what could happen.
I've heard horror stories about, like, they will encourage them to fight and everything on other shows. Like,
oh, yeah.
Honey Boo Boo, you know that Mama June got paid good money to fart on her show.
Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Or to be hindering.
Eat boogers and stuff like that. I was like, oh, Mama June, please. No, you can't go there.
Ooh, she was bad, though.
I know. That whole thing, though, they admit some of it's true. I mean, some of it's based on kind of basic truth, but then they really
they probably were worse than what we seen.
You're right, knowing the truth about it. You're right.
Yeah.
And that is true about the pageants, about the go-go juice and all that. Like my mama, she used to give me Mountain Dew and Snickers, like right before I'd go out for talent.
I used to see babies withdraw from Mountain Dew before. They would literally shake after being born. Yeah.
And it burn your teeth
from
too.
Mountain Dew.
Little babies' teeth.
Yeah. No, they would shake from. They thought they were withdrawn from Mountain Dew. Yeah. Hey, Yanni.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it because the caffeine is so high.
Yeah. Yeah, and the doctors would be like, "That's from Mountain Dew. Mommy drunk it." So
Yanni,
it's
I'm so glad you
juice
were up here earlier.
We was talking about the HT earlier, Yanni.
Yeah.
And I got on there with Cappy and it shut completely down on me. Like I got kicked off my own live.
She sure did. It was weird.
That scared me a little bit.
At first I thought you went to the bathroom maybe. I was like, well, I don't know.
No,
Miss
it just
Daisy? I was like, can you hear us?
Like the video went blank. It said something, sorry, something, and then I got booted off completely.
Wow.
Because like YouTube don't let Cappy be shown on here. They don't. You won't find a lot about the conspiracy behind him. So
it's scary.
Huh?
I said that's scary. You start talking about that stuff, and I can't go to sleep.
I know. Very scary. It is very scary. But we went down that rabbit hole tonight. Huh?
I said, you make me have to sleep with my lights on sometimes.
I know. Christine she's like has never heard about a lot of this stuff that we talk about.
You might have to take it in little stages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was talking about all kinds of stuff that I never heard of before.
Yeah. Well, I played a lot of videos from my rabbit hole video, and that's when it went blank. But
I will tell you what, though, I have learned a lot from Yanni when it comes to like trafficking and stuff.
Oh man, her
you know,
story.
it's sad. I know.
But her, man, she is so strong. Like, to me, like, she is really somebody for me to look up to. I'm not kidding, because yeah, I've exposed some stuff, but like, I'm not nearly as brave as her. She's really, like, she has really come out and gone, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the fact of the matter is, I mean, being in that when you're a child like that, you know, and the fact I even mentioned about her still having her faith through all that, it shows the goodness of God and the fact that he is using her for such a time as this to expose his stuff.
Jordan River.
She's like, I talked to Megan, like I told you, Megan Walsh last night. What we talking about? I was like, you're a pioneer in this, and so is Yanni, and people who are willing to stand up right now. That's what I call them, pioneers. You know, like trailblazers.
You talk to Megan Walsh a lot?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, on Twitter we talk a lot. Yeah,
you do.
Just personal, like back and forth, you know, and also like we retweet the same stuff because we're telling the same kind of stuff to people. And we're trying to get them to,
and
you know,
everybody has the similar story. Everybody has it,
and that's not an accident. I mean, that can't be a coincidence.
No, everything Yanni has told me, people has come out on Twitter about, and well, heck, you've seen the videos for yourself, the satanic videos. And all that.
I remember that one night you told me to look at she was up on stage and her face turned like
Beyonce.
Beyonce. Sasha Fierce is a demon.
Spirit. Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, that's a voodoo spirit.
That's scary.
Yeah, she says she calls it Sasha Fierce.
Yeah, Sasha Fierce, and she admits I call down my ancestors. And the thing is, if you look up Beyonce, like whenever they came to our town, okay, like we had a group of women from my church that we went around the stadium where they were going, because they do their concerts outside for a reason. Trust me when I tell you that they know exactly what they're doing when they do that, because who is the prince of the airways in Ephesians 2? You know, we know who he is. And so they wanted to get out in the air, you know what I'm saying? Because it puts out things in different sections of our areas. You know what I'm saying? To cause disturbances and all kind of crime and drugs and things. Yeah.
What did you say? What happens?
Okay. So because music, it's such a deep thing. But anyway, music, basically, when these people are in allegiance with Lucifer and they've given their basically life over to him, their soul to him for, you know, what they have. Okay. That is their religion. Okay. And so she is a very high priestess, and they do have power and they do have money and they get all the things in this world that they want, but they're going to pay for it dearly in the next. So,
well, you talk about voodoo. Voodoo is real. They can really do voodoo on you.
That's right. They can. And that Marie Laveau
Unless you're a Christian.
Yeah, that's right. That comes back on them tenfold. They mess up if they will put something on a Christian, and I have let people know that before. To be careful what you do. If you pray against a Christian, you better make sure you know what you're doing, because it's going to come back on you tenfold. Now,
have you seen the priest that was the head warlock? Like he was a
John
Satanist?
Ramirez.
There you go.
Yeah.
He said that he tried to do witchcraft on Christian one time.
And the demons will come back and beat you up. You send.
Yeah, well, he said it didn't work. He said it didn't work on a Christian.
Yeah.
He said
it doesn't work.
He couldn't do it.
A Holy Spirit filled Christian, like if they send spells or witchcraft or any kind of things like that, what happens is those demons get it from, their head. It's like a hierarchy, just like a real, army or something. It's like a military type, ranking system, just like it, because like I said, Satan comes up with nothing new. He's a copier, you know what I'm saying? So he like runs his thing the same kind of way. Like he make no mistake about it, he's not.
He copies everything that the Lord.
Yeah, right. And he just turns it and uses it and perverts it. And the thing is that he counts on the fact of us being quiet about these things, because we have been. And the church, which we are the church, not the buildings. We are the church. The people are the church. The bride of Christ is the church.
We are.
So we have to stand up and get in the game. Like we've been riding the benches for so long. We have given Satan so much yards on the field. You know what I'm saying? And we have been every now and then jumping out there and playing a little bit of defense. But look, we got to be playing offense and defense, which is what we're doing tonight. This is offense. Yeah. We're trying to show. Yeah.
Offense.
And we've been playing defense too. We've been playing both sides.
I know.
We've got to protect and stop.
I'm gonna change this thumbnail because we've really not talked about summer much on here tonight.
Yeah, we really
got everything else.
Maybe it should be down the rabbit hole we go.
Yeah, that was just like the one I had before. It was a rabbit hole.
Oh, okay.
Well, I wanted to talk about summer, but we did a little bit. But
we did, because we were talking about like what happened and possibly the people around, that there's some weird corruption going on, which kind of led us in this direction, really, about the people that are in higher powers in that area. You know what I'm talking about. Who we were talking about looked like the guy on that movie.
Oh, brother, where art thou?
Yes. Mr. Law Dog. Law don't go around here, savvy.
Yeah. But maybe tomorrow or something we might go further deeper into summer. I would like to talk about other cases as well. I want to keep Summer's name out here, but I also want to talk about other cases as well. And I like talking about trafficking because I feel like it needs to be addressed.
Well, because you know what? It's the biggest epidemic we have right now going. We think that this C thing, it is bad. And I'm so sorry you got it. And I'm praying for you to get better really quick in the name of Jesus. Really, every spirit of infirmity, leave her body right now in the name of Jesus, and heal her, Lord, in the name of Jesus, because I know that you're a healer. So I just believe that, you're going to be getting better, because that's what God does. But what I'm trying to say is the true epidemic is child abuse and child trafficking.
Yep.
That is the real epidemic. And until we face what the true giant is, how will we ever defeat it?
Yep. Amen.
And that has nothing to do with summer.
Holly, happy Valentine's Day. Absolutely. I agree 100%. I know it's one that probably gets flagged a lot, but as long as we're putting it out there, as long as we're keeping it out there,
And however long it does stay up, though, Miss Daisy, you don't know who you're reaching that needed to be reached. It could be somebody that was in a place that maybe they haven't spoken out about it, but they find somewhere that feels safe to them, and they might, come back and listen, and then they might feel safe about talking about it. And then, because that's how people who go through this, they accidentally happen upon other people that go through it. And it's hard because when you are alone and you've been through these things and you don't you're scared because you don't want to talk to anybody, because when you have told them, they usually don't want to be your friend anymore when you're younger. So you learn early to not mention things like that. So as we get older, sometimes it is harder to trust people,
Right.
And especially you see what happened tonight. I mean, that was a direct attack. When I'm sitting there begging, saying, I call myself a victim, even though I say I'm a survivor. Okay. I'm telling you that I'm not hurting any victims, because I am a survivor of a victim crime that was done to me. So you are attacking me. And then she said that we attacked her somehow. How is that possible?
She was talking about some email or something. She was just trolling, I guess, sent over here to just troll. And I should have just let JJ kick her.
Cut her off at the pass.
And then she made another account and come back in.
So that goes to show you that's trolling. But look, even though she was trolling, maybe the Lord sent her here for a reason. And if it was, then maybe she got something, even if it don't click tonight.
Right. I hope she did anyway.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Amen. But I believe I'm going to go ahead and end this live tonight, because I've been on here 5 hours. 5 hours and 33 minutes.
You should get an award for that, Miss Daisy, especially.
Hey, listen, I've been on here 12 hours before.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. But I've had a good conversation with you guys tonight. And I want to thank everybody for coming out and supporting us. Please pray for Summer. Please pray for Dawn and Candace. Please pray for anybody that's a victim out here in the human trafficking, or anybody that's been a victim of SA, and pray for other creators. Lord help, pray for other creators. Because guys, I'm not getting in the drama no more.
No.
If somebody makes a live about me and bashes me, please don't send it to me, because I don't care.
It's better not to even pay attention to it.
Out of mind. Yes. Amen.
And the Lord had to show us that, he had to show us some battles are not yours. Leave it with me.
Amen. Absolutely. Absolutely. But, well, guys, you all take care. I want to thank my mods for keeping it
you too, Jay.
Going. Good night, JJ. I want to thank everybody for being in here tonight. I want to thank y'all for my support. If you've not subscribed to my channel, hit that subscribe button.
And
I'll be back tomorrow. And y'all have a good night. And
amen. Thank you, Miss Daisy, for letting us up here.
Thank you. Good night, girls. And I
love you.
Love you too. You have a good night too, Sailor.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Bye. Bye.